so sorry. Sorry, I do believe we have a seat reserved.
So would you rather have?
Not, unfortunately, any other. Sorry, a couple of reservations going on.
make sure myself, you know how you're going to go if you want to go over
The hearing to consider the nomination of Kristi Noem to be Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security will now come to order. The Department of Homeland Security, with 260,000 employees and nearly 20 distinct components, epitomizes in many ways unchecked power. Its vast responsibilities from border security and disaster response to counterterrorism and cybersecurity demand rigorous scrutiny to ensure that they are executed within the bounds of the Constitution and with respect to the freedoms of the American people. Nearly 2 years ago, when I became the ranking member of this committee, my team sought to understand the extent of this bureaucratic labyrinth. We asked DHS for a comprehensive list of collaborative entities it participates in, task forces, advisory boards, coalitions, commissions, and the like. The response was astonishingly opaque. They stated there is not a single comprehensive list to address all the collaborative relationships that the department and its components engage in. In other words, we do so much stuff and we're so big, we can't describe it for you. But if we can't describe what we have, we got a problem. In plain language, the DHS had really no idea. Think about it. An agency commanding over $110 billion annually can't account for its own activities. This is not just bureaucratic incompetence, it's emblematic of a deeper issue, an agency unsure of its own boundaries and commitments. How can an agency fulfill its mission or earn the American people's trust if it doesn't even know the extent of its own operations? But the problems don't stop there. Instead of focusing on critical threats, like securing the southwest border, DHS has shifted its gaze inward, targeting law-abiding Americans. DHS under the Biden administration has often used its vast powers to target Americans exercising their constitutional rights. It's become an agency more focused on policing speech, monitoring social media, and labeling political dissent as domestic terrorism than addressing genuine security threats. While cartels traffic people and fentanyl across an unguarded border, DHS has spent its time and resources creating partisan disinformation boards, spying on Americans through invasive surveillance technologies. The mission drift is dangerous. Every dollar spent monitoring law-abiding citizens is a dollar not spent securing the homeland. Every moment spent targeting political opponents is a moment not addressing real threats like border security, cyber attacks, or the rising influence of adversarial nation states. The priorities of DHS have been deeply distorted, and the American people are paying the price. And what about DHS's response to COVID-19, arguably one of the greatest threats to Homeland Security? The answer is clear: nothing. They knew nothing of the origins, they didn't study the issue, and they had no information about gain-of-function research. We've seen firsthand how unchecked government overreach leads to waste, fraud, and abuse. We cannot let DHS become yet another agency that operates behind a veil of secrecy. The American people deserve transparency, accountability, and leadership that puts national security and liberty hand in hand, not at odds with each other. Today, we gather to consider the nomination of Governor Kristi Noem to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. I hope this hearing will set the tone for this committee's work in the new Congress to restore transparency and accountability to an executive branch that has grown unchecked. Governor Noem, if confirmed, you will lead an agency that has lost its way. Your record as governor of South Dakota and a former member of Congress demonstrates your willingness to make difficult decisions in the face of significant political pressure and to put the interest of the American people first. You have the opportunity today to address how your background and vision will translate to leading one of the most critical and scrutinized departments in the federal government. This is the first of many consequential moments for this committee as we renew our commitment to the constitutional oversight role that Congress must assert. I have no doubt that the nominee will consider in the coming weeks and months that you will be up for the challenge. Governor Noem, thank you for your willingness to serve, and I yield to the ranking member for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Chairman Paul. Governor Noem, it's great to see you here today, and I want to first thank you for making yourself available not only to the entire committee, but the discussions that we had in my office, going perhaps a little more in depth in the issues than is possible in a hearing like this, and having that open and frank conversation is something that I appreciate. I also appreciate your willingness to spend time with committee staff as we conduct our due diligence and review of your qualifications and a background to serve as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. As our third largest federal agency with more than 240,000 employees and an operating budget of more than $100 billion, the Department of Homeland Security requires strong, stable, and principled leadership. Our nation faces serious threats and security challenges, from securing our borders and combating terrorism to preventing cyber attacks and responding to our nation's increasing number of natural disasters. And DHS is the first line of defense in all of those areas. I appreciated the conversations we had at today's hearing, where we discussed the importance of ensuring that our nation's borders are safe and secure. And while we must address the significant challenges we face on the southern border, we also need to ensure that there are sufficient resources to secure our northern border, something I know you're very familiar with as the governor of your state, including building out our Northern Border Mission Center. This is especially important in my home state of Michigan, which has two of the nation's busiest border crossings, and we're going to be adding another span shortly, the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which will open later this year. To facilitate the lawful trade and travel to those ports of entry that are absolutely critical to our economy, I've worked on legislation to hire additional U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers to meet increased staffing demands. We must secure our borders, but we also know it is well time past to streamline our immigration and our asylum process as well. In addition to border security, DHS is responsible for addressing many threats that face our nation. Just a few weeks ago, unfortunately, Americans were shocked to see two horrific incidents in New Orleans and Las Vegas, a deadly reminder that terrorism and radicalization remain very real and ongoing threats to our homeland. In my role on this committee, I've made combating foreign and domestic terrorism, as well as extremism, a top priority. In this complex environment, it is essential that DHS continue to focus on all terrorism threats, track and report data to Congress and to the American people, and coordinate between all components to ensure the department is effectively addressing all types of terrorist threats. We've also seen the persistent cyber attacks are still a very serious threat, in fact, an increasing threat. A recent attack from Chinese-based hackers infiltrated the Treasury Department, on top of ongoing Salt Typhoon hack that comprised numerous U.S. telecommunications companies. There's no question that DHS must continue to lead the way in protecting our networks from foreign adversaries, cyber criminals, and so-called hacktivists to prevent cyber attacks from becoming increasingly devastating to our security as well as to our economy. And finally, the Department of Federal Emergency Management Agency must continue to work hard to address the increasing number of natural disasters affecting our communities as a result of change. From violent storms like hurricanes that brought destruction to states across the South, to the devastating wildfires in California, and countless other severe storms and flooding events all across our country. We need leadership at the department that will ensure our nation effectively responds to communities when disaster strikes them. The safety and security of our nation and the American people depend on the department's ability to effectively address these wide-ranging threats. So, Governor Noem, thank you again for your willingness to serve in this incredibly important position. And thank you for being here today. I look forward to having a comprehensive discussion about how you intend to lead this critical department through a series of national security challenges, if indeed you are confirmed.
This morning, Governor Noem will be introduced by Majority Leader John Thune and Senator Kevin Cramer. Senator Thune, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Peters and members of the committee. I'm very pleased to be able to be here today to introduce South Dakota's outstanding governor, who has been nominated by President Trump to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. I've known Kristi Noem for a long time. She has a very compelling personal and family story, which inspired her entrance into the public arena, and I'm sure you'll hear a little bit more about that from her. But I've observed as she has gone through the state legislature as a leader there, State House of Representatives, the U.S. House of Representatives, where she was our only member from South Dakota, representing our state's interests there for 8 years, and now currently as South Dakota's governor. And I think she brings to this job a number of things that are going to be really essential. And one is obviously a skill set when it comes to managing hard problems. She led our state through the pandemic, managed what were extraordinary circumstances all across this country in a way that made South Dakota, frankly, a magnet for people from other states who were trying to flee or get away from some of the heavy-handed requirements that were imposed in other states around the country. Our state stayed open, stayed free, and that was largely due to her leadership. And I would say, too, as we tackle it as an enormously complicated and hard issue, which is our southern border, it's going to require a skill set, which I believe she possesses. It's going to require a tremendous amount of persistence and determination, which I think she has, an enormous amount of energy, which she has in abundance, and frankly, what I would say is just absolute toughness. It's going to take some tough and hard leadership to get things back in order. And I want to refer to something she said in her State of the State address earlier this week to South Dakotans, and that is that over the past 4 years, we've seen a complete disregard for the security of our borders and the safety of the American people, to say nothing for the rule of law. Chaos at our southern border and the Biden administration has left our country vulnerable to a whole host of security concerns, from terrorist entries to cross-border criminal activity like drug trafficking. I think it's well documented, and I think it's high time that it gets fixed. And we have somebody nominated by the president that I believe has the capabilities, the qualities, the experience, and again, frankly, the determination and toughness to solve what is a very, very tough issue, and one which is desperately in need of solutions. So I'm pleased to be able to be here today to introduce our great governor and to thank you for your consideration. I look forward to this committee acting on her nomination, and I look forward to voting for her on the floor of the United States Senate to be the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, colleagues. Once again, I find myself in full agreement with the Majority Leader. It's a good place to be in our business. So this is a very special opportunity for me. And first thing I want to do is thank nearly all of you. I got into almost every one of your offices with Kristi as her very amateurish sitting Senator Sherpa. And the blessing for me was not only to be with my good friend and former colleague, but to learn a lot about this committee that I'm not on, and to get an inside view. And Gary, especially learning how we can work together at the northern border and how similar, although very different, Michigan and North Dakota are. So thank you for your hospitality. You were all very kind to Kristi and to me. But Kristi is a former colleague. You know, when you're the only member of a body of 435 from an entire state, it's really important to have friends. So together, Kristi and I were two out of 435, and if we could get Montana, Wyoming, and Alaska, there'd be 5 of us that could take on the fight. But I know this, I remember our very first year, my first year, it was not hers, my first year in the House, the unthinkable happened, and the House of Representatives failed to pass a farm bill. And all I can tell you was the least secure Homeland person in America was the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader the next day, when Kristi and I doubled up, and eventually we got a farm bill done. I say that because we are living at a time, and Senator Peters, you used the words strong, stable, and principled. I can't think of 3 better words to describe Kristi Noem than those 3 words. I would add this. I'm not surprised that President Trump turned to Governor Noem. Securing the homeland is the #1 priority, our #1 priority, our #1 constitutional priority as a Congress. And it is for sure the #1 priority of the voters in the last election. And it is the #1 priority for President Donald Trump. So naturally, he would say, who is the toughest, smartest, most capable protector that I know? I think I'd like to find a ranch woman, mom, grandmother who knows how to protect her own. And when you grow up on a ranch in the prairies or the West, nobody else is going to look out for your critters. No one else is protecting your family. you do it. And she brings this skill set, as Senator Thune said, as a leader, as a legislator, as a member of Congress, as a governor, a very important. By the way, when I'd get into the room with other governors, Senator Hassan, I might as well have just left because I was now part of a club where I don't belong. But anyway, it was very, very rich because there's an alliance there that's really, really important. And so for me, it's just a really special opportunity to be able to be here with her and to have had this time in your offices introducing her to you. But I want to wrap up because last night I received a very touching letter, unsolicited by either Kristi or me, from the tribal chairwoman from the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, which straddles North Dakota and South Dakota. They don't really care who wins the South Dakota State, North Dakota State football game, but they do care about their reservation. And Chairwoman Alkire sent me this letter. Standing Rock is the home of Sitting Bull, in case you were wondering about the credentials of their ability to protect the homeland. I'll just read a few words. On multiple occasions, Governor Noem has invited the Standing Rock Sioux tribe to her table at the South Dakota State Capitol to enter into meaningful discussions. That's what I witnessed when she came to your offices. And Janet writes, it is of great excitement and enthusiasm that our North Dakota Governor, Doug Burgum, will be at the helm of the Department of Interior, and my hopes remain high that you will feel the same about Governor Kristi Noem at the helm of the Department of Homeland Security. These two governors understand the needs in Indian country and what words like tribal sovereignty, jurisdiction, and consultation mean to the indigenous people. Speaks volumes to her leadership and to her character. It's my honor to support her and turn it over to her.
Thank you for those great introductions. The committee has also received several statements in support of Governor Noem's nomination, including a letter from 22 fellow governors, the International Association of Firefighters, and 6 other organizations. Without objection, these letters of support will be made part of the hearing record. And I know our senators are going to have to go, but thank you for coming and doing those introductions. It's the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses. Governor Noem, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Governor Noem, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and the distinguished members of this committee. I'm honored to appear before all of you today as the nominee for the Secretary of Homeland Security. I want to thank President-elect Donald J. Trump for his confidence in my leadership, and the people of South Dakota for their fantastic support throughout my time in public service. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to Senator Kramer. He has been an invaluable resource to me throughout this process and given me much wisdom as well as insight into the thoughts and the procedures of the Senate and this body. And I'd also like to express my gratitude to Senator Thune, the majority leader of this esteemed body. He's been an advisor to me for many years as well as a friend. And I'm so grateful for the generous support of these two men and their willingness to be here this morning to speak on my behalf and to introduce me to this committee. Now, I'm a wife and a mother and a grandmother, a farmer, rancher, business person. I've served in our state legislature, in Congress for 8 years, and also a governor. I've spent my entire life in rural America. I understand what it means to work hard every single day and to build a better future for your kids and for all of our communities. I come before you today with a deep sense of responsibility and a humility as the nominee to lead the Department of Homeland Security, and also a commitment to the more than 330 Americans who we will work together to help serve and to keep safe and secure in their homes and in their communities. Now, before I proceed, I want to introduce to you my husband, Brian, who's here with me today. He is my constant 24/7 reminder of our dedication to public service and that it's not a solo effort or done alone. He has been a rock by my side, and I appreciate all of his love over so many years. I'm grateful that he's here with me today. Now, securing our homeland is a serious sacred trust that must be relentlessly pursued and can never be taken for granted. Being safe within our borders here in America is critical, and yet Americans feel less safe than they have felt in decades. For the first time in 30 years, more than 40% of Americans are afraid to walk alone at night within a mile of homes. President-elect Trump is going to change that. I've seen firsthand the challenges and the opportunities facing our great nation. In the 20 years since the Department of Homeland Security was formed, the nature of the threats to our homeland has grown and they've evolved. This department was created in response to the failures of the government that led to the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks. And that reality is not lost on me, especially in the wake of the recent terrorist attacks over New Year's. Now, I've led South Dakota for the last 6 years with a focus every day on making our state safer, stronger, and freer. I've focused every day on making the best decisions, not just for right now, but for generations to come. I've overseen a state budget of over $7 billion and a state employee workforce of more than 13,000, including more than 7,000 that report directly to the governor. I've addressed important issues like cybersecurity, human trafficking, drug interdiction, and also natural disasters, the same challenges that are facing so many of you and the people that you represent back home. I've secured our state and supported the rule of law. And if confirmed as the 8th Secretary, that is the same approach that I will take to leading the Department of Homeland Security. As we face the evolving threats of the 21st century, the mission and the success of DHS is more critical than ever. We must be vigilant and proactive and innovative to protect the homeland. The challenges in front of us are extremely significant, and we must secure our borders against illegal trafficking and immigration. We must safeguard our critical infrastructure to make sure that we're protected against cyber attacks, respond to natural disasters, and also terrorism. I firmly believe that we can meet those challenges head-on with resolve. Innovation, we can use collaboration with federal and with state partners. And senators, I want your input. Border security must remain a top priority. As a nation, we have the right and the responsibility to secure our borders against those who would do us harm. And we must create a fair and a lawful immigration system that is efficient and is effective and that reflects our values. President Trump was elected with a clear mandate. He needs to achieve this mission because 2/3 of Americans support his immigration and border policies, including the majority of Hispanic Americans. I was the first governor to send National Guard troops to our southern border when Texas asked for help and when they were being overwhelmed by an unprecedented border crisis. If confirmed as secretary, I'll ensure that our exceptional, extraordinary Border Patrol agents have all the tools and resources and support that they need to carry out their mission effectively. The same is true of my commitment to the outstanding men and women of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They are responsible for apprehending, detaining, and deporting illegal immigrants. And getting criminal aliens off of our streets and out of the country will help American communities be safer again. The bravery and the dedication of the Border Patrol and ICE are unmatched, and I will restore dignity to their work. The rising threat of cyber attacks also demands our utmost attention, and our critical infrastructure, from energy grids to financial institutions, is under constant attack by foreign adversaries and criminal actors. As Secretary, I will prioritize a comprehensive, whole-of-government approach to cybersecurity. In fact, in the coming days, we have to plan bigger and think faster and smarter. I fully acknowledge that people in Washington, D.C. do not have all of the answers, and therefore I will leverage private-public partnerships. I'll advance cutting-edge, state-of-the-art technologies to protect our nation's digital landscape. And I will have proven track record of doing this in South Dakota to back me up. I've helped make Dakota State University a global leader in cybersecurity education because we recognize the need to address this emerging threat. And I will take a proactive approach if given the opportunity to serve as secretary. Now, President-elect Trump has been a tremendous friend to law enforcement over the years, and I will do the same in my role as secretary. As governor, I've worked closely with law enforcement to make South Dakota safer. I've overseen hundreds of state troopers in the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and on several occasions, I've convened groups of law enforcement from across our state to address policies that will make our people safer. In fact, while some in this country were attacking law enforcement and defunding them, we took the opposite approach in South Dakota. We recruited law enforcement officers to move to South Dakota, a state that respects their service and their sacrifice. And we revamped our law enforcement training to provide the first ever state-led, tribal-focused law enforcement training academy. I'm very proud of the work that we've done in cooperation with our tribes to help make their communities more safe. And we must remain vigilant against terrorism and against others who wish to do us harm to our country and to our great people. I'll ensure that our intelligence and our law enforcement agencies are working together hand in hand, that they're fully equipped to detect, prevent, and respond to threats from radical ideologies and foreign adversaries. This requires resources, coordination, and collaboration across all levels of government. And once again, I will seek your wisdom and I will seek your input into the months ahead. For the sake of the people that we both represent, we have to get this right. Now, I recognize that Homeland Security isn't just about prevention, but it's also about resilience. When disasters strike, as we know they will, the Department of Homeland Security must be ready to respond swiftly, efficiently, and effectively to protect the lives and the property of Americans. As governor, I've worked with FEMA in response to a dozen natural disasters in South Dakota. These have included historic floods, tornadoes, blizzards, wildfires, a derecho, and even a global pandemic. As Secretary, I will enhance our emergency preparedness and strengthen FEMA's capabilities. And we will ensure that no community is left behind and that life-saving services like electricity and water are quickly restored. As Secretary, I will oversee the Secret Service, an agency that is in serious need of reforms. We all saw the threats to President-elect Trump last year and the consequences of failure. Now, that should never happen again. And I've worked closely with my own gubernatorial protective detail, and I'm familiar with what works and what doesn't work. And I'll bring that experience towards strengthening the Secret Service once again. I'm committed to working with this committee, with Congress, and with the dedicated men and women of the Department of Homeland Security to fulfill our mission. And together, we can ensure that the United States remains a beacon of freedom, safety, and security for generations to come. So thank you for the opportunity and the honor to appear before you today. Thank you for the meetings and the time that you took in your office to discuss the department and what we can do in the future to make the American homeland much more secure. I look forward to your questions, and I hope to earn your trust, and hopefully also your vote as we embark on this critical work together. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Governor Noem. We will now proceed to questions. Each member will have 7 minutes. We will have a vote that will start at 10 a.m., but we're going to continue the hearing and keep people in line as you come and go to vote. We'll keep the hearing moving. I want to be clear from the outset that we will not tolerate any disruptions. The Capitol Police have been asked to escort anyone immediately from the room if they disrupt the hearing. This is a standard question, Governor Noem, that we ask of all nominees. Governor Noem, do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to reserve the rest of my time for my questions and go to Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Noem, the DHS Secretary has many competing priorities, as you well know, and you outlined certainly in your opening comments, from our borders to wildfires to cyber attacks. But as you and I discussed at length, and I appreciate you bringing it up in your opening comments as well, we do have a northern border in addition to a southern border. That's absolutely essential that the DHS has the resources necessary at the northern border to carry out its mission, both between ports of entry and all along the border. In fact, we've seen an increase in unauthorized crossings in recent years at the northern border. So my question for you is, if confirmed, do you commit to ensuring along with the southern border that the northern border is sufficiently staffed to maintain its security and robust trade between the U.S. and its neighbors, including at the Gordie Howe International Bridge in my home state of Michigan, have the resources they need to facilitate trade while keeping Americans safe?
Yes, Senator Peters, you and I talked about this in your office and also with Senator Slotkin as well, how important it is to continue to remain focused on our northern border and all borders and ports of entry that the United States has. I think there's been some universal concern from some of the committee members that as we focus on the southern border and what we're seeing as far as the invasion there and the amount of people crossing, that the northern border would lose focus. But that will not happen, and we will ensure that our borders are secure and we're addressing all threats that may come in from any direction. And also with the bridge as well and staffing up on that as well. And I've assured Senator Slotkin as well that our focus is there to make sure that it is staffed appropriately.
Very good. And as we discussed, the department is diligently working to stand up the Northern Border Mission Center at Selfridge Air National Guard Base in Michigan, following the authorization and funding that I was able to secure in the last Congress. This center is critical to supporting the department's northern border security missions and addressing evolving threats. So quick question, if confirmed, do you commit to working with me to fully build out the Northern Border Mission Center?
Yes, Senator, we will look forward, and I look forward to working with you to ensure that that is a priority and that it's adequately resourced, and working with Congress and senators to make sure that we have what we need to make sure that that mission for that base is fully fulfilled.
Great, thank you. On New Year's, we witnessed two incidents that reminded us that terrorism and extremism remain serious threats to all Americans. Both DHS and the FBI have consistently said that the most persistent threat to the homeland is from U.S.-based individuals or small groups radicalized by a variety of ideologies, from white supremacy to ISIS to al-Qaeda. We must certainly continue to focus on people who are radicalized here in the United States with the intent of terrorizing our communities. So my question for you, ma'am, is how do you plan to address this threat of U.S.-based terrorists?
Senator, this is a grave concern for our country, as we all agree that the #1 threat to our homeland security is the southern border. In fact, since Joe Biden has been president, we've seen 382 individuals that have come over that border that are on the terrorist watch list. Behind me have the governor of Louisiana with me. And he and his state and people in this country went through a horrific event on New Year's Day, and one that we never want to repeat it again. But this governor behind me is concerned also about an upcoming event, which is the Super Bowl coming shortly, which we need to do all that we can to work together, that he has the reassurance that the federal government, that the Department of Homeland Security is prepared to help him protect that event and to keep people safe while they are there. Those 382 terrorists or known terrorists that have come over our border, we don't know necessarily where they are because of what has been happening under Joe Biden's policies. Now, President Trump obviously won the last election with a clear mandate, and that mandate is for the American people to secure that border. But also, we need to focus on domestic terrorism and homegrown terrorism, which you just referenced in your question. Homegrown terrorism is on the rise. We see more and more incidents of people that are U.S. citizens that have become radicalized, and knowing when people are leaving the country and coming back and changes to their behaviors and what their actions are is critically important. So the resources that the Department of Homeland Security has needs to be utilized as far as identifying those threats and being proactive to prevent them, but also protecting civil rights and liberties in that process, and making sure that the department is on mission to do what it was called to do, why it was created, and what authorities that Congress and the Senate has given them. My hope is that Governor Landry and his staff and his people and the people that attend the Super Bowl know that the Department of Homeland Security is their partner, is on watch to protect them and to keep that event safe. I hope all Americans know that leadership has consequences. I hope that we can get through and get your support for this nomination and get confirmed quickly so that we can address the threats that we currently face and make sure we don't have any repeats of the day that we saw just starting this year on New Year's Day.
In the last 2 years, we have seen increasingly aggressive and expansive cyber attacks against our federal agencies. Just last month, Chinese hackers infiltrated the Department of Treasury and stole potentially thousands of unclassified documents. So given these concerning trends by the PRC to hold our federal networks hostage, do you believe that federal agencies should be required to implement cybersecurity upgrades and maintain the highest cybersecurity standards to protect sensitive or classified data and U.S. citizen information as well?
Well, Senator, the mission of CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, the mission of it is to hunt and harden. It's to find those bad actors and help work with local and state infrastructure, critical infrastructure entities so that they can help them be prepared for such cyber attacks and that they can make sure that they're hardening their systems to protect them in the future, recognizing the vulnerabilities that they have. CISA's gotten far off mission. They're using their resources in ways that was never intended. The misinformation and disinformation that they have stuck their toe into and meddled with should be refocused back onto what their job is, and that is to support critical infrastructure and to help our local and small businesses and critical infrastructure at the state level to have the resources and be prepared for those cyber attacks that they will face. You know, Salt Typhoon was a campaign of espionage by the PRC in China against our telecoms, where large amount of data was stolen and taken, and people's private information was taken as well. And we've also seen China and the PRC go after our critical infrastructure with the Volt Typhoon hack. And that was extremely dangerous because there was no reason for them to do that, just to steal people's data and information. The reason for them to go after that was to control our critical infrastructure, for the ability to see if they could shut down a water plant, a utility company, and that was to cripple our country. So these threats are real. CISA needs to be much more effective, smaller, more nimble, to really fulfill their mission, which is to hunt and to help harden our nation's critical infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Governor Noem, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I think you're going to do a great job. I think it's great that you're a governor and you bring that expertise to the table. So I just went through the campaign to get reelected, and it was after the Butler shooting. I'd asked people, I said, at all my events, I say, raise your hand if you think the acting director of the Secret Service is going to tell us what happened. Not one person. I said, what about Secretary Mayorkas? You know, he's running HHS. What do you think? Or Homeland Security. What do you think? I said, how about Christopher Wray? You know, head of the FBI? Not one person. Can you just talk about the importance of transparency and accountability in government and how you're going to bring that to the table?
Yeah, Senator Scott, thank you for that question, because that's what I have found across the country as well, and I know it's certainly true in my home state of South Dakota, is that people don't trust the federal government. They don't trust our leadership and this current administration that's in the White House right now to tell them the truth. To tell them the truth about what the threats really are, about our agencies and departments, when there are failures, addressing them and fixing it. The Secret Service is one of those perfect examples. They need leadership that understands why that Secret Service was created and what it needs to do. There's two elements really that the Secret Service is tasked with, and that is protective detail and then also investigations. Yet we see investigators within the Secret Service out there investigating antiquities and other things that are off mission when they should be focused on making sure we're addressing national security events with the protocols that are necessary and protecting the individuals that they're charged with and getting that skill set and training that are necessary. That's been compromised by not having enough people there and being adequately staffed and resourced. But frankly, the leadership hasn't been honest about talking about it. We saw this with the drones over New Jersey as well, the federal government not answering the questions from the public. And when they finally got a straight answer out of President Trump, they felt reassured that somebody recognized that this was something they were questioning and that they deserved answers. My goal and my mission is to build trust. We will undertake a large job and a large duty that we have to fulfill, that the American people expect us to do by securing our border, to make sure that our nation is a nation with borders, or we're no nation at all, and that we are making sure that those criminal actors that are perpetuating violence in our communities and in our cities and towns and states are removed from this country, that there's consequences for breaking the law in our country again. There has to be consequences, because when Americans break the law, there's consequences. And why would we ever allow someone to come in from another country and not allow them, and not have consequences, or allow them to continue to go forward and to commit rape and murders and break other laws that endanger our society. So we've had over 13,000 murderers that are loose in this country that have come over that border. We've had almost 16,000 rapists and sexual assault perpetuators that are loose in this country right now. 425,000 plus people have criminal convictions that are here illegally in this country that our current administration is doing nothing to round them up and get them out of our country. We will be doing that immediately, and that will be the priority. And that is one of the reasons that today the American people have lost their trust. President Trump will build it back and know that their federal government is accountable to them and is working to put America first again.
So Joe Biden completely opened our southern border and dismantled our entire immigration system. As a former governor, I know that when the federal government policies are broken and failing Americans, you see the impacts in your state, just like I did when I was a governor. And you take the steps necessary to protect the families in your state. I know you've done that. One thing you did, as you talked about before, you sent troops, our National Guard, to the southern border. Can you talk more about how Biden's open border policy has affected your state and communities and the role your state resources placed in helping secure the border?
You know, we certainly have seen the effects in South Dakota that many of your states did, and I would say every state has seen the effects of an open border and the policies that have been under the Biden administration. We saw increased crime, but we also saw increased drug activity. We saw cartel and their affiliates moving into our state to proliferate trafficking, and we saw people being victimized and a lack of accountability with the federal government. So when Texas was addressing the situation and asked other governors for help, we sent help. I know many of the other governors at the time were sending law enforcement, but I made the decision that at that time that it was more appropriate to send the National Guard, that our National Guard could be activated under Title 32 and sent to assist another state from the invasion that was happening, and because the National Guard is trained for just such a mission. Because of this invasion, that it is a war zone down there with what they are going to see, the threats that they would see, and that they are trained specifically to interact with other agencies. The National Guard is used to falling in with other agencies and cooperating with them and could do that seamlessly. And their families and their communities are advised to them being deployed. So we have in South Dakota deployed our National Guard to the southern border 8 different times. 2 of them were federal deployments that the Biden administration sent them down there. One was to send our Lakota helicopters, which were used for surveillance and the drug interdiction that was going on down there. But 6 other times I sent them under state activation to partner with Texas and other states in securing our southern border. They did security operations. They also did building of the wall and partnered with Texas, recognizing the failures of the federal government. The failures of the federal government are significant, and we've seen our families and communities devastated by those effects, by the drug epidemic, by the trafficking that's going on, the increased crime. And we recognize that just because the federal government wasn't doing their job, we could not fail our state. And I needed to protect the people of South Dakota, and the people of South Dakota were overwhelmingly supportive of these deployments and very proud of our National Guard.
When I was governor of Florida, there was a terrorist attack in Paris by Syrian refugees. So President Obama was president, and I said, I'd like to know if you're going to send refugees to my state, that you give us some background on them. You know, I assume you vetted them and tell us what's going on. You have to tell me, but you ought to tell our state law enforcement and our local law enforcement. All right, that they said, go jump in the lake. They're meaner than that, but they said, go, you know, you don't have no rights as a governor, which had made no sense. We had over 70,000 people come here after Afghanistan on planes into this country, completely unvetted, all right? They've never given our governors any information. So would you change that?
Yes, the communication between states and the federal government has been absolutely broken. And that's what I love about this committee is you do have governors sitting on this committee that have been in that role as a commander-in-chief and have the responsibility for being the CEOs of their state. It's a different perspective than serving. I served in Congress too, and both are extremely important, and they're just different in that responsibility that weighs on your shoulder. I often told folks that that is the thing that most times, if something was going to keep me up at night, it was the responsibility that I had being commander-in-chief, recognizing the decisions that I made. And I'm sure you had this feeling as well, Senator Scott, as governor, that impacted those families, those soldiers, and it impacted their communities when we pulled them out, and the importance of that. And when they were bringing refugees into the country, I as well communicated that to the federal government. They were bringing refugees, and I asked how they were vetted, how we were working with their home countries refugees to find out who they really were, what their intentions were, and why they were coming to the United States, and received no information from this administration, that vetting process was being done, that we knew where they're going. In fact, they kept us in the dark and didn't communicate to us even what states and where those refugees were being placed. So that is something that we need to change. When we have programs that fall under the purview of the Department of Homeland Security, there needs to be communication, especially with the governor, so that we can coordinate to ensure that it's the right thing for that state.
Thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Governor Noem. Really appreciate you being here. Welcome to your family as well.
Thank you.
And families do share in this kind of public service, and we appreciate them very much. As we discussed at our meeting last month, as a former governor, I appreciate the important responsibilities that governors have to ensure the safety and security of their communities, including by managing public safety and in emergency agencies. And I will say that in many ways, I agree with some of the things that Senator Scott just said about improving communication between the Department of Homeland Security and governors around who is being sent to states. It's a critical issue and something that I was frustrated by when I was governor. So I look forward to hearing more today about your priorities, if confirmed, about how your experience as governor would help you run the Department of Homeland Security. Let me just start by following up with a question that Senator Peters had also touched on. We have recently in New Hampshire seen a dramatic increase in unauthorized border crossings at the northern border. And when I was at the northern border recently, law enforcement told me about the need for more personnel and resources. We still don't have cell phone coverage in a lot of the stretch of our northern border. I've worked with Senator Kramer on bipartisan legislation to strengthen our northern border strategy because it's clear more support is needed. So, Governor, if you're confirmed, would you deploy additional full-time personnel and upgrade equipment along the northern border?
You know, Senator, I enjoyed our meeting that we had and you identifying the northern border issues that are going on, the lack of security and the lack of technologies that you really need to cover some of the landscapes that are there. Very different than the southern border, some just as equally challenging, but all need to be addressed. So I definitely will be working with you to ensure that our northern border is adequately resourced as well. And we do have to have the resources in order to be successful.
Right.
That's something I want to work with Congress, with the Senate and the House on to ensure that the resources are there to meet the challenges that we have. We have not fully utilized the technologies that are available that are necessary to really secure this country and to compete with those bad actors which wish to infiltrate our country. And having the ability to utilize them will make us much more safe. So I'll work with you most definitely in ensuring the northern border is protected.
Well, I appreciate that. And I just note, too, that at the same time, there's real concern in New Hampshire and all along the northern border that we strengthen the border and have the resources we need. We also have a really strong economic relationship with our our friends to the north and a lot of family relationships. So I think it's important that we're smart in the deployment of technology. We don't want to impede that flow of economy and people that's lawful, but we do want to make sure that we have the resources we need. I want to turn to the southern border now. At the southern border, we need significant technological investments to support law enforcement personnel in their efforts to catch fentanyl smugglers, to stop human traffickers, and seize the cash and illegal guns that criminals traffic southward to the cartels. And we talked about this a little bit. There's bipartisan support for these investments, and I've worked with colleagues, including Senators Langford and Cornyn, on legislation around these issues. Governor Noem, could you identify specific technological investments that you would make at the southern border, and are you willing to work with me on increasing southbound inspections if you're confirmed?
Yes, certainly, Senator. You've heard President Trump talk about the need to build a wall, and the wall and infrastructure is critically important, but also at our 382 legal ports of entry, we need to have technology so that flow can happen north and south, and it can happen in a legal manner to ensure that our commerce can continue to operate and that we can continue to make sure that we're also secure. I think de minimis shipments are a concern, and the need to look at those and how traffickers and fentanyl distributors are using that. I think we also need to use scanners, surveillance, operations. There's new technologies out there to cooperate with satellites in some area where the topography does not necessarily facilitate having actual infrastructure. And then also the ability to make sure that we're utilizing that technology that allows us to know what is going south that might be fueling some of the violence that ends up coming back north, and ensuring that we're stopping that before it has the chance to supply those cartel and bad actors that would come in.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, because the southbound flow, particularly of cash and weapons, fuels the cartels and strengthens them.
Absolutely.
And it's something that we really have to focus on. I also want to follow up on the issue of cybersecurity. Recently, criminals launched a successful cyber attack on PowerSchool, a cloud-based record management system that contains personal information about tens of millions of kindergartners through high school seniors, including many students and teachers in New Hampshire. This cyber attack on PowerSchool comes as schools and local governments across the country have seen a surge in cyber attacks on their systems. And when a small school of maybe a couple of thousand, system, maybe 1,000 students or so has to pay $2 million in ransom, I want you to think about what that does to one of our small communities, right? So Governor Noem, if you're confirmed, how will you empower the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to improve the cybersecurity of state and local governments in the United States?
Well, thank you, Senator. If I am confirmed and have the opportunity to serve as secretary of this department, I'll be following the Constitution and the rule of law, and then getting these departments back on mission to why they were created and why they are existing. What CISA should be doing is helping those small entities, those schools, those local city governments, the state governments, and the small businesses that are critical infrastructure that don't have the resources to stay on top of the critical protections that they need to enact.
Well, let me follow up just quickly on that one point. It's something we discussed when we had our meeting. I worked with Senator Cornyn on a bipartisan bill that became law that created a cybersecurity grant program for state and local governments. This is in addition to each state getting a cyber coordinator to help on the ground. We discussed this program, and I know you as governor had some reservations about the structure of the program. But if confirmed, will you commit to working with Congress to adjust it? I'd love your input about what gave you pause as governor. I think there were only 2 governors who didn't participate in the program. And I hope that as we work on the concerns you have, you'd work with me to adjust and reauthorize the program.
Yes, all grants within the department will be evaluated when I come in and be looked at to see what we can do to make sure that they're actually fulfilling the mission to which they were established. What I would say about the cybersecurity grants in South Dakota, when I came in as governor, one of my main priorities was to bring the next industry into the state. And I determined that that would be technology and cybersecurity. In fact, we have Dakota State University in our state, which is a cybersecurity national leader in training those cyber warriors that we need to protect us and keep us safe. I've since then partnered to grow and double the size of that school. We train a lot of NSA employees in South Dakota. And so understanding cybersecurity and my experience in that, I think, is critically important to the department and bringing it to the table to do this. You talked about why we didn't take that cybersecurity grant in South Dakota, and it's because the requirements of that grant would have caused me to grow my state government. The administration costs of it would have been much more than what it would have been able to facilitate at the local level. And our state was already proactively helping these individuals that needed the resources to secure their systems.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm way over time. There were very few requirements purposely in that grant program other than to make sure the money was being spent the way we authorized. But let's continue to talk about that. Thank you.
Senator Holling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Noem, welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. I'm delighted to see you here. I do notice the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee is over your shoulder there. I'd have to question your judgment about who your friends are based on that. The great chairman from the state of Missouri. It's fantastic to have you here. You know, the Department of Homeland Security is not particularly old, but you already have what I hope will soon be the distinction of succeeding the worst secretary in the history of the Department of Homeland Security. Alejandro Mayorkas has been an absolute disgrace to that department and frankly to this country. And I'm delighted to see you willing to step up and serve. Let me just ask you something. I repeatedly asked your predecessor when he sat where you're sitting whether the southern border was secure. And he repeatedly told me under oath, it is secure, Senator. And he repeatedly said under oath, our policies are working, Senator, meaning the Biden administration policies that, of course, gave us this devastating open border. So let me just ask you, is the southern border secure as we find it today?
Senator, no, the southern border is not secure today, but in just 3 days, we will have a new president in this country, President Donald J. Trump, and he will secure our border.
That is refreshing candor. I'm glad to hear it. Let me ask you about a young man from my state. This is Travis Wolf. He was 12 years old when he was killed just over a year ago by an illegal migrant who mowed him down, and I choose my words carefully, mowed him down in a motor vehicle, hit him head on, doing 75 and a 40, killed him. Others were severely injured. Just yesterday, a witness sitting where you are sitting today told this committee that migrant crime is, and I quote, not an actual concern. Not an actual concern. In a hearing before this committee advising us to drop the Lake and Riley Act and not focus on migrant crime. You know, in my state, with the death of people like Travis Wolf and Officer David Lee, who was assaulted and killed in St. Louis, and officers in Kansas City who have been assaulted by illegal migrants, and others who have been carjacked and stabbed, would you agree with me that migrant crime sure as heck is an actual concern and that you intend to do something about it?
Yes, Senator, absolutely. And I am so sorry about Travis and my prayers go out to his family. I can't even imagine what that is like. And thank you for telling his story, because there's so many families in this country that have that same story. And they don't understand why the federal government is allowing people to come into this country illegally and then perpetuate crimes against their people and then give them resources and shelter and food and debit cards to go take care of their families when they go to work every single day to make sure that they're providing for their families and are held accountable to when they break our laws. So,
let me ask you this. Will you work with President Trump to reinstate the Remain in Mexico program that the president had in place in his first term, which does so much to ensure that those who would seek to abuse our asylum system are not allowed into the country, and those who have legitimate asylum claims, their claims are processed in due order and in due course, but they wait in Mexico until those claims are fully processed. Will you work to reinstate that program?
yes, Senator, the president and I have talked extensively about this and will 100% partner with him to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy and make sure that it's in place.
Fantastic. I think Travis might be alive today if that policy had been in place. Let me ask you about CBP One, the phone app that I've called concierge service for illegal immigrants. I'm sure you're familiar with it. This was the Biden administration's effort to allow asylum seekers to apply ahead of time using their phones, but not actually to provide any evidence that they needed asylum. There was a newspaper report, a press report that said the only problem with the app is it never asks users, are you seeking asylum? They don't ask for any asylum evidence. They simply release these so-called asylum seekers who use the app into the country on parole. Sometimes they're never given a hearing. The Inspector General actually did a report, a full investigation report on CBP One, and found that frequently users of this app were claiming the same addresses in the United States as their intended destination, even though they didn't know each other, they weren't family connections. In other words, it has been completely abused. And the idea that the federal government would pay for this kind of concierge service for illegals, I think is outrageous. Will you end the use of the CBP One app?
Yes, Senator, if confirmed, and I have the opportunity to be secretary on day one, CBP One will be shut down. There's data and information in there that we will preserve so that we can ensure we know who's coming into this country and who's already here that we need to go find, but also we make sure that there's another program, CHNV, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, where our federal government actually paid to fly people into this country directly from other countries without any vetting or knowing who they are. So there's several of these programs that need to be eliminated, and we need to ensure that we're following legal immigration laws.
I'm glad you just mentioned CHNV. This is this is a mass parole program. Of course, as you know, our law allows parole in only very limited circumstances. There are two circumstances, and it requires case-by-case evaluation. The present administration, soon to be gone, has granted mass parole in direct defiance of the law, not case-by-case evaluation. The CHNV program is one of those instances. Will you put a stop to this abuse of our parole law and our asylum system?
Yes, we will go back to case-by-case evaluation of these parole cases and ensure that we have more resources if you will partner with us to make sure that our legal immigration system is fully utilized, that we have more judges, more immigration courts so that we can process people legally and make sure that they are going through that process rather than, like Joe Biden has done, use this as an excuse to allow people to come into our country with no consequences.
Let me ask you about another low light, not a highlight, but a low light of this last administration and DHS. Your predecessor, the current Secretary of DHS, established a disinformation board using taxpayer resources to police speech on the internet and elsewhere, to tag American citizens' viewpoints as either legitimate or not legitimate, and use the power of the state to censor them, including having them removed and perhaps penalized. This has got to be the darkest chapter, I think, in DHS's short history. He eventually withdrew the board under intense criticism, but has never fully repudiated it and never promised not to do it again. Will you pledge to us here today that under your leadership, there will never be a disinformation board or anything like it at DHS, and you will be a champion for the free speech and First Amendment rights of all Americans?
Yes, Senator, there will not be a board such as that under my leadership at the Department of Homeland Security.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you in my remaining seconds, just one more thing about the Secret Service. You've mentioned this, and I'm so glad that you did. This committee, and it has been bipartisan, this committee has done bipartisan work on the attempted assassinations, or the assassination attempts, I should perhaps say, of the former president, soon to be the future president, soon to be the president, President Trump. We were stymied at every turn. And I should use the present tense. We are currently being stymied at every turn by the current Secret Service leadership and, frankly, by the leadership of DHS, who have refused to turn over documents, who refused to make people available for interviews. We finally had to pass my own law in this committee, which we unanimously adopted, a law, a statute, mind you, which would require DHS and Secret Service to turn over relevant information to us about the assassination attempts. It's unbelievable. When you come to office, to this office, I hope very soon, will you pledge to us that you will open the books on all of the facts associated and around these assassination attempts, that you will make available to us and to the public, most importantly, all the facts so that we can ensure that this never happens again and that the needed reforms in the Secret Service are put into effect?
Yeah, Senator, if I am the Secretary of Homeland Security, I will certainly work with you to build transparency and make sure the facts are shared with you and your committee. I know that you've been very frustrated by the lack of transparency from the department, and I want to thank those of you that have worked on that report that was put together on these assassination attempts. I know it was a bipartisan report and investigation that this committee conducted, and I appreciate you focusing on that, and I will work with you to get the information so that you have the truth of really what happened there and the failures so they can be fixed.
Thank you. That's a great place to end, and a high note as I see my friend Senator Blumenthal, who did fantastic work on this effort, and it will be an incredible new day, and incredibly refreshing to have a DHS secretary who will tell us the truth, who will be honest with us about the facts, honest with the American people, and who will enforce our law. And I know you'll do that, Governor Noem. I look forward to supporting your nomination. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Senator Johnson. Welcome, Governor Noem, and thank you for being here. Thank you for visiting with me, and thank you to your family for their service as well. Let me begin on a high note, thanking Senator Hawley for his leadership on the effort that I led with him to essentially get some basic facts out of the Secret Service when we were investigating, Senator Johnson and I, as leaders of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation, helping to lead it with the chairman and ranking member here. And I'm hoping that you've read our report and that you will agree to begin implementing its recommendations, which call for major reforms, in my view, a house cleaning top to bottom in the Secret Service, and greater transparency with this committee and with the American public.
Yes, sir. I will certainly work with you to do that and to work to make sure that we have that transparency and the committee has the information that it needs to do due diligence of its oversight.
Our investigation is continuing.
Yep.
Senator Johnson and I have discussed it, and we will be making more requests to pursue the fact-finding that is so important. I want to ask you about disaster relief.
Mm-hmm.
California is on fire.
Mm-hmm.
The fires raging there are going to leave destruction and devastation that is heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
I am really disappointed with some of the statements that President-elect Trump has made. For example, saying that, quote, we won't give him, referring to Governor Newsom, money to put out all his fires, and if we don't give him money to put out fires, he's got a problem. The specter is there of potential discrimination based on politics, withholding money from California or other states. It's not an unfounded fear. In the last administration, there were public reports about President Trump withholding money from the state of Washington because of his disagreements with Governor Inslee. Connecticut, like the rest of the nation, suffers from these natural disasters. Most recently, in August, we were hit by major flooding, and these natural disasters are going to become more frequent, as will be the need for the federal government to meet the requests for declarations of natural disaster. I assume you will agree with me that withholding disaster relief by President Trump or any other chief executive of the United States is a violation of his duty and of law.
Well, Senator, leadership has consequences. And looking at the tragedy that's happening in California
I want to ask yes or no, with all due respect. It's an easy...
What's happening in California is the ramification of many decisions over many years. But under my leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, there will be no political bias to how disaster relief is delivered to the American people.
So if President Trump were to say to you, we're going to withhold money from Connecticut or Michigan or any of the states, Iowa, because we don't like the governor or we don't like the politics of the state, you would stand up to him and say, Mr. President, we need to allocate that money.
Well, Senator, in 3 days, President Trump will take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law in this country, and he will do that, and I'll be glad to have him back.
And I
don't
assume that's a
speak
yes.
to hypotheticals, which is what you're asking me to do, but what I will tell you is that as Secretary, I will do the same. I will deliver the programs as the laws dictate.
Well, it's more than a hypothetical, with all due respect, and I apologize for interrupting you, but my time is limited, as you know, as a veteran of these hearings. It's more than a hypothetical. It's based on experience with President Trump withholding money from Washington State and elsewhere. I need to know from you, will you stand up to the president and say, no, the Constitution and the Impoundment Act requires us, for example, to allocate the $100 billion that we have just appropriated in the last session to states like Connecticut, $3 million, Texas, $10 million, almost every one of the states represented here. Will you say no to the president if he withholds that money?
Sir, I don't know about the scenarios that you're referencing with President Trump, but what I will tell you is that if given the chance to be Secretary of Homeland Security, that I will deliver the programs according to the law and that it will be done with no political bias. And if the programs change or if you decide to change the rule of law, then I will follow that while adhering to the Constitution.
So you pledge to allocate and distribute that $100 billion?
According to how the program is written, with no political bias. Every American deserves to be there and have disaster relief the same as their neighbors.
Basically following the law.
Yes.
Let me ask you, Senator Peters asked you about homegrown terrorists. The New Orleans tragedy was the result of a homegrown terrorist born in this country, radicalized by ISIS. And it reflects the reason why the intelligence community, the FBI, almost all of our law enforcement has said repeatedly, domestic violent extremism is the most lethal and persistent threat to our security. That terrorist was radicalized by ISIS. The investigation is underway. We don't know all the facts, but we do know that he was a military veteran and ISIS was responsible for radicalizing him. Shouldn't we focus on ISIS as a threat to this country's security?
Senator, certainly we should be focused on all threats to this nation's security. That's the mission of the Department of Homeland Security, and homegrown terrorism is growing. We have more and more incidences. The tragedy we saw and the terrorist attack in New Orleans.
What will you do to combat it? What will you do to stop ISIS and other extremist organizations from radicalizing people in this country?
Well, certainly, Senator, I'll continue to work with the administration and our partners and the Department of Defense, the intelligence agencies, also within Secretary of State and the other branches and cabinet officials to make sure we're bringing all resources to bear to identify and to stop these types of terrorist activities. What I would say is the cybersecurity and intelligence elements that we have within the Department of Homeland Security have been incredibly siloed. They have not communicated with other intelligence agencies like they should and partnered. INA has some interaction, but not enough. And we also need to have CISA have interaction with the FBI, CIA to make sure they're working together to stop these types of threats and identify when they're growing among our citizens and how they become radicalized.
This area of questioning, I think, is supremely important. I know there's a lot of focus on we all want more border security. We want to stop migrant crime, but let's not take our eye off the ball. The governor of Louisiana for the Super Bowl ought to be really riveted on the potential for homegrown terrorism as a threat. And I hope that you will help him and other governors to do their duty to protect the people of the United States from that homegrown terrorist threat. Thank you.
I look forward to working
Senator
with you.
Ernst.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Governor Noem, thank you so much for being here today, and I want to thank you for your continuing service, the service that you had as a member of Congress, the service that you have displayed as a governor of the great state of South Dakota, our neighbor to the northwest, and for being willing to step up and take on this immense responsibility. So thank you so very much. We had such a good discussion when you came to my office in the last several weeks, and we talked about the importance of securing our border and fixing our broken immigration system. And I'd like to start today by sharing a story about one of my constituents from Council Bluffs, Iowa. And what we have seen through this broken border is tragedy that strikes so many families across the United States. So very similar to the story that was shared by my colleague from Missouri with his constituent, Mr. Wolf. I have a young woman by the name of Sarah Root who encountered tragedy on January 31st, 9 years ago. So Sarah Root was struck and killed by an illegal immigrant who was drunk driving. He was driving at 3 times the legal limit of alcohol. And Sarah's killer was bonded out before the Roots laid her to rest. He fled the country and has not been seen or heard from since. The Root family has not seen justice. So, Governor, how do you plan to prioritize the detention and deportation of illegal immigrants like Sarah's killer?
Senator, thank you for telling Sarah's story. I remember when this happened because it was so close to home and so devastating for her and her family and the entire state of Iowa and our country. President Trump is focused on making sure that these types of situations don't happen again, that we don't continue to lose our children and our family members to illegal immigrants that come in and perpetuate crime and with no accountability, and then are released with no consequences. So the number one priority of the president is to secure the border and to deport these criminal actors immediately and as soon as possible. They will be the number one priority to make our communities safer and so that we don't have this kind of situation going forward. In fact, people, I think when they first heard my name being mentioned and nominated for the Department of Homeland Security, maybe thought it was a little bit of a surprise. Like, oh, I didn't think about Kristi doing that job. But I tell people the reason that I asked for it is because I knew it was the president's number one priority. I knew that it needed to have someone in the position that would do what the president promised the American people, would be strong enough to do it, and follow through to make sure that we're protecting our communities and America, but that also came at it from a perspective of how these families feel, that was a wife and a mom and a grandmother, and would be able to stand up and communicate to the American people what we were doing and why we were, because it's what they asked us to do. I have 3 grandchildren and 1 more on the way, and when I look at little Miss Addie every day, I just think, what kind of a country is she gonna grow up in? What kind of a country will we leave her and her brother and a sister? And I don't want them to think that their grandma sat on the sidelines and didn't do all that she could. So I will enforce the Constitution and the law, and I will make sure that when people enact horrific things like this that happened to Sarah and her family, that there will be consequences for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a fellow grandma, I know that you are perfectly positioned to enforce this. I do want to move on to another topic that we visited about in my office. So I'm the founder and the chair of the DOJ Senate caucus. And so we do need greater government efficiency. And I do believe in order to do that, we need less of our employees teleworking and more of those government workers back in the office working for our constituents. And to that end, it ties together then too. We just found out that the Treasury Department had a cyber attack on December 8th from China. And no surprise here, they access servers through work from home software. So it all ties together. We need more people back in the offices, making sure that any communications are secured, any work is secured. And to that, I know the Biden administration has put a huge emphasis on the cyber bureaucracy, but they haven't really done anything about it. And they haven't given any authority to those that are enforcing the standards. So we need to enforce the standards that are set forth to make sure the cybersecurity is truly there. But what can DHS do? One, with telework, how do we get the employees back? And then 2, how do we make sure that our systems are secure from these cyber attacks?
Well, Senator, thank you for focusing on remote work and the need to get people back in their offices and accountable to the work that they do. In fact, I've heard since being nominated for this position that many of the agencies within the department are not showing up, they're not doing their jobs. But even FEMA, who is responsible for disaster response, that they have the alternative, some of these employees, to not even respond to a disaster, which might explain the horrific results that we saw in North Carolina when they had such a terrible disaster that impacted families and communities, and FEMA failed them so miserably. If it's not even a responsibility of them to show up when terrible things happen, what other day-to-day activities are not getting done because they're working for home or not doing their job at all. You talked about cybersecurity and the need to ensure that our systems are safe and secure. One of the things that disturbs me the most is that we don't necessarily even know how some of these espionage attacks that have infiltrated our systems have happened. We don't know how to stop them yet. We don't have the knowledge, and that our departments and intelligence agencies and cybersecurity agencies have become siloed and aren't working together to stay in front of these bad actors. But many times our most vulnerable area happens at the state and local level. Some of these smaller entities that feed information into our systems is where they choose to infiltrate and get our data and to really hold for ransom many of these companies and then impact our federal systems as well. So one of the first meetings I had when I was elected governor with the former governor during the transition was he said the #1 priority you're going to have as governor is to secure our systems. He said our systems are so antiquated and we've had over 16,000 hacking attempts in just the last month. You need to secure our systems and get it done. So that was a priority for me. And to do that, and we fully funded it and got it done in South Dakota, and it's being implemented today. I look forward to doing that at the federal level to make sure that people's data and information is safe, but also our country is safe from these bad actors that have a plan to take us out.
Well, thank you. My time has expired, but I do want to end on a note that another thing that I do truly appreciate about you and your nomination is that as a governor, you have worked with those local constituencies as well and those local governments. And I know that this will be an incredible strength that will ensure continued success for you within the department. So thank you, Governor, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Governor, it's good to see you.
Good to see you again,
Thanks for
too.
coming before our committee. I wanted to just ask you, not just about your work, but how it's going to fit into the broader incoming Trump administration. And in particular, I guess I'm uncertain about roles and responsibilities regarding your position and Tom Homan's. I guess I just want to ask you just point blank, like, who's going to be in charge of the border?
Well, the president will be in charge of the border. It's a national security issue, and the president is in charge of this country and has made a promise to the American people, and we will fulfill his agenda.
Well, that was a good answer. It's the answer I would have given as well. But I guess I got confused. When Trump made the announcement about Tom Homan, he said, quote, I'm pleased to announce that Tom Homan, and said that he's in charge of our nation's borders. So I guess, again, I'd just like to go back to you. How are you going to work with Mr. Homan? What is the division there? I'm trying to get a better sense of who's in charge.
Yeah, Tom Homan is an incredible human being who has over 30 years of experience.
Incredible experience,
Yeah,
I get
at the
that.
border
I'm just trying to
and
think
the
through
insight and wisdom.
decision-making process when it comes to your work. For instance, will he be giving orders directly to CBP, ICE, USCIS?
Tom Homan has a direct line to the president. He is an advisor to the president, the border czar. I obviously will be, if nominated and confirmed, and put into the position of being the Department of Homeland Security Secretary and responsible for the authorities that we have and the actions that we take.
I say this because I actually want to make sure that we're empowering the next Secretary of Homeland Security.
Yes.
You know, in the legislation that was codified by Congress and moved forward that started this after September 11th, it said, quote, all functions of all offices, employees, and organizational units of the department are vested in the Secretary. So I guess the reason why I mentioned this is I've just seen some quotes from Mr. Homan where he said, quote, I'll be making decisions on border security and deportation. He was asked in another interview about the stronger role that he'll play, and he said, absolutely, I'll be making decisions on how we do the border. So I just raise that as a concern of mine, because not only is that about the function of our executive branch, but also the capabilities of this committee to be able to properly do our constitutional duties for oversight, the ability for us to be able to have that conversation. We can talk to you, engage with you, that is the direct way. But if he is going to be making decisions, then he should come before this committee as well. And I know that that's something where, as far as I know, his role will be directly at the White House, is not something that will be under the purview directly of this committee. So I just wanted to raise those concerns.
Yeah, Tom and I work very well together and talk and communicate all the time, and we'll be working together on a daily basis when we're in our positions under the new administration. And I would say there's no authorities being planned to be taken away from the department or myself if I'm in the role, and
But
we'll
it sends
continue
some
to
mixed
oversee
signals. You can
CBP.
understand how, you know, people in my home state, maybe around the country, when they hear Mr. Homan saying, I'm making the decisions, when they hear President-elect Trump say he's in charge of our border. So, you know, I urge, you know, that we're going to try to do our best to try to make sure we're empowering the department, empowering the next secretary, because it's where our laws are invested in our decision-making.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Senator, and we'll make sure you have all the information that you need. And Tom, working directly with the president, and I working directly with the president, hope to help you get all that you need to reassured that the authorities will stay the same as they currently are, but we will continue to work to secure that border and make sure that we're working together in that way.
I want to just switch gears about, you raised the concerns about terrorism, especially foreign terrorist groups. I guess I just want to ask you, what are the major foreign terrorist groups that are, well, first of all, what are the major foreign terrorist groups that are out there that we're tracking? Which are the ones that are concerns to us in terms of potentially trying to inspire or coordinate an attack upon us? And if you can just give me a sense of what their current capabilities are to try to enact that.
Well, I think we face a lot of threats, Senator, and since I'm not in the role today, I shouldn't get into specifics with you, but I think
you can at least get into
years,
specifics about what organizations that are out there.
Yes,
so I just wanted to get a sense of
we
your
have
knowledge of the
all the
organizations.
traditional terrorist organizations that have always threatened the United States.
Such
but I would
as?
also say, Hamas, ISIS, continuing down that path of those terrorist organizations. But we'll continue to also focus, though, not just on those, but also the cartels, their partnership with the Chinese, and what they are doing. Listen, I've told people for years, for over 30 years, I've worked on national policy, on food policy, on agriculture policy, and I've seen the Chinese agenda to infiltrate our country, control our food supply chain, but also their manipulation of their currency and stealing our IP. And now I believe that this fentanyl crisis that they have flooded our country with is geared, and the purpose of it is to kill our next generation of Americans.
No,
It is to
I
control
don't
us.
discount the
So
importance
when you
of
focus
those.
on one or two groups, I think it takes your eye off the ball as to where all the threats could come from. We just spent a significant amount of time talking about homegrown terrorism as well.
Correct. And I'm
about
glad we're having that conversation. But the reason why I mentioned it, I was not trying to quiz you or anything of that nature. It's just that, when the Department of Homeland Security, when their threat assessment for 2025 lists 3 organizations, lists Al-Qaeda, lists ISIS, in particular ISIS Khorasan, and the IRGC and the threat from Iran. I just want to make sure that I get it. You're talking about the importance of the border. We all understand that. We want to work with the incoming administration to try to have an orderly process, one with that. But I just want to make sure that in particular DHS, the primary mission, if we look at the founding legislation, the primary mission, the very first mission is prevent terrorist attacks within the United States and do everything we can to minimize that type of threat. So yes, I do think it's important for us to focus in on 1, 2, or 3, or just wherever these terrorist groups are at. Yes, I know that part of that effort to try to minimize terrorist attacks is through the work that we try to do to secure our borders, all of them, air, sea, and land. But the primary mission still is about preventing terrorism, not just the border security. That's a tool to be able to accomplish that. So I just raise that with you. I want to make sure that the next Homeland Security Secretary has a very detailed knowledge and understanding about the terrorist groups, their capabilities, and is tracking that on an absolute daily basis, and that they understand that is their top mission. And with that, I'll yield back to the chairman.
Senator Johnson.
Governor Noem, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to serve. You'll be taking over a massive federal government agency, 240,000 employees. It's probably too massive. I think had I been there back then, I don't think I would have assembled these 22 different agencies in this massive department, but that's what we've got. It's a department that the previous administration, I think, has completely misused. Instead of using Customs and Border Protection to do that, to protect our border and secure it, they've utilized those resources to incentivize a massive influx of illegal immigration. Instead of using the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency to do that, they instead engaged in mission creep and utilized it to censor Americans with the Misinformation Board. I am concerned about disaster relief, just federal disaster relief in general, creating greater and greater and increasing levels of moral hazard, resulting in higher costs of these disasters. So let's cover each one of those kind of in order. How do you gain control over a massive agency whose resources and personnel have been misused. I mean, how do you root out those individuals who, instead of securing our border, opened it up and facilitated this?
Well, Senator, this has been a big topic of conversation in most of the meetings that I've had with the members of this committee was how do we fix this agency, which the reputation is that it's broken and dysfunctional. I think that was the question I get asked the most is why would you want to head up such a dysfunctional department? And I would say that because the mission of the department is to secure the homeland and our people. It's our biggest vulnerability right now. And we have a president that's not enforcing the law. And I don't believe the law should be unequally applied. Everyone should be subject to our laws, and a nation without laws and without borders is not a nation at all. So I will work by ensuring one of the things that Senator Ernst talked about, people have to show up for work. I think there's going to be a majority of people who don't have their primary mission to secure the homeland, that if they don't want to show up for work, then maybe they're just not truly passionate about protecting America. I think they need to do that, and they need to recognize what their job is. The morale in DHS is very low. I'm going to let people do their jobs. I'm going to remind them what their jobs are. Some of these Border Patrol agents haven't been able to do their jobs for a very long time. They've been processing paperwork and facilitating an invasion when they should be back securing our border, which is why they were recruited and wanted to serve there to begin with. We're going to build partnerships with local law enforcement, with ICE and task forces. So we're communicating again with local sheriffs and mayors and law enforcement to partner together. When you talk about the fact that this is such a broken agency that needs so much improvement, a lot of it goes back to why we're recreated and are we fulfilling that mission and making sure that these individuals are getting back on task.
So under my chairmanship and under the Trump administration, we did rename a part of DHS, the Cybersecurity Information Security Agency. I in no way, shape, or form ever contemplated that the sub-agency within DHS that was really focused on securing us against the cyber threats and other threats to our infrastructure would ever be used to violate the Constitution the way it was used to violate the Constitution under the Biden administration. This administration has been completely opaque. We do not have the information to know and the communication in terms of what all happened here. So my question relates to how they misused CISA. Will you commit to providing the transparency, providing the information, investigate it yourself, but provide this committee, my subcommittee, the information to expose the truth to the American public, but even more importantly, propose a piece of legislation based on our investigation, based on those results, to fix it so that no administration can ever misuse the language of the law to commit that kind of unconstitutional act and violate people's First Amendment rights.
Yeah, Senator, I look forward to working with you on that. And I think what we saw during the COVID pandemic, the actions of CISA, their misinformation and disinformation campaign, the materials they were putting out was shocking. Shocking at what they were doing to decide what was truth, what wasn't, and how they were trying to manipulate the American people. We saw it in elections, and Russia influence as well. And so ensuring that they can't do that in the future under any administration would be a priority, that they stay doing what they're supposed to do, and hardening our systems and working with local officials to do that is a priority. And I'd look forward to working with you on legislation should you wish to rein them in.
So the first step in that process is to expose the truth, to find out who these bad actors were, expose who they were, hold them accountable. I mean, that is crucial that we take that first step. So again, look forward to working with you on that. You know, the tragedy of the California fires, the more we learn, the more we understand that not only was it predictable, it was predicted, which means it was preventable. Again, you're not going to be, you can't prevent the initiation of those fires, but you certainly prevent them from raging into the tragedy that they became, the dozens of people who've lost their lives, the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of property damage. It's not just California, though. I mean, again, that was grotesque mismanagement. That could have been prevented. You can't prevent a hurricane. You can't prevent floods. but you certainly can try and start reducing the moral hazard that we've allowed to explode, quite honestly, by the federal government rushing in immediately, no questions asked, just tell us, tell us how big a check you want. What can you do in your new role to try and start reducing over time the moral hazard that we have created in this country with federal disaster relief?
Well, Senator, emergencies and disasters are always locally led. They're led by the local communities and leaders, and that's because they're much more responsive and much better informed on how to bring relief and to get those emergency services there to meet the need. Then it's state supported and federally resourced. Which means that when we come in, that we're supporting what the mission is, what those emergency operations and plans are that the local city and county and then also the state has implemented and do what we can to fulfill the mission of our programs. One of the things that FEMA's not doing today that I think we should be doing is streamlining communications. We saw this in New Orleans, we saw it in other terrorist attacks in the country, and you just referenced it as well about the American people not getting the truth, senators not getting the truth and the transparency that we need, is that I believe FEMA can always put out a blueprint for what a response would be should something terrible happen. And when we look at the Secret Service, what happened in Butler, we saw that communication was an issue, that the Secret Service wasn't communicating and balls were getting dropped with local authorities, local law enforcement, and we can put forward a blueprint for how communication can happen and be streamlined between the federal government, the state, and the local entities, so that should something happen, this is how we talk to each other, to make sure that the public has the facts, they're not getting misinformation, which happened with the New Orleans terror attack just recently, but also up in Pennsylvania as well. That blueprint is what we do at the state level that FEMA has failed to do, to proactively educate the public on what everybody's roles are, what we do should something happen, whether it be a natural disaster or a terrorist attack or an emergency response is needed, that we can put out those blueprints ahead of time, educate people, train those local entities, which they currently do to a certain extent today, but not good enough to really know that not only can the resources be pre-deployed in many of these situations so that they're more readily accessible, but also how are we going to communicate and make sure everybody's on the same page so that we can be much more efficient. I wish that we would have had different leadership and a different governor in California, or we might have a different result there. But in the Department of Homeland Security, we can do all that we can to make sure that the people that live in California know that they're going to get a response from the federal government that's appropriate, and we did all that we could to make sure that they had the information ahead of time so they could protect themselves when they do have a failure in leadership like we've seen.
Well, thank you and good luck.
You bet.
Since Senator Johnson brought up California fires, I have to interject here. We talked about burn policies, these are local policies, how we try to not have so much brush and things like that. They're also next to the largest body of water in the world, the Pacific Ocean. So I see these homes all burning on the beach in Malibu, and I'm like, wow, if they just had a generator and a hose, you start sucking the water out of the Pacific Ocean, but you could do more than that. You could pump it and put it in cisterns up in the hills a mile or two in. It doesn't rain very much there, but why don't they take the ocean water, put it in cisterns, and have a bunch of water ready when a wildfire shows up? But it's like, once again, bad local government. Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Governor, for your attendance, and I appreciate us meeting last week and our frank conversation. So in partly following up to our conversation, in recent years, I've been in very close contact with our Arizona border communities, which are unlike other border communities, and about the funding needs to address migrant influxes through the Shelter and Services Program, or SSP. Without this funding, border communities must bear all the financial burden for national immigration challenges and the broken border in general. So that means police, fire, hospital systems, in general, anything of that. And at the same time, they will also face the potential challenges of street releases. And again, these are very small towns on the border, so having thousands of people being released becomes both burdensome, security issues, and just not fair to them. And we get lumped in with places like New York and Chicago about how they do their shelter programs. Our shelter programs are not the same as New York and Chicago. We do not permanently put people in apartments or anything of that nature. We are trying to move people away from the border so that way they don't become a burden on these very, very small communities. So I'm very highly concerned, as I told you in our meeting, when the SSP program becomes politicized and to the point where we get lumped in with those programs I don't think are effective and are actually counterproductive, and it ends up depriving our small Arizona borders of these very, very vital funds that they need. So as DHS Secretary, how would you ensure that border communities are not left to respond to and pay for these immigration influxes, the broken border system on their own? And when you commit to helping really not politicize or just join the SSP program to the point where places that are doing things correctly, like Yuma, Arizona, like Pima County, like Cochise County, aren't lumped in with the people that are doing things incorrectly, like New York State and Chicago?
Well, Senator, thank you for the conversation in your office about the program, FEMA, the southern border and the challenges, and then also the difference between your state and how you utilize funds versus other states. I would say that my hope is that if given the opportunity to serve as secretary, that the federal government would no longer, and I believe as President Trump has promised the American people, facilitate an illegal alien invasion, and that your communities in Arizona would no longer have the issue with having people in your small towns and communities that you need to figure out how to take care of and get them to where they want to go in other places of the country. The president has promised he will secure the border, that we will uphold our nation's laws, and that he will do that to the benefit and be putting America first again. So I know we talked extensively about the SSP program and how you've utilized it, but getting these programs back to what they were intended is important. FEMA is a disaster response agency, and some of the facilities that have been utilizing these types of funds and dollars need to be reevaluated and to make sure that it's truly doing the service that is upholding our nation's laws.
And certainly I understand reevaluating, especially how some of these states have been using it. In an ideal world, we don't have to have a program like that because we don't have this mass of humanity that's coming towards our borders. But even under the first Trump administration, we actually still needed it also. So this is why my concern is to not get rid of this program because, again, these small communities, I'm talking communities of maybe 10,000 people, maybe only 6 or 7 cops are going to end up really bearing the brunt. And we're not a big state. We can't really compensate for those types of losses. These small communities are also largely in, you come from a rural state, counties that are largely rural with a lot of federal land, so they actually don't even have a tax base. So when the broken immigration system sends people to these borders and we end up not having to have enough, these communities don't have enough money to pay for cops, firefighters, overtime for hospital systems, it's that type of program that keeps these small communities afloat. So I just want to make sure, that again, this does not become politicized and that we are kept separate from, I think, the mistakes that other states have taken on. Moving on, in Arizona, we have large parts of the border that run through tribal lands. We have 22 federally recognized tribes. We have great relationships with these tribes. They want to be collaborative partners when it comes to border security. And then we have some great programs that have worked in the past. For example, the Shadow Wolves program with the Tohono O'odham Nation. It's a really good example, collaborative program of tribal law enforcement that worked with DHS to make sure they stop human smuggling and cartels going through the borders. But as DHS Secretary, what is your plan to consult with our border tribes and work together to balance both national security but also their sovereignty?
Yeah. Well, Senator, I believe that my experience as governor and my relationship with working with our tribes is going to be an incredible, powerful tool for me to bring to bear at the Department of Homeland Security to work on how we secure our southern border, but still respect their sovereignty and still be able to work with them. This year, when looking at public safety issues that we had in South Dakota and their lack of ability to hire tribal officers on our reservations in South Dakota, I offered to train federal law enforcement officers, BIA officers, but also their tribal police in Dakota at no cost to our tribes. And it's been an incredible, powerful tool that we've had to build relationships. Those tribal police had the chance to go through academy with the local maybe deputies from the counties and the state highway patrol troopers that were coming on board. And those relationships have built partnerships in our state that we didn't have before. The Shadow Wolf training opportunity is incredible that was down in Arizona that you spoke of too. And in looking into that program, I'd like to continue to build on that and perpetuate in the future so that our tribes have an opportunity to have a secure border, but also have it reflect their values and their culture and have their own people be a part of the solution. And then even when it comes to the infrastructure of the wall, that we're respecting that in their landscapes and their land as well. So I look forward to working with you as we move into this next administration to be able to protect our country and then work and respect our tribes as we do so.
Thank you. And the President Trump and some of his other potential staff and advisors have been very vocal about implementing a mass deportation strategy. You know, talking to my agricultural community, my dairy community, they have concerns that this approach will lead to workforce shortages that will further drive up the costs of everything. And something that we have really been working hard to across, I think, in a bipartisan manner to bring down the costs of everything. And unfortunately, this would reignite inflation. What is your plan to ensure safe and legal immigration processes for agricultural workers while protecting local agricultural operations, including those both in of our home states?
Well, Senator, the President and President Trump has been very clear that his priority is going to be deporting criminals, those who have broken our laws and perpetuated violence in our communities. That'll be the priority. And as I spoke earlier with our statistics, having over 425,000 of those with criminal convictions in our country, that will be a focus that we need to tackle right away, and it'll be a big one. Beyond that, his next priority is going to be those with final removal orders and focus on those individuals who have long overstayed and that there is a consequence for ignoring our federal laws. Beyond that, we'll continue conversations. As you know, I'm a farmer and a rancher and come from an agricultural state, and we'll work together to make sure that laws are followed. You know, it is the Senate and the House that puts forward the laws. I, as Secretary, uphold the law. So you determine what that is, and debate and discussion. I'll be transparent and share as much information and insight as I have with my background and experience, and continue to work with you.
Senator Moreno.
First of all, thank you, Governor, for being here and for testifying before this committee, and for your service, not just to your state, but to America. 9 years ago today, we met in probably the coldest day I've ever been in my life in Iowa. Yes, as you and I were making phone calls and whipping up votes for Republicans in Iowa. My wife, Bridget, who's here, got a chance to meet you. And we left Iowa saying, that person's really going to go far. And here we are 9 years later. You've been an amazing governor, amazing congresswoman, and now you're going to make an even better Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. So I think sometimes in D.C. we tend to complicate things. There is a current Secretary of Homeland Security. So why don't we take this opportunity to do a little job review and compare and contrast him to you. So just if you don't mind, I'll ask you some questions and you can give me an answer. Secretary Mayorkas allowed you said it, just about 400 people on a terror watch list to come into this country illegally. If you were confirmed as Secretary of Homeland Security, how many people on the terror watch list would you allow into this country?
Well, Senator, we would work every single day until we had that number was zero. And if you look at the previous Trump administration over his entire 4 years, in comparison to Joe Biden's number, President Trump, it was 11 that were then removed from the country and faced consequences. When you look at the 382 that Joe Biden has let in, and the policies continue, is shocking and needs to be changed immediately.
Mayorkas let in about 12,000 murders. How many would you target to let into this country?
My goal every day would be to have no murders allowed into this country and our communities.
Mayorkas allowed 16,000 rapists. How many would you target to let in?
Every day I'd work to make sure that there was none let into this country.
He let 600,000, Mayorkas, 600,000 people with criminal convictions. How many would you allow in?
We would work every day to make sure people are safe and that those with criminal convictions are immediately removed.
How many private jets would you have the United States taxpayers have fly into foreign countries to pick up people to bring them here?
Yeah, Senator, we will no longer be undertaking that mission at the Department of Homeland Security.
So not 700,000 individuals on private jets over the last 4 years. You would not have any?
No. I'll be working with President Trump to put in place his agenda in adherence to our federal laws.
And how many illegals will you plan to house in luxury hotel rooms in Manhattan at a cost of $6,000 per month?
Sir, clearly, Senator, during this election, the American people said they did not support that and that that would not be a part of this new administration.
How about sex change operations for illegals? How many of those would you suspect you would fund?
Senator, I believe that the Department of Homeland Security will be reevaluating its mission in this country to not allow that going forward under President Trump's goals.
And if you had an illegal migrant that was in this country and they committed a crime, would you offer them airfare from one state to another to evade law enforcement?
Sir, I will be following this nation's laws and the Constitution and make sure that all laws are adhered to.
And if you had been the head of the Department of Homeland Security a year or so ago, would you have closed a detention center in Georgia that would have allowed the release of somebody charged with a crime?
Sir, I don't have the specifics to that situation, but certainly that would not be something that I would want to have under my watch.
So just to be clear, Lakem Riley would be alive today if you had been the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Senator, my hope is that that would be true, yes.
Let's switch to another part of the disgraceful immigration laws that Biden and Mayorkas, who objectively, by the way, objectively has been the worst cabinet member ever in the history of the United States of America. Let's talk about temporary protective status. Temporary being the operative word. Mayorkas and Biden just extended temporary protective status again through 2027. Will you continue to corrupt TPS to allow some sort of open borders agenda? And will you use hot weather of 80 degrees and sunny beaches in El Salvador as a reason why people have to stay in America and not safely return?
Yeah, Senator, this program has been abused and manipulated by the Biden administration, and that will no longer be allowed to allow that and these extensions going forward the way that they are. The program was intended to be temporary, and this extension of over 600,000 Venezuelans as well is alarming when you look at what we've seen in different states, including Colorado, with gangs doing damage and harming the individuals and the people that live there.
And in terms of our border, like the physical border, I've been there many times, you've been there many times. Who should be in charge? Who should have operational control of our border? The United States government or the Mexican drug cartels?
Oh, Senator, the United States needs to control our borders and secure them.
So if this were a job interview in the private sector, and you had somebody like Alejandro Mayorkas in charge, and we had the opportunity to upgrade to you, this would be the greatest upgrade in history of the United States of America. But I'm going to end my time with a startling statistic and actually a challenge to the Democrat Party. When Mayorkas was confirmed, every single Democrat voted to confirm him. And 6 Republicans joined all 50 Democrats in that confirmation. If we get to the vote, and hopefully, Chairman, we could do that Monday, because we cannot wait one single day without you being in charge of that department. We should have 100%, 100 senators vote for your confirmation. This will be the litmus test, in my mind, as to whether we have a Democrat Party that's actually serious about doing bipartisan things like securing this country and protecting our citizens. Any Democrat that voted for Mayorkas that does not vote for you should be in front of their voters and removed from office. Thank you for serving, Brian. Thank you for being here, putting up with the nonsense that you guys have had to put up with over the years. You are going to make an amazing Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Slotkin.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for our time in my office. Governor, I'm a former CIA officer, joined right after 9/11, and served 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. I'm actually the first CIA officer in the Senate. To me, the most important thing, again, as a Democrat from a state that Trump won, right, on the same ballot, we both won. I understand we're going to have different policy opinions. I certainly understand that the president our incoming president has the right to nominate whoever he wants. Those are not the issues for me that I'm going to spend my time on. The ones that I care about the most relate to the mission of the organization when it was founded, protecting the homeland. And I think, to me, it's one thing when there's campaign rhetoric or politicization of things. Everyone does that on both sides of the aisle in this committee and in our line of work. But when it comes to actually protecting the country, you do have to be clear and honest about facts and not conflate things. So it's just important to me that I know, particularly since you do have one of the intelligence agencies within the Department of Homeland Security, that you're gonna call a spade, right? The most recent acts of domestic terrorism in New Orleans, horrible incident, in Nevada, had nothing to do with migrants, correct?
Correct.
They were homegrown American citizens. One of them was actually in a very elite military unit. I mean, it's horrible. It's one of the hardest things to catch, the sort of lone wolf, radicalized American citizen. But I want to protect ourselves. Our most recent examples of domestic terrorism were not what we've spent the majority talking about today, crime from a migrant. And I don't dispute there is crime. But I just want to know, and I want to hear from you as an intelligence officer, that you're going to speak about real threats and not blow something up, politicize something, make something more exciting because that's maybe what the president wants to hear, but your mission to protect and defend the Constitution means calling honestly what the threats are to the country. Can you just give me a yes or no, please?
Yes, Senator, I will be as transparent and factual every day with you and the American people as possible based on the information that I have. I don't know if the investigations are closed in New Orleans and in Nevada, but what we know so far and needs to be relayed to the American people needs to be the truth and facts.
Yeah, I'd ask that. We've talked a lot about border security. As a CIA officer, I think one of the only people on this committee who's actually worked on protecting the homeland. I'm a Middle East terrorism and militia expert by training, so I believe deeply in it. And every country of the world gets to decide who comes inside its borders. That's not a radical concept. But I think I've been open with this committee that it is also on us to fix the deeply broken legal immigration system. I'm glad to hear that you're gonna carry out the laws on the immigration system. Democrats and Republicans are to blame that we haven't fixed this system. But I also believe you can't fully control the border unless you give people that we need for our companies, for our economy, a legal vetted way to come here. So do you believe in legal vetted immigration and that we need more of it in the United States?
I do believe we need to follow our legal immigration laws and that it needs to be vetted. We need more resources, I believe, in some of the elements of this to ensure
Do you believe that our economy depends and needs some level, just like your family came from Norway and on economic, drive and wanted a better life?
Immigration's always been a part of our history and will be a part of our future. We just need to make sure that we're adhering to our nation's laws, which this body has the ability to
I'm with you.
continue to change and to put in place.
Again, going back to the fact that you will pledge an oath to the Constitution, not to President Trump, just like every other nominee. President Trump said in November that he is willing to use law enforcement, National Guard, or even active duty military to go after, quote, the threat from within the United States. I don't know exactly what he was talking about. But we have recent examples from your predecessors at DHS where federal law enforcement were sent into a state, in this case, Oregon, without coordination with the governor. Those federal law enforcement officers at the time were putting down threats to federal buildings, and they were legitimate threats. I don't dispute there was destruction of property going on during a bunch of protests and riots. So I don't dispute that, but they weren't wearing insignia. We talked about this. They weren't wearing any markings. So people were arrested by folks in fatigues with no names, no idea who they were, like right out of a bad Hollywood movie, okay? If the president asks you to send in federal law enforcement to a state without coordination of that governor, would you support that action?
Senator, the my job, if nominated and sworn in as Secretary of Homeland Security, is to uphold the Constitution and to
So you will
uphold
push
the rules
back?
of this country. Yes, that will be the oath and the pledge that I will be making. And my goal also is to work with you to ensure that we have situations that are always appropriate, that we are well-defined on
I just
who we
need to know,
are.
you're a former governor. You can imagine that if Joe Biden sent in 700 federal law enforcement under Secretary Mayorkas without coordinating with you, I think we can agree you'd be a little upset. So I just ask that you give the same respect for coordination, and that we are very sensitive. People are worried about politicizing of law enforcement and the uniformed military. That's a bad thing. I hope we can agree. Lastly, I will just say, look forward to looking at the northern border, the Gordie Howe Bridge, your help staffing that. We know you aren't, right now, across many administrations, we haven't met our staffing goals at DHS, and that's a problem, so we really want to make sure that opens on time. But I also want your assurances, you received FEMA assistance from Joe Biden's administration, right? You had historic floods, you asked and requested of the administration, and you were given millions of dollars to help with that. I understand you don't like Gavin Newsom, but can you say in front of the American people that you will open the books to this committee, who does have oversight over FEMA, right? That you will open the books in a bipartisan way to ensure, whether it's North Carolina or California or anywhere in between, that the American people can know that you are not playing politics with disaster assistance?
Yes, Senator, I'll work with you and this committee to make sure I'm following the federal law and ensuring that you have information and transparency from us and from DHS and FEMA.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yield back.
Senator Langford.
Governor Noem, great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for accepting this nod that the president has given you. For Brian, thanks. Both of you, you've walked through a lot. I have had the privilege of knowing you for a very long time, since we served together in the House of Representatives. So I have the benefit of knowing your qualifications and how strong you are in all these background issues and how hard you work on these things, because I've seen it firsthand. So I appreciate you stepping into this, because a lot of attention across the country will be focused on this. You know that full well, and you've stepped into it. For Governor Landry, my state and many folks in my state are praying for you and for your state. You've done a great job in leadership at this moment in a very, very tough time for Louisiana. And we don't want to see acts of terrorism anywhere in our country. It's incredibly difficult days for a governor. So thanks for your leadership on that as well. I also have to tell you, Kristi, I've whined to my wife occasionally about the temperature that's coming on Monday. I'm very excited about Trump's inaugural, but we're all going to be sitting outside in about 12 degrees. And I thought, just for fun, I would check South Dakota on Monday. It's 1 for a high. For a high.
Yeah, for a high.
And so I'm going to stop whining about the temperature Monday here in Washington, D.C. on it. I'm going to run through a couple of things here because I know you. Not everybody in Oklahoma knows you. The questions that I get from people, though, in Oklahoma, I want to be able to run past you because they want to be able to know the answer to these things. So I'm just going to blitz through a whole bunch of them. Will you use the legal authority that DHS already has to be able to close our border?
Yes, Senator. I will work with President Trump to ensure that we're securing our border.
Thank you. There's a lot of things that this Congress needs to do, has already been mentioned by Senator Slotkin as well, that we need to do to be able to close loopholes, to be able to give you additional authority. But there's a tremendous amount of authority currently not being used. And Oklahomans are saying, is that about to be used? And they'll be grateful to be able to hear that. No other president has ever created a phone app to be able to facilitate a faster processing of aliens in, called the CBP-1 app. It's been mentioned several times here. Will you use your authority to stop facilitating faster processing of illegal aliens into our country with the CBP-1 app?
Yes, Senator. We will eliminate the CBP-1 app, maintain some of the data that's in it that's critical to knowing who's in our country, but that app will no longer be in use.
Thank you. No other president has ever used the parole authority, just in general, humanitarian parole, to facilitate faster processing of aliens into our country, which leads to the catch and release we've all heard about. So the Oklahomans that I talk to say, are we about to end the abuse of parole and end catch and release? Is that about to stop?
Senator, President Trump's been very clear that he will end catch and release.
Terrific. Folks want to know, will you use your authority with the funds that are given to you by Congress to actually build more wall rather than use the funding that's given to you, as the Biden administration did, to do environmental remediation around the border rather than actual border wall and border structure?
Yeah, Senator, President Trump has been clear that he wants to build the wall.
So do we. So will you use your authority to be able to scan more vehicles? And obviously, we've got to get you the funding to be able to do this, to be able to scan more vehicles and individuals that are carrying fentanyl into our country through our ports of entry.
Yes, Senator, we will continue to use technologies, but hopefully be able to use more with the resources that we're granted to scan those vehicles and know what's coming in and out of this country.
Last year, FEMA employees during disaster relief were instructed by one of their supervisors that if they see a Trump sign or a Trump flag flying, to skip that house, to not stop by there and tell them what their federal government can do for them. Will you allow FEMA employees or any within DHS to politicize their role and to pick and choose who gets help and who doesn't as an American?
Senator, under President Trump's administration, disaster and emergency relief will not be handed out with political bias. Every American will be responded to and treated equally.
That's what folks want to know. Will you review the Secret Service responsibilities to be able to go back through it and to say, are they focused on their primary mission, or is there something that could distract? Secret Service still chases down financial crimes. They're still chasing down child exploitation. Those are serious things for Treasury or for FBI to do, but there's a question is if that's the first priority for Secret Service.
Senator, the Secret Service is in need of dramatic reforms. They do have a protective detail element that is their priority, and also an investigation side. My understanding is that that investigation side is often used to train the protective detailed officers, but clearly they are not focusing on what their true duty is, and it needs to get back onto what they were created for, and that was the protective detail mission and emergency situations that they need to help plan and prepare for and defend.
Thank you. This committee made a request to the Secretary of Homeland Security last year, and by the way, also the head of the FBI, to be able to come before this committee and to do what every Secretary of Homeland Security has done for the last 20 years, every single year, unbroken, until last year. And then the Secretary refused to come before this committee in an open session and talk about national threats. Now, the former chairman protested strongly to the Biden administration and DHS. They weren't coming, but they still refused to be able to come. Will you come before this committee and talk about the threats openly so the American people can hear them in a public forum?
Yes, Senator. Senator Peters and I discussed this quite a bit in our meeting as well, and I have committed to come and give that briefing to this committee and to the American people.
Thank you. We need that. Let me tell you another challenge we've had with Homeland Security in the past 4 years. When we ask for data and for information, we get, I'll get back to you on that. When we ask again and again and again and again, we get the same statement, I'll get back to you on that. Now, I can go down the street to the command center where they actually get the data in live and they have it up on big screens and they're tracking exactly what's happening on the southern border to the minute. But if I ask for what happened last month, they'll say, we're still gathering that data. We're not asking for anything other than what Congress is supposed to get. That's the ability to be able to see data and to have real oversight over DHS. And that has been a failure of this DHS, along with multiple other issues on that. When we request the data for basic things like how many special interest aliens were allowed across the border. If it was last year, we had to find out on our own. It was 70,000 people that were targeted by this administration as a potential national security risk that were not just found at the border, that were released when they were found at the border. 70,000 people just from last year in the country right now that this administration declared at the border, they're a potential national security risk. Now, I know you're not going to do that, but when we ask for the data and for the information, when we say, how's the National Vetting Center working? Do you have the connection between it to be able to screen individuals there? We're just doing our oversight responsibility. You've served in Congress before and did a great job on that and did oversight. We want to still be able to do the same thing. Will you provide data to this committee so that we can cooperate with you to help?
Senator, I will follow the law and be transparent with you and allow you to do the due diligence towards oversight that you are tasked with.
I have absolutely no doubt about that, Governor. I have absolutely no doubt. Looking forward to you serving in that role. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Governor Noem. You are almost done.
Okay.
We've been through a lot of questions. I think you've handled the questions very well. And there's going to be, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I think the ranking member has a few, and I think we'll be done very shortly. I think a lot of Americans, including some conservatives, misunderstand the First Amendment. They think the First Amendment says that Facebook has to publish my opinion, or the Wall Street Journal has to publish my opinion, or we need to force them to be fair. That's not what the First Amendment's about at all. The First Amendment really doesn't apply to telling private companies what we can or cannot say. YouTube censored me, and I despise their policy. They actually took down speeches I made on the floor. But really, I don't have a legal recourse other than I can complain about YouTube being unfair and not hosting, both sides of an issue. However, with the government, though, there is a rule. The First Amendment specifically says Congress shall pass no law banning or abridging speech. And this is what really got us worried about, what not only the FBI was doing, but the Department of Homeland Security, actually meeting with these companies on a weekly basis. And imagine the chilling effect of this. Imagine that there are cameras here, that they're going to end their filming of this interview and then decide, well, what she said or what he said really was misinformation and we should edit that out. Can you imagine? It's just hard for me to imagine that the media has not, which once defended the First Amendment, hasn't been in more of an uproar over the government meeting with the media to decide things. Some of this we didn't know, and then Elon Musk bought Twitter. People asked him, they said, well, you paid $44 billion for Twitter, isn't that too much? And he said, I paid $44 billion to defend free speech. And it's been an amazing service, not only to open up the forum to more viewpoints, but to point out what the government was doing. In this last week, we heard from Mark Zuckerberg, who said that the pushiness, the coerciveness of government meeting with them was unprecedented, and that they pushed back. But he also said worse than them just sort of telling him he should restrict speech, they also threatened him. They threatened to come after him through antitrust law. They threatened to remove parts of, Section 230 of the liability protection. Just to imagine this bully nature of government. And I know you're opposed to that, but if you're confirmed and you're in a position of saying, we're just no longer sending people to meet with media, and the way I describe it is to talk about constitutionally protected speech, because some will say, oh, well, what about, pornography, or what about child trafficking? Those are illegal. Those are not constitutionally protected speech. You have every ability to meet with that. But for constitutionally protected speech, will you tell us in America that you will no longer be sending government agents to meet with the media?
Yes, Senator, I'll work with you to ensure that civil rights and liberties are protected and that we are not in the misinformation and disinformation space like the current DHS is.
The only other thing I would ask on this basis is we will send requests. We sent requests previously, sometimes and often bipartisan requests for information. The Twitter files, Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, Barry Weiss did a great job of showing what was happening in Twitter and how they were cooperating with government. I think the other investigation that needs to occur is who were the people in government they were talking to? Do they still work at DHS? And can we make sure that they're not in a position of authority? And this is not something I'm going to tell you to do. It's just a request that you have your own investigation, that you have people who work for DHS to say, we are going to look for people who are bringing their political bias to work and trying to influence speech and restrict speech based on their bias, and help us in rooting that out and making sure that these people never again have that responsibility, because I think that I don't think there's ever been anything like this as far as the restriction of speech. And I think the election is largely going to stop and tilt things the other way. But will you help us by looking internally for those who are trying to restrict speech?
Senator, I look forward to working with you on that mission.
I don't have any other questions now, but I think Senator Peters and Senator Blumenthal. and we'll see how it goes. We're going to start with Senator Peters with one more 5-minute round.
Yeah, I'll be fairly brief. We've had opportunity to talk at length about many issues, and again, I appreciate that, Governor. I just want to stress going forward, and we've heard a lot of comments here. I think there's been a fair amount of political theater, not as much as I know exists in other committees, and I've always strived, and I know Ranking Member, or now Chairman Paul, share the notion that we want to be a fact-based committee and try to find tangible solutions to the tough problems that we face, and data is important. We've heard a lot of numbers being thrown around here, and I don't have time to go through and challenge those numbers. Some of them we don't even know where they came from. I don't think that's helpful to the very important mission, if confirmed, that you're going to be dealing with. So I hope in the future that we're actually dealing with facts. You've mentioned many times that you do want to deal with facts and real data. And again, we heard a lot here that's not real data, and we should not operate that way. And if confirmed, when we move forward, I'm going to look forward to working with you based on the facts and understand where the real threats are, how we need to appropriate resources to make sure we're meeting those threats. And let's take this hyper-partisanship out of such an important issue of Homeland Security. We have way too much partisanship in this country, and it's resulted in a polarization of people here. We've got to come together as this country. We've got to lock arms and understand that we're all proud Americans. We all want to do what's best for the American people and solve the issues that are before us. So in that spirit, and certainly you've communicated that spirit to me, but in that spirit, I hope, if confirmed, that is exactly what you will be bringing to this office. And let's move away from this toxic political environment that we have in the country and celebrate what's great about our country and the spirit of bringing the American people together. So I have one question before we turn it over to other members. As a member of this committee, as well as the Armed Services Committee, I've focused a great deal on the safe integration of drones in our airspace while addressing the growing threats that drones possess. We certainly see what drones are doing in changing the face of warfare, whether it's in Ukraine and other battlefields around the world. We are very concerned about the weaponization of those drones and what it could mean to the security here in the United States. I've proposed comprehensive legislation to extend authorities beyond just the FBI and DOJ and Homeland Security to local law enforcement. You mentioned in your comments about security for the Super Bowl, which is incredibly important. We have to remember that that threat exists for all games. In fact, one of the biggest supporters of my legislation is the NFL. In fact, we just had a recent playoff game that was delayed because of drones that flew into that playoff game. We are very concerned that you could have a drone with a grenade or an explosive device, which would be absolutely catastrophic. It's absolutely essential that we address this threat. What we're seeing around the world and what we're seeing in daily activities should be a concern. I think this is just a matter of time. It's not if, it's when, and we need to be on the front end of that. And with that in mind, I want to remind folks that Congress just recently extended critical counter-UAS authority, counter-drone authority, only for a short-time basis for the 12th time. We only do these little tiny short-term extensions, and we aren't dealing with the problem comprehensively as we should. And those are going to expire on March 14th, a very short time from now. And so my question for you, Governor, is if confirmed as DH Secretary, will you commit to working with me and my colleagues to pass durable, long-term authorities that will protect this country from what is a real threat and it's just a matter of time? And I don't want to have a horrible incident occur and people wonder why we didn't take action beforehand. So please address that.
Senator, I look forward to working with you in this committee to address the threats we may face and the usage of drones in this country and in relation to our national security interests and our homeland security interests. So thank you for bringing up the conversation today, because it is one of the areas within DHS that we have a responsibility to address in cooperation with Congress.
And my first comments, I'm bringing people together. Please comment on that.
Oh, well, thank you,
I didn't ask that question,
yes,
but
no.
it's in my 24 seconds left.
I'm looking forward to working with everyone, Republicans and Democrats, and everyone else in between that in this country that is focused on keeping America safe and secure for our future. I would just point, Senator, to my background and my history. When I came to Congress, I worked with Republicans and Democrats on both sides of the aisle on many pieces of legislation and was very happy to do so and focus on priorities on where we could agreement, knowing we may disagree on some issues, but there was areas where we could keep the federal government accountable and do due diligence by the people that pay their taxes and get up and go to work every single day. As governor as well, I was governor for every single person in the state of South Dakota, and they were my #1 priority, and everyone knew there that it didn't matter if you were Republican or Democrat, that my focus was on them and keeping our state thriving and free. So I look forward to continuing the work that I always have to be coming up with solutions and in a bipartisan manner. And hopefully my visits to your office and conversations reflected that and my intention on how I would conduct the role as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary.
Got a brief follow-up to that.
Sure.
So it's data
Yes.
and facts that we can all agree on that drive our policy and not political theater. Would you agree?
Well, certainly, sir, we need to be addressing facts and information rather than political theater. We also need to speak truth to facts. So I think it's important that we're willing to confront our challenges head on and have those conversations. And you'll see me back at your office door very soon to continue our work together.
Very good. Thank you.
And I want to second basically what Senator Peters has said. Like on records requests, I've told him, and I plan on it, it's going to be administration of my party. But if he wants records and they're legitimate records, we're going to sign requests together, and we'd like to get the records. It also helps, though, and I think Senator Langford mentioned this, is you ask a question, not you, but to the administration or any administration, and they're like, oh, yeah, we'll get back to you on it. Many times I've even asked in advance, and I would suggest that we ask in advance together. We ask in advance, if you're coming in a month, we say we want this data, be prepared to talk about it. And if you are, you'll have many more friends on both sides because what usually happens, and that's why I don't like springing the question. If it's a technical question that needs data, we're going to tell you in advance, at least I will, and we want you to come prepared with that. And that goes a long way because really what happens is we get stiff-armed. They say, we'll get back to you, and then we have no way to force you really, other than we could cut the money off, and nobody ever does that. But you'll have 200,000 people working for you. By goodness, send your experts out, scour the records. And it is true. I mean, facts are difficult, and sometimes there's different spins on the same set of facts, but I think that will help. On the drones, I think we need more facts, you know, so I'm more than willing to work with the ranking member on doing something on drones, but I don't want every sheriff out there shooting up in the sky at stuff. We got to figure out, we got to get the truth about, do we really have drones everywhere flying all the time? How many of them are planes? How many of them are drones? And let's go through this, and then let's figure out, and then let's talk about how we bring drones down. If we interrupt and collect a lot of cellular signal through that, are we doing it with a warrant? What are we going to do with all the Americans' data that we've collected to take down drones? If we have to take a whole cell tower's worth of data, there's a lot of innocent people's data is going to be collected in that. Is that being gotten rid of? So I think there are ways we can get to the right place. Everybody, obviously, nobody wants drones coming down. And the only other thing that I'd add on drones before I turn it over to Senator Langford is, look, I'm all for the NFL being protected, the Super Bowl being protected. They need to pay. They are a very rich organization. They want drones flying over in New Orleans. I'm all for it. The NFL ought to pay the government if the government's doing it, or we ought to have private contractors doing it, but they shouldn't just get it for free. Senator Langford.
Thank you. Thanks again. As Senator Paul will remember on this, there used to be a public-facing website that all Americans could actually get the data, what's happening on the border, what's actually moving, and then when the numbers got bad, that seemed to disappear. And then we couldn't even get the data anymore. So I look forward to actually finding ways to be able to have everybody has the ability to be able to see some of this data as well on it. There's a reason that the DHS secretary is the very first week of nominations. This is a really important role, and it is a nonpartisan role. It is a national security role, and we're grateful that you stepped into this, but it is important that we actually get you on the task to be able to make sure that's out there. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that we do have a morale problem at DHS right now. And I think a lot of that is because people that signed up to be federal law enforcement to be able to protect the United States of America have felt like they've been sidelined and they've not been able to do their job that they really signed up for. And what I'm hearing from you is you're going to allow them to do their job again. What has been historically true for a long time, that federal law enforcement is there to actually help protect the country and the citizens in those communities, that you're going to allow them to do that, and that's helpful. So I have two quick things that I want to be able to mention on this. One is right now, just in the structure of this, and we can talk about this a different time, but CBP facilities that are along the border are really run by a different entity called GSA. And they're not allowed to be able to do updates on their facilities or to design their facilities. Somebody who lives 3,000 miles away and who doesn't actually do Border Patrol work, they actually design and oversee their facilities. That's a problem that we've got to be able to fix. So we've worked to be able to give more flexibility to CBP, that when they have difficulty and challenges there, they have the ability to be able to make those changes. But I'm not going to ask you to make a commitment to this because this is just one of those detailed areas. But will you commit in the future to working with us, that this committee and you can work together to be able to figure out how the folks that are on the field can actually make decisions about the facilities they work in?
Yeah, Senator, I commit to working with you on that issue.
It's terrific. And then I had a constituent in Oklahoma that is a hunter, like you are, like I am.
Yeah.
He had a bag that he had some additional rounds that were in his bag that were left over from a hunting trip months before. He packed his bag, went on a vacation trip overseas, went through security with his bag. When he got overseas and then left and came back, they scanned his bag and said, you have bullets, you have rounds in your bag. And he had, I think, 5 that were in his bag that he didn't even remember were left over in an outside pocket from a hunting trip before. Well, they promptly put him in jail and held him there and detained him there. Now, we worked through all the process to be able to get him back. My question is, that same bag went through TSA security in my state before it went through security overseas. And so one of the questions that I've asked is, why were those rounds picked up there and not here? Now, we don't have the full answer to that yet, but that's just one of those TSA questions that we need to have. Americans right now are on planes all over the country, and they count on a certain level of security when they go through that process. So in the days ahead, will you work with me to be able to identify what are the challenges that we still face with the screening process and to be able to correct those for the security of all Americans?
Yes, Senator, I will work with you on that. I was surprised TSA didn't come up more today, but that is a area in need of reform as well, and I look forward to working with you there.
Look forward to that. Thank you. I yield back.
Government needs a healthy dose of common sense, you know, bullets in your bag. I had a guy with bullets in the back of his pickup truck coming back from Mexico. We arrested him and took his truck, and only because the Institute of Justice fought for him for 3 years did he get his truck back. I mean, that's crazy, the things we do. Let's have some common sense, and hopefully someone overseeing it will allow that. Senator Blumenthal, you're going to finish this up.
Thank you, Chairman Paul. I'm the last of your questioners, so that means I get unlimited amounts of time.
Okay.
Not really. Not even close. I want to sort of continue the emphasis on bipartisanship and most especially on immigration reform. What this nation needs is comprehensive immigration reform. We know about the need for more H-1B visas and other kinds of extensions of the visa program that enable the United States to have more workers that are desperately needed in certain areas of our country. We know that there has to be better border security generally. We know we need to provide some kind of path to earn citizenship for a lot of the undocumented people in this country. And we know it's possible because we did it in 2013. The United States Senate, as you will recall, passed a comprehensive immigration reform measure. Overwhelmingly, it was bipartisan. I was proud to be a part of it going through the Judiciary Committee, but obviously it will involve Homeland Security. And I hope that we can continue, as Senator Langford was a part of the effort in the last session, to expand on those efforts and move forward on a bipartisan basis toward bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform. I want to talk to you a little bit about domestic terrorism, which we discussed during my previous round, and I know you've discussed it afterward, including not just migrant crime and radicalization by ISIS, which are real and present problems. I also want to ask you about domestic terrorism events unrelated to groups outside our borders. We've seen a rise in anti-Semitism in this country. It has spiked beyond any prediction. And I want to know of your concern with anti-Semitist, racist events, Charlottesville, Buffalo, Pittsburgh. There's a shorthand for these violent terrorist acts against people in the United States.
Yes, Senator, I'm very concerned about what we've seen in this country as far as anti-Semitic violence that has happened. In fact, last year during our legislative session, I brought legislation to more clearly define it so that we could fight it in our home state. And I'm hopeful I can work with you to continue to do what we can to make sure that we are addressing this rising threat and not facilitating it in this country.
And I just want to make sure that when you say we're protecting Americans against terrorism, that we're protecting all Americans, including people in mosques, in churches, in synagogues, people regardless of their worship, their race, their background. We need to protect all Americans from anti-Semitism, racism, Islamophobia. I hope you'll commit to that effort.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Senator, and I look forward to working with you to do that.
In my closing minute and a half, I just want to call your attention to an effort that I've led to help reunite children with their parents, children who were separated as a result of the so-called family separation policy in the last administration. I have introduced a measure called Keep Families Together, not only to limit separation of families at or near ports of entry, but also the Families Belong Together Act for several Congresses to help bring the children, the kids who were victims of this policy and who still are not back with their parents. I hope that you will support that kind of effort.
Senator, the Trump administration never had a family separation policy. They had zero tolerance policy, which said that our laws would be followed. What I'm alarmed by is the over 300,000 children that went missing during the Biden administration. And when we talk about children and what they're potentially facing as far as victimization in this country and the trafficking that's going on, this administration's lack of desire to find out where those children are or what they may be going through is alarming to me. So I want to stop that.
Because my time is expiring, I'm just going to interrupt again with apologies to say, let's put aside.
Well, I can't put aside 340,000 children.
Labels. Let's put aside what happened in the past. There are still 1,000 children who are separated and waiting to be reunited. I'd like your commitment that you're going to continue the effort to reunite them with their parents.
Senator, keeping families together is critically important to me and to this country. I'm concerned about Laken Riley's family, that they no longer have her. I'm concerned about the fact that we have people in this country that don't know where their children are, or people in other countries who sent their children and they've been lost by this administration. So yes, my focus will be to keep families together. We will uphold our law and we'll make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our children safe from the trafficking and the drug epidemic that's hit this country.
I'm going to end on an optimistic note and say I take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. The nominee has filed responses to biographical and financial questionnaires, answered pre-hearing questions submitted by the committee, and had their financial statements reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics. Without objection, this information will be part of the hearing record, with the exception of the financial data, which are on file and available for public inspection in the committee offices. The hearing will remain open until 5 p.m. today, Friday, January 17th, for the submission of statements and questions for the record. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Senator.
Congratulations, that was great. That was great. Yeah.
Madam Brief.
Great job. Great job.
I was Tuesday morning.
Motto was courage and drive. Courage and drive. Those are the virtues that our military still needs and still embodies. This final turn of duty has been a time of great pride because of the extraordinary Americans whom I've had the honor of leading and serving alongside. And that means everyone in this room and everyone in this department, from the greenest cadet to the most decorated generals. I am more proud to be your teammate than words can ever convey. Now, soldiers tell war stories, especially old soldiers. So let me end with one. And it's the same one that I used to end my speech when I retired from the Army in 2016. Little knowing that my path would bring me here today. And it's one that at least one member of this audience is very familiar with because he was there with me. His name is Ted Koppel. In the spring of 2003, I was leading the 3rd Infantry Division through the Karbala Gap in southern Iraq. The night before our charge, we were locked in a huge artillery duel with elements of the Iraqi Republican Guard. And we knew that in the morning, we would have to execute one of the hardest maneuvers of the Iraq War. And that was to get an entire heavy division through an area only 2 kilometers wide. That night of fire and thunder finally passed, and dawn broke. And as we were about to move out, a Bradley fighting vehicle rode past our position. And on its antenna was an American flag. Now that flag was tattered and torn. It was dirty with desert sand and dust, but it flew proudly amid the winds of war. I will never forget that sight or that moment. And the memory of seeing that flag came back to me as I thought about my remarks today. Francis Scott Key gave America our anthem with his poem about a flag that catches the gleam in the morning's first beam. And I often think about that one flag on the battlefield, snapping in the wind, ripped and battered, but still bold and proud. And I think of the courage of every American soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Guardian who has carried our flag over the centuries into battle in defense of the great experiment in democracy that we call the United States of America. That is the flag for which we fight. That is the flag that carries the hopes of our founders. And it is the flag that honors the sacrifice of our fallen. That is the flag of our values, the flag of our vows, and the flag of our vision. It still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave. And I know that you will never let it fall. And I know that you will proudly carry forward the flag of the United States of America with courage and drive. Thank you. May God protect our troops, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
And there you have it. That is the Department of Defense farewell ceremony for Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. You heard him speaking there. Coming up in just a few minutes, we are going to hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken as he gives his farewell comments as well. In the meantime, I do actually want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following. If you were watching here, you could see that on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. But this is an aerial view coming in from WRAL that is over in Raleigh, North Carolina. And you can see as they zoom out, a very heavy police presence. We don't have a lot of information just yet, but we are told that an investigation is underway into a shooting. This is, again, over in Raleigh at North Hills, if you are familiar with the area. The whole section kind of taped off, but this appears to be over at a shopping center or shopping plaza in that area, a pretty popular one that is located near several different schools. WRAL is reporting that Brooks Magnet Elementary School, Carroll Magnet Middle School, and Douglas Magnet Elementary School are on a code red lockdown. There are several other elementary schools nearby that are on a code yellow lockdown due to the incident. That is according to the Wake County Public School System. Again, not a lot known right now, but as they zoom out, you can see cars are not being allowed through that area. So it is closed off all around the scene. Not sure how many blocks, but again, you can see the tape up and not a lot of vehicles moving out, just tons and tons of law enforcement vehicles. The public has been advised that they do need to avoid that area as the investigation is underway. We also know that WRAL is reporting that it appears at least one person has been confirmed dead. That is an update just coming in there from the team out there as they fly overhead and provide the latest details. This also appears that it is near a gas station, if not necessarily at the gas station. You see the Exxon that is right there as we look down from this aerial view. The camera continuing to zoom out as you can see that heavy police presence. Look at all the officers there, and they are moving over so you can see even more law enforcement vehicles from several different agencies located in that area. We're going to keep an eye on this situation here as it looks like police are kind of going over the latest information they have, and once they do provide more, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here. Also, if there is a news conference with either the city police, maybe the school district, you can watch that here as well. The time now 11:42 on the East Coast and 8:42 on the West Coast. Coming up in just a couple minutes after this quick 2-minute commercial break, we will have much more from Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, as he gives his farewell speech. welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:45 on the East Coast and 8:45 on the West Coast. Do want to take you back really briefly to this live image that we have coming in from WRAL, that is over in Raleigh, North Carolina, as police are on the scene of a shooting investigation. This appears to be over at a shopping plaza or shopping center. We are going to continue to follow the latest, but I can tell you that WRAL does report that this is actually a situation unfolding where at least one person has died. It's not clear if a suspect is in custody, but we know that several schools in that area, including elementary schools, are on lockdown until all of this investigation does clear up. There are a lot of law enforcement vehicles out there. We'll make sure to keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox as we get more details. In the meantime, do want to head over to Washington. That is where we are hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken giving his farewell address.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Please take a seat. To John Bass, I will be forever indebted for your partnership, for your leadership, for your friendship. No finer Foreign Service officer in this generation than John Bass. And if you'll allow me the privilege of just mentioning a few people as we get started. People who've been with me every step of the way, starting with the heart and soul of this institution, my Chief of Staff, your Chief of Staff, Susie George. Tom Sullivan, my extraordinary policy partner, every step of the way these last 4 years. Jess Wright, our unflappable problem solver, every single day. Two extraordinary leaders, our Deputy Secretaries, Kurt Campbell, Rich Verma. And their extraordinary predecessors, Wendy Sherman and Brian McKeon. To our remarkable undersecretaries and assistant secretaries and all the leadership of this department. To my executive assistant, Paul Narain, and our special assistants. To Juliet, to Tina, to all the OMS who have kept us going every single day. And probably to everyone in this room today. 32 years ago, I walked through those C Street doors. I took the elevator up to the 6th floor, to the front office of what was then the Bureau of European and Canadian Affairs. I walked into my new office. Its previous occupant had been a very large safe. There was barely room for a desk. Those of us who are old enough to remember, one of those huge wine computers. And as I like to say, over 32 years, I moved up one flight from the 6th floor to the 7th floor and got some windows, so not bad. The Cold War was over. We were entering a new era, a time of hope, possibility. what was famously thought to be the end of history. Didn't quite turn out that way. But here we are 32 years later, and that post-Cold War era that was just starting when I started is over. We're in a new time, a moment where there's an intense competition going on to try to shape what comes next. Revisionist powers challenging us and the rules of the road that have governed how we've lived and operated for so many years. Global challenges that affect every single one of our citizens and from which no one is immune. We have new actors who, whether they're a corporation, an NGO, a group of individuals, all now super empowered by technology and by information. If we can bring them together, we can solve problems much more quickly, much more effectively, but they also have a greater ability than ever before to disrupt and to derail what we're trying to do. In short, this is a period, and in my experience over 32 years, I've never seen anything quite like it, where there's a greater multiplicity, complexity, interconnectedness of challenges than ever before, moving at warp speed. We're in a world that's more combustible and more contested, a world of change. But even in that world of change, I hold on to some core beliefs, some constants that I wanted to share with you today. I believe in the power and the necessity of U.S. engagement and U.S. leadership. We know when we're not engaged, when we're not leading, then likely someone else is, and probably not in a way that advances our interests and values. Or maybe no one is. And then you're likely to have a vacuum that's filled by bad things before it's filled by good things. But equally, I believe in the power, in the necessity of cooperating and working with others, of our alliances and our partnerships, our comparative advantage around the world. America is so much better off when we're working with others, finding common cause, finding common purpose. And I believe in our ability, when we're at our best, unlike any other country, to rally others in common cause and common purpose. But maybe most important, I believe in you, in each and every one of you in this institution. You're the ones who are showing that engagement and that leadership every day. You're the ones who are building those partnerships, strengthening our alliances. You're the ones who are rallying the world in common cause when we need it most. You're driven by passion, commitment, expertise, patriotism. We come from different places, different experiences, different motivations and backgrounds. But I think what brings all of us together in this place, in this time, is that unique feeling that you get going to work every single day with the stars and stripes behind your back. I've watched you, I've worked with you, I've been inspired by you. I've seen you run into the burning buildings, not away from them. I've seen you get that peace agreement across the line at the last minute. I've seen you make sure that food and medicine can get to people who need it. I've seen you get Americans out of harm's way and get political prisoners out of jail. You serve in some of the hardest places. You ask the hardest questions. And you know that you have the extraordinary privilege of representing this country, representing our fellow citizens every day around the world. I believe in this community because that's what it is, a community. Whether you're in DS or driving our cars, whether you're a political econ officer, whether you're a political appointee, whether you're here issuing passports and getting visas to people, whether you're in public affairs, administration, protocol, human resources, whether you're an EFM or an LES, a family member, because you too serve and sacrifice. You're a community, and I've seen you come together time and again as a community, and I believe in you. As I look out at this incredible group, and some of you have heard me say this before, I often think of my favorite movie, one that back in the day, if you were turning the channels of the TV, you couldn't avoid around Christmas time. It's a Wonderful Life. And for those of you too young to really know the movie or remember the movie, simply put, at the start, the character, George Bailey, is thinking of taking his life because he thinks he's been a failure. He thinks he's let down his town, his community, his family. And then an angel taps him on the shoulder and shows him through the course of the movie what life would have been like in Bedford Falls for his family, for his community, for his town. And we see the difference that George Bailey made every single day. You are the Georgette Baileys of our time. Without you in the picture, this world, our country, would look so much different. With you in the picture, both are so much better. You're working every day to make things just a little bit better, a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more full of hope, of opportunity. That's your mission, and you do it so well. Now, this is a time of transition. And when we talk about transition, sometimes we talk about passing the baton. That's what I'll be doing. But that's not what most of you will be doing. Most of you, come Monday, you will keep running. And what gives me more confidence than anything else is to know that that's exactly what you'll do. I return to the highest calling in a democracy, that of being a private citizen. I'll no longer have the privilege of leading this institution, but I want you to know, I'll be its champion. I will be your champion forever. You, the custodians of the power and the promise of American diplomacy. Carry on. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, you are listening right there to Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He gave his farewell speech. That was just moments ago, as we heard from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin as well. Both of them using today to give their farewell speech, as it is just days away from President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration. We also do continue to follow this breaking story that is coming in out of Raleigh, North Carolina. If you are just joining us, we are at the top of the hour here, 12 o'clock over on the East Coast and 9 o'clock on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back to this aerial video that we have coming in from WRAL. This is over in Raleigh, North Carolina. And we are getting some information about this shooting investigation that is underway. The information slowly coming in as we are waiting for a bit more from Raleigh police. As of right now, police are telling WRAL News in Raleigh that one person has been killed and several nearby schools are on a code red lockdown. Now, Raleigh police responded to this shooting maybe about an hour ago. We know that dozens of officers were scattered near the front of the shopping center. If you are familiar with the area we're looking at, that is in the 4300 block of the Circle over at North Hill Street. Six Forks Road and multiple roads around North Hills completely blocked off. That is again according to Raleigh police. Several schools nearby on lockdown. People in the area are telling WRAL that they heard several gunshots near the front of the shopping center. That was a bit earlier, again, maybe about an hour ago, but you can still see that heavy police presence, a lot of different vehicles out there. Nearby Carroll Middle School is on a code red lockdown, which means students are locked in their classrooms. Green Magnet Elementary School on a code yellow lockdown, which means the school's exterior doors are locked and no one can enter or exit. At least 4 other schools also on lockdown. Parents should not try to come to the schools to get their children, we're told. Six Forks Road is closed in both directions near North Hills, and crashes on Six Forks Road are complicating the traffic situation. That explains why, when we were looking at this aerial image earlier and it was more zoomed out, you could see cars were not moving in any direction there. That is because it appears they are dealing with several crashes as a result. Now, police have said this is not an active shooter situation, but they are asking the public to avoid the area. And some video that we saw earlier showed officers with their guns drawn walking up to this location. A North Hills camera showed a large police presence at the shopping center off of Six Forks Road, and the video showed one person that appeared to be injured and at least 20 different police cars. It looks like that presence has increased, though, as we have several different agencies that are on the scene. Again, this is a tight shot coming in. They are very zoomed in at WRAL. It's from the sky there, but when they do zoom out, you'll be able to see just how many police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, are out there. We're going to keep an eye on the situation here and bring you all the updates as we get them on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to another developing story that we have been following here on Live Now, and that includes the wildfires that are burning over in L.A. Our Fox 11 LA team just jumping into some live coverage here. It looks like they have Mario Ramirez. Let's pop up the audio and listen in to that coverage.
Corner of Lake and Villa, just outside a wildfire victim distribution event here in Pasadena. There are 25 crosses lining this fence for the victims. We expect 2 more to be added as the death toll between both the Palisades and Eden fire stands at 27 right now. And we're learning more about those who are still unaccounted for. We want to show you some of the at-risk missing in the Eden fire zone. 81-year-old Charles Ross, who was last seen or had contact with his family on the January 1st, New Year's Day, on the 200 block of Las Flores Drive. 77-year-old Dolores Ann Jenkins, last seen January 8th on the 800 block of East Mendocino before being reported missing. 77-year-old Patricia Diane McKenna, her last known location, January 7th on the 500 block of Punahou Street. Now, according to the Sheriff's Department, there are at least 17 people who are still at risk missing since the start of the wildfires. And this morning, search and rescue operations will continue. Urban search and rescue firefighters from San Diego and other parts of the region have been carefully sifting through destroyed properties, looking for fire victims, and using those trained cadaver dogs to search for human remains. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, meanwhile, says those crews have been going block by block, covering thousands of burned structures.
We have search and rescue teams working in conjunction with the Los Angeles County search and rescue team, the medical examiners team, our homicide team, and they go out and they are doing grid searches to look for remains. A lot of that work has been completed. Those are the numbers that I've been going through the last several days.
Now, those search and rescue teams have completed nearly 9,000 inspections covering miles of land. The sheriff says some of those areas are being held because officials believe there may be deceased victims on the property, and crews need the right resources to process those scenes properly. Now, coming back out here to our shot, this here is a memorial or mural by artist Roberto Marquez, who came from Dallas. He is still working on it this morning, and there is a vigil here at this location at the corner of Lake and Villa. It's being planned here tomorrow at 5 p.m. for those in the area who would like to attend. the first that we're seeing of many here in the area. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Certainly our hearts are heavy, and they have been for 2 weeks now. Thank you, Mario. There are also 2 missing in the Pacific Palisades. Eric Wilson Wall is 73 years old. He last had contact with friends and family on January 7th at about 11:30 p.m. Mr. Wall's last known location was on Rambla Pacifico Street in the city of Malibu.
Diana Elizabeth Webb is 82 years old. She last had contact with her family on January 9th, and her last known location was on PCH in Malibu. Diana lives in a fire zone. And there's still plenty of work to do in the Palisades fire zone. Crews continue to make steady progress, and some residents are heading home.
All right, let's check in with Stephanie Ramirez. She's from our sister station in Washington, D.C., live in Brentwood this morning with more on the evacuations. And you've had a chance to talk to many people slowly making their way back there. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, ladies. We are toward the top of North Kenter now, within the security perimeter that has now is letting people back. And I got to tell you, I said this in the last hour, I'll say it again. It's very eerie. There's not many people here. We see a lot of police cars driving through and making patrols, doing patrols. But in terms of residents moving around, I mean, the deer downhill here is about the most activity we've seen all morning. And eerie is the word I'm using. Now, some folks did return last night. I talked to one man off camera who said that he was just happy to be home again. No power, but just grateful to have his home. Another thing we're seeing, I'll show you in just a second because you should be seeing video now. Just the fire latest here. CAL FIRE saying Palisades fire is now at around 31% contained. The medical examiner's office now accounting for 10 people killed. Nearly 23,000 acres burned, over 4,000 structures destroyed or damaged. The Unified Command Team saying that they've gotten through about half of the assessments on the ground, but they're warning that because just because a road is open, that doesn't mean that homes have been assessed. They are asking still for patience there. Today, as everyone's been noting, marks 10 days since the start of the Palisades fire. Emotions are still running high. Earlier this morning, we did spend a good amount of time at that checkpoint. It was further down by Kenter and Sunset. And we spoke with a contractor there who's been trying to make her way through for several days now. I want to play for you some of that interview.
It's pretty bad. I mean, there's one situation where it's a tragedy for the homeowners and what they've gone through, but it also puts the rest of us out of work because we cannot work if we're in the areas, if we're in the areas that got hit. I've been in the Palisades for 25 years, and a lot of my projects are here, and I can't put any of my guys to work right now. So it's hitting us hard.
And that contractor, as you could imagine, not allowed through today, but she was told if the homeowner was with her and the homeowner could show proof of address, she would be allowed in. But yeah, only residents and owners are being allowed in at this time. I want to show you guys something. A lot of what we're seeing uphill here, this is the pink fire retardant that we're seeing sprayed all over the utility poles up here in this area. Just want to warn folks, if you do go through, again, please make sure that you are ready to show proof of identification. It's some good news that in some areas folks are being allowed back, but in some other areas with regard to the Palisades fire, some folks are being told it could be another week or so. So when we say frustrations are still running high, it's not hard to see why. We'll send it back into you.
A lot of emotions still running high, understandably, for so many residents there. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
So what's it like driving through the heart of destruction when it comes to these areas? You know, a lot of people you've heard time and again refer to these areas as a war zone. That's really what it feels like. Haley Winslow describes it as an eerie feeling just driving around the Palisades. This is her video. You've got these melted down multi-million-dollar mansions along with Mother Nature's path of destruction. And then this once buzzing coastal community, if you think about it, the small town charm, all of it just overtaken by this uncomfortable silence. And at times it's interrupted by the home's still blaring fire alarm. While Haley was there, you can see her right there. She tried out some Ring doorbell cameras, and Miriam Fisher answered.
Our house may be standing, and that's good, but it really doesn't make a difference because Palisades is just, it's more than the homes, you know, it's such a community that we are, you know, sad about and will miss. So the sense of loss is just so great. So even though our house is still standing, the amount of sadness that we feel for every single person in our community, and the loss of that feeling, of the neighborhood feeling, is just immense.
Mary also says that she and her family are grateful for everyone's support and for the firefighters and everyone who's been helping.
You were watching there our Fox 11 LA team and their live coverage of the wildfires and the aftermath. Some good news there, as the Palisades fire is now more than 30% contained. I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following involving Trump's inauguration. Take a look right here. This is actually an image of the White House in D.C. as President-elect Trump will take the oath of office from inside the Capitol Rotunda due to forecasts of intense cold weather. Inaugural planners are discussing the possibility of moving Trump's swearing in inside due to the extreme temperatures and icy winds. Now, this is a person who spoke to the Associated Press, but we've also heard from President-elect Donald Trump as he seems to confirm this. He posted on Truth Social just moments ago. This is a post come in saying January 20th cannot come fast enough. Everybody, even those that initially opposed a victory by President Donald J. Trump and the Trump administration, just want it to happen. It is my obligation to protect the people of our country, but before we even begin, we have to think of the inauguration itself. The weather forecast for Washington, D.C. with the wind chill factor could take temperatures into severe record lows. There is an Arctic blast sweeping the country. I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It's dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, and even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours on the 20th. In any event, if you decide to come, dress warmly. Therefore, I've ordered the inauguration address, in addition to prayers and other speeches, to be delivered in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, as was used by Ronald Reagan back in 1985, also because of very cold weather. The various dignitaries and guests will be brought into the Capitol. This will be a very beautiful experience for all, and especially for the large TV audience. We will open Capital One Arena on Monday for live viewing of the historic event and to host the presidential parade. I will join the crowd at Capital One after my swearing in is over. All other events will remain the same, including the victory rally at Capital One Arena on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Doors will open at 1 p.m. Please arrive early, and all 3 inaugural balls on Monday evening. Everyone will be safe, everyone will be happy, and we will together make America great again. Again, that is a post from Donald Trump coming in just moments ago on Truth Social, as he does confirm that the inauguration, the swearing in itself, will be moved inside the Capitol there, which you can see on your screen. Again, we are going to have all kinds of coverage leading up to that day. You can watch us on Sunday. You heard him talking about the inauguration events, 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll air those for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But also on Monday, we will have all-day coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time and running all through the night. I'll be on the desk here starting at 7 p.m. So again, you can watch everything live, raw, and uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour at 12:13 on the East Coast and 9:13 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 12:15 on the East Coast and 9:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to head out over to San Francisco, California. That is where there is a news conference underway right now with the Department of Justice, all connected to a situation in that area. Do want to pop up the audio so we can listen in.
This investigation or a more recent development?
I can't comment on timing. U.S. Attorney Ramsey is recused based on longstanding policy and practice of the Department of Justice. He's currently recused.
Commissioner Jones, within the Bay Area, can you tell us in total how much were the bribes that Tower Jones accepted?
Again, I refer you to the indictment, which is detailed. It alleges cash payments of $95,000 in cash.
Okay, we're going to take one more question.
Don Lin from KPIX5. I want to ask you about the former confidant and chief of staff for Sheng Qiao, Renita Webb. She has gone public and done news interviews about speaking to you guys. Can you guys talk to us about how her testimony or her information might have helped in this investigation? Again, her name is Renita Webb.
Unfortunately, I can't comment on any witnesses. Thank you all very much for being here today.
All right, thank you very much. There will be copies of our press release and a chart, a handout containing the list of the counts in the indictment in the back. Thank you very much.
All right, so it does appear that that was just a portion of the news conference happening live over in San Francisco. You could hear they were talking about a press release. So once we get all the details, we'll make sure to bring that to you. And if we are able to get a replay of that news conference in full, we'll bring it to you as we always do on Live Now from Fox. Do want to pop up some of the other live images we have. This is over at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, as we expect that President Biden will be giving a speech here shortly. We'll make sure to bring that to you as it does get underway, but everything dark right now as they are waiting for the program to resume. We were listening in earlier as we heard from Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, giving his farewell speech at the conference a bit earlier. But right now it is quiet. Biden, though, should be speaking soon, so we'll bring that to you in full, as we always do. Want to take a look at the stock board really quickly here. We started off the day in the green for the Dow, and we are still there, up 1.05% or about 452 points. We're going to sneak in another quick 2-minute commercial break here, but so much more live coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 12:21 on the East Coast and 9:21 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You're looking at an event that just wrapped up a short time ago. This taking place as we were listening in to some of the comments that were made by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken giving his farewell remarks. This is actually the start of this news conference, all related to an explosion, a fire that broke out at a power plant over in California where there were mass evacuations. It looks like they are giving an update. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Did discover a fire and we immediately engaged with North County Fire Department as per our procedures. Really want to thank Chief Mendoza and the North County Fire Department and all the agencies. We've been working very closely with those agencies. One of the things that we started immediately was air monitoring from the onset. And we've been working collaboratively with the EPA, with the chief, and internally with with DISHWA on air monitoring. We really take the safety of our personnel and the safety of our citizens. We visit all the towns that we do business very seriously, and that's our number one concern. We are happy to report that we very safely evacuated that station. The fire was contained to just.
We are at Paul Unit.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Very much. Anyone else in the room?
Sorry.
Sir. My name is Bruce Thomas, and I'm a liveaboard in Moss Landing, South Harbor. My proximity is at the very tip of the complex on the B West Dock, which is not closest to the conflagration, but definitely affected by it. And I was hearing the plume had a directional northward. Well, there was also a low-lying, like eddy effect of smoke circulating in the area where I live. I got a call, I think, from the harbor master saying shelter in place, which to me, I'm sorry, oh, that's you? Or is that me? Oh, God. So, could you turn it off for me? Which I did. And then it escalated as the fire developed into something more. And it became an evacuation request. We're over time. Sorry. Oh, I didn't know I was limited. Yeah, I announced. Okay, well, my last statement is we were exposed. I smell. I have the clothes on I had yesterday. I want to know what the LD50 is. I want to have an MSDS report. Thank you, sir. Okay. Anyone else in the room? All right, I'm not seeing any. Your phone? Thank you. Do I have the ability to get audio from Zoom, Nick? Yes. Okay. And with that, I'm going to go to, I see some hands up on Zoom. Rob O'Keefe will give you the floor first. You've got 1 minute.
Right. I'm unmuted. Thank you, Chair. This is Rob O'Keefe. I'm CEO of Sea Monterey, and I just wanted to let all know that the hotel community has stepped up with evacuation rate. So anybody in the affected area or anybody who just needs to get clear at all, please go to seamonterey.com. We have a travel alerts page up, and we will have hotels who are participating available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. I see Brian Ackerman. Brian, we'll give you the floor next.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. Brian Ackerman, port captain for the Elkhorn Yacht Club. This comment is mainly to Emergency Services Department. It seems that whenever there is an emergency or event in Moss Landing, the North Harbor gets completely forgotten. We are less than a half a mile from the incident, and there was a distinct plume and ash drifting on top of the boats. up in the North Harbor. There's about 24 people, more or less, that live on their boats up there. And we seem to always get excluded from any evacuation notices, whether it's tsunami or fire at the power plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. We're going to go to Norm Groot next. Norm?
Thank you and good morning. Just wanted to ask that you include the Ag Commissioner in any information that's disseminated so that we can get word out to the local farms as well as those farms that are experiencing smoke over their locations. We need to know exactly what's happening with the road closures as well as what to expect when the smoke does come down either on crops or on fallow land at this point. So if you could include the Ag Commissioner so he can disseminate information to myself and other ag organizations, we can get that word out. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. We're going to go to Sharon Miller next. Sharon? I lost Sharon on the screen. Sharon, if you're there, it's your time to unmute yourself and share your comment. Okay, not seeing Sharon, we'll go to Sylvia. Sylvia Morales. We'll go ahead and give you the floor. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for entertaining my call. Just real quick, I'm the resident of Carlitos, and I also run the Resource Center for Nonviolence. And I'll have to just say briefly that I am extremely concerned about the fact that it doesn't appear that the fire department had the appropriate fire retardants to minimize this fire and have to resort to actually letting it burn, exposing all of the residents, including Watsonville and Santa Cruz County. And this is extremely disturbing to myself, to my family, and to all the people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. We're going to go to Linda Martin next. Linda?
Hi, excuse me. Thank you. I live about 6 miles as the crow flies, 10 miles if you drive from the incident in Moss Landing. I'm outside the evacuation zone, so we stayed home. I have horses, as do numerous people out here. I can take them away, which I would like to do because there's no way to protect them, but I'm worried about getting back through road closures. Can you share or, post somewhere so that people know updated information about road closures?
Thank you very much. Next up, I'm going to I saw a woman by the name of Bonnie who announced that she wanted to speak but could not raise her hand. Bonnie, this would be your time to unmute yourself in order to make a comment. Okay, Bonnie, I'm not hearing you, so I'll give you another few seconds to try that one more time.
I couldn't unmute because of you. Okay, just real quick, I wanted to put on record that Fredericktown, Missouri had a similar bus fire or battery plant fire. I was curious about the fire suppression and state-of-the-art monitoring that this facility might have, as well as when or if the EPA has been doing air quality testing and how immediately after the fire started that they start monitoring. Thank you, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ana Luz Acevedo Cabrera.
Thank you for holding this meeting. I am interested in learning more about the safety protocols that the company has in place because this is really important to the citizens that we're not in this position ever again. So I would like to have public access to this information for all the safety protocols and all the containment and automatic containment efforts that don't have to rely on county services to be stepping up because this should be held and put together by the company itself. So I want to have access to all of that. And I think all citizens have a right to have access to all of that, as well as air quality standards and everything that's tied to this. Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to go to Crystal English. Crystal?
For the record, when will air monitoring data be made public? Several media sources and agencies have mentioned monitoring our AQI. However, those numbers don't include the chemical gases of concern. When will internal data on air chemistry be made available to the public? Specifically, what is the air report for Ground Zero and a mile out in the direction the plume is traveling? When will the NWS product tracking the plume be made public?
Thank you, Crystal. We're going to go to Donna. Donna, the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my comment. I'm very concerned about the ongoing effects of the burn and the ongoing, I heard that the fire had come down a bit, but obviously the smoke and the air quality is going to be affected. There was certainly notification about Santa Cruz residents staying within their home. There hasn't been any notification about the greater Monterey Bay and any impacts that the circulation might have or any direction that the winds are blowing and how that might be affecting the greater Monterey area. And we haven't had any sort of direction regarding air quality. We need more information. We need it quicker, and just to get an idea whether we should be also staying in our homes and what sort of steps we should be taking.
Thank you, Sharon. We're going to go to Drew Klauser.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. Please include information with Santa Cruz, participation with Santa Cruz County as well, as the Moss Landing location is just right on the border between Santa Cruz South County and North County Monterey. So echoing what was expressed earlier from the Monterey Farm Bureau comment to please include Santa Cruz County with the ag commissioners as well, Santa Cruz School District, specifically Pajaro Valley Unified School District, just for the community to hear some information that would be helpful for that neighboring community between the borders. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back and I saw Sharon Miller's hand up. Sharon? All right, we'll come back one more time, Sharon. I'm going to go to Rosa. Or Rosa?
She remuted.
Sharon, if you're there, go ahead and unmute.
I am here.
I am now.
Thank you so much. You know, I support clean energy, but we have to make sure we don't have a fourth fire out there. This is just getting to be too much. I'm concerned with the health of Elkhorn Slough. I don't know if anyone has addressed that yet. And I'm in Pacific Grove, but I could see those very scary flames from my windows clear across the bay. So thanks for getting the lowering the fire and making sure it's going to go out. And thank you, supervisors, for having this meeting.
Thank you, Sharon. We're going to go try Rosa again. Came off for a second and then went back on mute, Rosa. If you hold down your space bar, that should help. Unless you're on the phone. There you go.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Hi, this is Rosa Soco, resident of South Santa Cruz County. The air quality index doesn't measure these chemical exposures. Can the health department speak to the symptoms of the toxic fume exposure that's coming up to us here in South Santa Cruz County, and the impacts for the children that have been exposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. We're going to go to Leslie Villarruel.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you so much for being here this morning and for everyone's efforts. I'm a resident here at the Moss Landing Mobile Home Park, and I felt that this community was, it lacked information. I had to get my as a community to be able to inform one another better, so that multiple residents are not having to call 911 all at the same time. Let's talk about preventative measures, and let's talk about coming together. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We're going to go to Michelle's Galaxy. Michelle's Galaxy Note, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so again, it has to do with the livestock. We're being told, we're over in Royal Oaks, we're being told to stay inside, but we have a large amount of livestock in this area. And because the county hasn't made any preparations for evacuations, nobody's prepared to send the livestock anywhere and we just have them sitting under this cloud of smoke. And again, without the counties getting the emergency services in order, nobody knows what to do or where to go.
Signature. Thank you, Michelle. We're going to go to Axel Sarikio from Monterey Bay.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to kind of echo what others are saying, that the emergency notifications came a little bit late, if they ever came at all. And because we live on a peninsula, that's just kind of a disaster waiting to happen. If we don't know when or how to evacuate, we're all going to end up on the road at the same time, and that's going to be problematic.
Thank you, Axel. We're going to go to Aaron Davison from Congressman Panetta's office.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Board of Supervisors, for holding this meeting. And thank you to the first responders, North County Fire, and the Sheriff's Office. It's really, really important to remember that there were no injuries, and that's a big, big win for this. I just want to let the public know that the Congressman and our office are paying close attention, and we're in contact with VISTRA and the EPA. So we're standing by, ready to provide any federal support that's needed. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Aaron. We're going to go to Dan Barron. Dan?
Yes, I see that this is the largest battery storage system in the world, and I know there's containment systems for the different buildings. There's multiple buildings. I would like to know if it's just one building on fire now, and is that contained, or is that potentially going to spread to become a much bigger incident? Because as we know, this can have permanent lung damage from this fluorocarbons that are released. And I think you have a company representative there at the meeting, I believe, but it would just be great if we could hear from the company themselves, because we haven't heard any word from VISTRA about if this is contained and what's the potential. Could this actually start to burn all of those battery facilities, which would be a massive disaster, 10x, 100x of what we have right now? That's what I would like to hear.
Thank you, Dan. We'll go to Kate Spencer.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm a boat business owner in Moss Landing, and I would like to know what are the potential effects on our businesses. Will we be able to operate tours this weekend? And when we're cleaning our boats, are there any safety precautions we need to know? And I would agree that if the council has it within your ability to allow the gentleman from VISTRA to speak at length for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. I see no other hands up. Just going to confirm.
All right, so that looks to be the end of that news conference. Again, we are expecting a more formal news conference a bit later on today where they provide a real update on the situation. We'll make sure to bring that to you as we always do on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head out to our Fox 11 LA team. We have been checking in with them as they continue to cover the latest on the wildfires that are burning in that area.
Good morning and welcome. It is 9:30. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Keeping you informed and connected, we continue to monitor the Eaton and Palisades wildfires.
The Palisades fire is 31% contained. It has burned more than 23,000 acres. More than 3,500 structures have been destroyed. 603 have been damaged.
And now to the Eaton fire. It's currently 65% contained. It's burned more than 14,000 acres. More than 7,100 structures have been destroyed, and 805 have been damaged. That number, though, is expected to rise. And as you can imagine, the devastation is so complete that in some areas, homes and businesses are completely leveled.
Gigi live for us in Altadena again this morning in a neighborhood left empty and silent. A stark reminder of the fire's unforgiving toll when you look around, right, Gigi?
That's right. Neighborhood after neighborhood just abandoned, evacuated, and there is so much loss. We were driving down Altadena Drive here at Santa Rosa when we saw this from the street. Now, we're not going to go in, obviously, onto this person's private property, but you can see they had a tremendous classic car collection here. You are looking at what appears to be a Chevy from the 1940s. That license plate, that classic California license plate, has 1940 on it. There's an Oldsmobile in the back. There was a Lincoln that has been reduced to just metal, and it is car after car. Photographer Brian Shaw going to walk with me. We can't even make out. I'm sure some car aficionados at home will recognize some of these beautiful cars. We're talking about cars cars from the 1940s, 50s, 60s, just destroyed. And of course, the home behind it is also gone. You can see the pieces of metal where the rims just melted into the ground. It's just devastation. Obviously, none of these cars can be replaced. The most important thing, of course, that everyone got out with their life. They were able to take anything that might have meant something to them. But obviously, these cars must have meant something to the folks here. Meant something. We know it meant something to the people who once lived here on Altadena Drive. Just a beautiful collection, now reduced to metal. It's such a shame. Such a shame. We can only imagine the history behind some of these cars in this collection. That's the latest. We're live in Altadena, getting a first-hand look at the damage. And I can tell you, behind every statistic, behind every house, there is a story. And you're left to wonder, you know, what is the story of these classic cars? So much history again. I'll send it back to you.
Classic cars in Los Angeles also go hand in hand, don't they? It's part of our history in this city.
Right, in the history of California, that car had a 1940s license plate on it, those specialized license plates that are assigned to cars that, you know, meet the requirement to be considered classic. So obviously that was a 1940 car. There's another one in the background. To the right over there, it appears to have been maybe an Oldsmobile. We could just see the mobile part on the end of it. Some of them maybe from the 1970s, they appear to be. Just a tremendous collection, just gone.
And at the same time, Gigi, yesterday you saw a perfectly okay Oldsmobile, right? One of those VW vans that was green, parked in front of someone's house.
I think it was your friend's house, actually.
That's actually parked in front of in front of Ellen and George's house. They lost absolutely everything. And the VW is still standing. Come with me, photographer Brian Shaw. We sort of have to walk around the debris here. I just want to show you across the street, and there's a little bit of sun, so there might be a little bit of a glare. But you see that house that's leveled? You might make out in the distance the house next to it, and behind it is standing. And up the block here, this is the 2600 block of North Santa Rosa Avenue. There's actually a row of houses amongst a lot of devastation that are still standing. They may have damage, obviously, because the fire just tore through here, but they're still standing. Wow. That shows you, Roxy and Sandra, how erratic those Santa Ana winds can be. They hopscotch sometimes. They destroy, you know, a row of houses, and then suddenly you see one house is still standing. Right. And that's what we're seeing here on Santa Rosa Avenue, just off of Altadena.
Yeah, we saw similar situations like that in Pacific Palisades, where you do have many homes destroyed and then you'll have one standing. Of course, we don't know if people could ever go back into these homes because it's probably inhabitable due to everything that's happened. Is there something else you want to show us?
I just want to show you the intensity of the fire. Take a look at the stop sign. You know, traffic does not stop. I imagine that sign once read. You could just see the intensity of the fire that tore through this residential neighborhood. It is so hard to see in person. The loss is just so catastrophic.
And a stark contrast with those trees, some totally burnt to a crisp, and then those mature pine trees just standing there still green. So, all right, Gigi, thank you so much for bringing us that story.
Probably beautiful palm trees.
Yeah. We'll check in with you soon. Gigi, thank you. These images are just, it's like you can't get enough of them. At the same time, it's hard to look at.
And it's hard to comprehend, right?
It really
Sometimes
is.
What you're looking at, wow, how could this be, you know? Yeah.
So the LA Sheriff's Department has released some names and pictures of 12 people who are missing as a result of the wildfires. They include 53-year-old Stacy Darden. She was last had contact with her family on the 8th, so January 8th. Darden's last known location, though, was on the 2000 block of North Marengo Avenue. She has black hair and brown eyes.
Also missing is Kimberly Winecki. She's 77 years old and last heard from on January 7th, the day of the fires. That's the day it started. Winecki lives on the 100 block of East Las Flores Drive and was likely displaced by the fire there. She has gray hair and blue eyes.
93-year-old Friedley Whitley is also missing. Her last known whereabouts was near the 80th block, West Mariposa Street. She has brown hair and brown eyes.
Now, the community has been stepping up to donate essentials to those fire victims, and volunteers are needed to organize all the donations that have come in and to hand things out.
There's so much, right? So Bob, live for us, or he was live for us. He went to Santa Monica College to learn more about how this process works.
The Santa Monica College Foundation and the Westside Food Bank immediately sprung into action when this disaster struck, and they asked the community to help out with a drive, and the community responded in a very big way. This is the Santa Monica College cafeteria, and take a look at all of the donations that people brought in. Thaddeus is with the Santa Monica College CalFresh program with some of the outreach here. Talk a little bit more about this. I know this is something that you all do every single day anyway with your bodega, helping out students and the members of the community, but your reaction just to the outpouring that you're seeing right now, this is just overwhelming. This is tremendous.
It's amazing, honestly. I mean, Santa Monica College is really part of the community, and it is a trusted member, and we really always want to make sure that the community and the students are all doing very well, and so Santa Monica College, they sprung into action very quickly, and we were able to be a hub to really gather all this stuff, and we have the means to distribute it very quickly to everyone that we can out here.
And speaking of that, you really saw the ripple effects here, right? Because it's not just the people who lost their homes, people who are evacuated, but it really spread on to other sectors of the economy.
Absolutely. We had we have hundreds of students and even dozens of staff members here, and then in the larger community that have been affected by that, and like things like losing their jobs and like their means of income, things like that. They also have had issues with like losing not just their houses and things like that, of course, but just the larger issues of really
the service workers that are here. I want to give a look at some of your volunteers here, because that's one of the things that you're asking for here, because I know you received a lot of donations, but one of the things you're really looking for is the help to figure out how to put these in boxes and to separate the stuff into the appropriate sectors, right?
Exactly. So we have openings for volunteers that we're doing. We're going to be having these efforts through the weekend and then distributing into next week. Absolutely. And so we need volunteers. We've had a great team so far, but it takes a lot of work, and the community's really shown up, and that's been a really great thing to see.
Okay, you're hard at work. Hello to all the volunteers. Volunteers, hello. Just say hello. If you'd like to be one of these volunteers, they need the help. It's on their website, and we made it easy. We'll put it on our website, foxla.com. Back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. So coming up, losing your home, of course.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 11 LA team. They have had coverage of the wildfires that have now been burning in many cases for more than a week. We will bring you all of the news conferences as they happen right here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 12:50 on the East Coast and 9:50 on the West Coast. We are waiting on a news conference to get underway in just a few minutes. That is where Ohio's governor is expected to announce that he is going to fill the Senate seat that was given up by J.D. Vance. Now, of course, the vice president-elect, he's expected to name his lieutenant governor as the person who will fill that seat. We did learn earlier on this week that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis chose his Attorney General, Ashley Moody, to fill the seat that will be given up by Marco Rubio. So a lot of these news conferences happening this week, and we'll make sure to bring the one to you with DeWine coming up in a matter of minutes. For now, I do want to head over to the mayor's conference that is underway over in D.C. so we can take a look at who's speaking right now. But we do know in a matter of minutes we will hear from President Biden.
Please welcome the panel and the Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs for Instacart and our moderator in this session, Casey Aiden Wansberry, and she will introduce the panel as well.
All right, do want to take you out to Raleigh, North Carolina. It looks like we are getting a live news conference on that shooting investigation.
Very limited information to provide regarding the investigation, but she does want to provide the community with some answers at this point. All right, Chief Patterson.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Good afternoon, everyone, and my apologies that it has taken us a little bit of time to get information to you. Always, we want to make sure that the public is safe before we put out any information. I am here to provide just an update on what has occurred here at the 4300 block of Circle at North Hills Street. Certainly, as the Lieutenant stated, this is a troubling event. Anytime we have any kind of shootings or incident like this, our hearts go out to the victims and those that are involved. This is the information that we have right now. The scene is contained, and there is no threat to the community. This is not a random incident. What we know is that a male subject entered into a business here at North Hills, and he shot another individual. That person is deceased. We can confirm that at this time. The suspect then, in return, turned the weapon on himself, and he fired a shot. He remains in critical condition at this time. There is another person who was who we believe to be somebody that was just standing by that was struck, and that individual has non-life-threatening injuries, and we are prayerful that he will be okay. This appears to be a dispute between parties. We do not know at this time whether they know each other. We believe that possibly, but we do not know that for a fact. We have conducted a full search of the area, of area businesses, to ensure that they are safe. There are no other victims or suspects that we believe we are looking for at this time. With me today are all of our partners that have been instrumental in helping us to get our community safe and making sure that our community is safe. I certainly always want to make sure that we thank them. I thank the Raleigh Police Department for being here with us and providing resources. Also to the State Highway Patrol, Wake County Sheriff's Office, State Capitol Police, Emergency Management, Wake EMS, and also Kane Security. I also want to thank Wake County Schools. We know that some of the schools were concerned. They were in lockdown, but they are all now on code green. I would like to tell the public that they can expect that the roads in this area are going to be shut down for a little while longer. Please bear with us with that as we continue the investigation. As we get additional information, as we always do, because we want to make sure we're good partners, we'll update you and give you that information. That is what we have at this time. I'll take a few questions.
Sonico, CBS 7.
Yes, it did occur at the business right at the corner here at the Coquette business, and we have been in contact with those business owners. They have been very cooperative with us in the investigation, and we are thankful for that.
Cindy Babes, 11.
What witness told us was a chef shot, sorry.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Was a chef shot? A chef?
I don't have that information at this time.
Follow up.
Chief, were all of the shots fired inside this business, or were there shots that were fired outside of the business as well?
From what we can ascertain at this time, the shots were fired inside the building.
And then how far did the suspect get from the scene of the shooting? We see that this scene
we're still working through that.
Okay, and we see that this scene is extremely large. Can you tell folks why so much crime tape whenever everything was contained in that one business?
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you have any kind of shooting incident, we're going to make sure that our crime scene and our perimeter is wide. That is just our protocol in doing business like that. We are in the process now that we have been able to isolate some things to reduce the crime scene.
Thank you, Brett. Police observer.
Chief, do you know what time the call came in for this incident?
So I don't have that information with me just at this moment. We were trying to get the facts of the case and trying to put out something to you.
Okay. All right. Don't follow us.
Can you talk a little bit about, this is a really busy area.
Yeah.
Shopping center,
So, as I've stated, that this was not a random incident. This is not something that happens on a daily basis in North Hills, and we're very thankful for that. This is a very safe community, and we want to assure the public that everything is contained as far as we can do at this point. Certainly, we're going to continue to investigate this. If anything further comes up, we will make sure that we pass that information on all our social media platforms, as well as our City of Raleigh website, so that you are informed and you are updated on the information. Okay?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, partners. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that was a quick news conference coming in from WRAL. They are over in Raleigh, North Carolina. That is where we have been getting this information. That's breaking news that we have been following all throughout the morning. If there are any other news conferences, anything of that nature, we'll make sure to bring those to you here. But as you saw there, we are talking about a deadly shooting that appears to have happened at or near a shopping center in Raleigh. Now, according to the chief, she wanted to make it clear there that this was not a random shooting. At this point, it appears that this was targeted and the folks involved did know each other in some way. Again, any sort of updates, we'll bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head right back out to this live image we have. This is actually coming from the mayor's conference over in D.C. That is where we expect to hear from President Biden in a short period of time. But before I pop up the audio, want to remind you that in a matter of minutes, we also expect to hear from the Ohio governor as he names his lieutenant governor as the person who will fill J.D. Vance's Senate seat. We'll bring you that once it gets underway. But for now, let's pop up the audio.
Now in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. And we just launched a SNAP eligibility screener on the platform to help people quickly and anonymously determine whether they might be eligible for SNAP benefits. So we're hopeful that that's helpful to all of your communities. So turning back to public-private partnerships, Mayor Dickens, if you can talk a little bit more about how you leveraged that kind of partnership in this area in your city.
Yeah, it's important to have public-private partnerships to get this work done. I'm thankful to be at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where I serve as the P3 Task Force Chairman. The programs that we have really help to ensure that all Atlantans live within a half mile from the nearest fresh food options, and that's bringing new retailers to Atlanta and building new grocery stores, or helping existing mom-and-pop stores have better amenities and better profiles. And so I love this program because not only does it benefit families, but it also drives more business into these communities, and local retailers can expand and have new life into these unused public spaces. Sometimes these are vacant spaces or vacant grocery stores, or something that we can turn into now that's tax revenue generating for the city. And these types of programs can contribute to making Atlanta more vibrant in some of these neighborhoods that have been disinvested. One size doesn't fit all, so you have to look for various different solutions. That's where the public-private partnerships come in handy to be able to address hunger and nutrition security. And so our programs that focus on new stores in neighborhoods that have historically faced barriers, but also working with the Independent Grocers Association to train up these mom-and-pop stores so that they do an even better job and have collective buying power. And so I believe that we need to deploy every tool possible at our disposal to end nutrition insecurity, and using public public-private partnerships as a way to do that has been helpful to us, using savvy provisions as a store that comes in, and we support them financially with tax incentives and other things. So that's, and even space that we may have in a municipal-owned building to put a grocery store in there.
It's incredible. I think another aspect to us that's really exciting about public-private partnerships is how you can sort of take a chance on innovations and gauge impact and think about, trying a bunch of things, seeing what works. And over the past few years, one partnership we're particularly proud of where we've been able to do that is we've been working with the Partnership for Healthier America, the nonprofit, to support 1,100 families in 4 cities, Denver, Inglewood, New Jersey, Milwaukee, and Washington, D.C. They've got a program we've been supporting that offers families in under-resourced communities $60 a month to use on produce specifically, using a category-specific stipend on Instacart, and then they also get an Instacart Plus membership. So what's been interesting is that they've been doing this in these cities for some time, and we've been able to get some interesting results, including a recent survey showed 60% of survey respondents said that they reported that they ate more fruits and vegetables once starting the program. 87% said that this stipend helped them build a healthy habit of eating that they hadn't had before. 86% said that it empowered them, giving them the dignity to choose the different items that fit their unique needs best, and they appreciated that flexibility and that choice. So it's still new, but it's really encouraging to us to sort of see which part of this is really resonating. In that vein, I know Mayor Cognetti, you've been looking at what works and what's most impactful in your city. Would love to hear a little bit more about how you're thinking about that.
Yeah, it's fitting that we have our White House staff here, and the president is coming because the White House Hunger Challenge, launched just a couple years ago, was an incredible spark for us in Scranton. We started our hunger task force in Scranton as a result of that White House Hunger Challenge. And you all know in this room that there's a little pixie dust that happens when you say White House once you get home. It really helped us bring everyone to the table, not just our hunger partners and nonprofits, but our faith community, some of our partners at our different grocery stores, and also our philanthropy. So our task force has really had success. We are at a point where we are now funding together a navigator position so that we can close the gaps between the food providers and then better meet those needs. So you say, the choice, right? The dignity of choice in food. So many people say, I'd like to come to this food pantry, but I can't choose a culturally appropriate meal for my family, or I don't have the type of produce that I like, or my kid doesn't like this. There's so many different layers.
All right, so you're listening in there to the mayor's conference. We are going to dip out of that for just a second. As you can see, there is a panel discussion, but coming up in a matter of minutes, we expect to hear from President Biden. I do want to pivot, though, as it appears there is a FEMA news conference that is getting underway. This is courtesy our Fox 11 LA team and is all related to the wildfires. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Last week to declare a major disaster declaration in California, enabling this kind of emergency assistance to come to our community as soon as possible. At these centers, specialists from federal, state, and local agencies are available to meet directly with victims to assist in obtaining replacement identification and documentation, and starting the application process for individual disaster relief and low-interest loans for homeowners, renters, and businesses. In fact, I have just toured the FEMA Center and the SBA Disaster Center, and I am just amazed. They can get your driver's license, your birth certificate, and marriage certificate within a day. In fact, momentarily. And they are ready to serve so that you can get instantly those documents that you might need. And then there's specialists that offer information on other types of assistance that applicants can be eligible for, like mental health crisis counseling, long-term housing assistance, and more. This kind of direct, cost-free assistance is so crucial for people who've lost everything and may not know how to start the process for recovery on so many aspects of their lives, which is only compounded by the immense loss and stress that they are currently facing. So as we continue to respond to and recover from the Eaton fire, my priority remains protecting my constituents from danger, supporting our heroic first responders, and ensuring that our federal government provides the full scope of resources available to help our loved ones and neighbors. Together, we will rebuild our community, and if there's anything that you need, please don't hesitate to call my office. And now I would like to have remarks about the services that are provided here. First, I want to call upon the Director of SBA Los Angeles, Julie Close.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie Klaus, Director of SBA's Los Angeles District Office. Last name is C-L-O-W-E-S. Thank you, Congresswoman Chu, for joining us today. Thank you to Superintendent Gomez and the entire PCC team for your hospitality and providing this resource, letting us come together to provide all the essential services for the community. My team is here local in LA in the good times and the bad, and we live here, we work in the affected areas, and we are with you for the long-term recovery. I wanted to just say a quick overview of the 3 major programs that we have available for people who are affected. And even though we have business in our name, we actually have assistance for homeowners, for renters, for businesses of all sizes, and for nonprofit organizations. So we have home loans for homeowners and renters to replace damaged or destroyed property. This includes real estate, and it includes personal property, even things like automobiles. We have business physical disaster loans. This is to repair or replace any real estate the business might have, and anything inside the business, furniture, fixtures, equipment, machinery. And this is for businesses of all sizes and for nonprofit organizations. And thirdly, we have our Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, or the EIDL. This is for small businesses and nonprofit organizations who have working capital needs. Maybe you haven't been physically affected by the fire or the damage, but you have been affected, and you certainly might have working capital needs to help get you through this recovery period. We're here with our sister agencies with FEMA, and to let everyone know that the FEMA and SBA assistance can work hand in hand. And thank you to all of our partners. I know Cal OES and everyone who's here to help us bring all support to the entire community. Our resource partners also stand ready, our small business development centers and women business centers, and we also have SCORE and our veteran business outreach centers to take you through this process, help you figure out your business needs, and get you back on the road to recovery. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to call upon the Federal Coordinating Officer for FEMA, Curtis Brown.
Thank you, Congresswoman Chu, for your leadership in bringing us shoulder to shoulder to provide needed information to the impacted communities. Currently, FEMA has over 400 staff deployed to California and are working tirelessly to support survivors across impacted communities. We have FEMA call centers open to accommodate Pacific Standard Times and hours. Over 6,000 FEMA employees we've served to support agents and activated to support call centers throughout impacted Pasadena. Over 150 disaster survivor assistance staff were deployed across LA to assist survivors with hotels, shelters, disaster recovery centers, door-to-door visits, churches, and other community locations. Every DSA team includes at least one Spanish-speaking member to ensure language accessibility. Additionally, accessibility and language services remain a top priority at FEMA, DRCs, and throughout county operations. We are committed to meeting survivors where they are and providing the resources they need to recover. FEMA's individual assistance letters used to communicate with survivors can be confusing, and we know that. FEMA has heard the feedback from the community and are working to rectify this situation. More to follow within the coming days. Most of the letters apply to survivors with insurance, saying that they are not approved for assistance when really they just need to submit additional documentation. Our Our individual assistance program have approved more than $23 million to more than 11,000 households currently. We also have a one-time payment of $770 to cover immediate needs for disaster-related needs, for things like baby formula, gas in your car, to meet your needs for 24 to 72 hours. Majority of the other funds are for personal property and displacement assistance. At this DRC, survivors are impacted by the fire can get help by applying for federal assistance, speaking to representatives from state and federal agencies, and receive updates on the FEMA applications for assistance. DRCs are designed to be a one-stop shop for survivors impacted by the fires, with key agencies and organizations that are present here, such as FEMA, the Small Business Administration, which you just heard from, the California DMV, and the American Red Cross. When applying for assistance, I encourage every head of household to apply for FEMA assistance. Not every member of the family, just the head of the household. If you've been evacuated or have damage to your home, I urge you to call our helpline at 1-800-621-3362, or go online at disasterassistance.gov, or use the FEMA app on all mobile devices. If you were affected by the fires and have insurance, you should contact your insurance company first and then apply for FEMA assistance. In closing, I would like to say we've heard rumors we've all heard rumors about FEMA assistance. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I'll remain after to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And I'd like to reiterate the point that Curtis made, which is you may apply to FEMA and get an answer of not approved, but it doesn't mean that it's not approved. Please keep on continuing to pursue that application. They just may need more information on the insurance or something like that. And now, I would like to call upon the Assistant Director of Recovery of Cal OES, Bob Troy.
Thank you, Congressmember, for bringing us all together here today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bob Troy. I serve as the Assistant Director for Interagency Recovery and Deputy State Coordinating Officer on this disaster. Our hearts go out to all Californians impacted by these devastating fires, those who have lost loved ones, their homes, and those who are displaced. There's a saying in emergency management that all disasters begin and end locally. But in California, local communities do not do that alone. The governor and the California Office of Emergency Services have coordinated a whole of government response to this event, bringing together all appropriate state and federal partners in accordance with pre-existing plans to support local leaders in their efforts to support the survivors of these disasters. Assistance workers are here on the ground. Many are here in the building located behind me. More than 10 different state agencies providing services to impacted households. More than 900 families have already been assisted at our UCLA location, and more than 1,000 at the location here behind me here in Pasadena. And we thank them for hosting the center here. We also have additional resources to go out and meet the communities where they are and stand up additional centers as necessary. We have representatives, including the Department of Motor Vehicles, Employment Development Department, the Department of Social Services, the Franchise Tax Board, Department of Insurance, Contractor State License Board, the Department of Tax and Fee Administration, Department of Public Health, Department of Veteran Affairs, and the Housing and Community Development, all here to provide different types of assistance to survivors, whether it's replacement of vital records, whether it is help and assistance for navigating the contracting and rebuilding process, or questions about insurance, all of which are key and critical to help fire survivors recover quickly. We've also know that there are many needs that can't be fixed in the building here behind me. And so to that end, we have assembled multiple task forces with state and federal partners to tackle complex and challenging problems and figure out solutions that work here in Los Angeles County for these impacted communities. Some of those include, but are not limited to, schools, housing, debris, lithium-ion batteries, watershed, etc. We'll continue to evolve and grow those task forces and those recovery structures to meet the needs of this disaster. We're going to be here for the long haul. This recovery will go through many different phases, and we will remain in tight coordination with our state and federal partners and local leaders to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to meet the needs of these communities that are impacted. We're in lockstep with FEMA and our other federal partners, such as the Small Business Administration, to deliver that assistance locally here where the people are. Know that we'll be here for as long that it takes. Thank you, and I remain available to answer questions.
Next, we are going to hear two survivor stories, and I cannot believe how many people that I know that lost their homes. And in fact, a quarter of the Altadena Town Council lost their homes. And one of them is here today to share his story. Nick Arnzen, the Vice Chair of the Altadena Town Council.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, everyone, for being here and hearing our stories, our voices. Oops, sorry. I will, thanks, Victor. I will speak strictly as a resident today, not as a council member, but if I could get out of the way. Curtis, thank you for being here. I agree with rumors, Curtis from FEMA. And I will say, Judy, this is close to your heart. I know the frustration that my community is feeling with that notice on the FEMA site, I know is much more complicated and intricate than just a quick fix, but the sooner you can make that happen, I can't express how frustrating that is, and I appreciate you working on that. As a father and a resident of Altadena, we lost our home, we lost everything. We made it out with our animals and our children and barely anything in our vehicle. But we're finding hope in thinking about rebuilding and looking to the future. So I just want to speak directly to Altadena residents. The biggest thing I know firsthand is the trauma and the fear. And we are a community that is strong, but is traditionally and historically neglected to some degree, especially parts of Altadena like the west side. So just know that I feel your pain, I feel your fear, and when things come up and rumors are embraced, it adds to our stress. We have to push past that, and this is not a time to talk about any speculation, things like, I'm going to just point out, because there was something posted recently by a council member from Pasadena, and I know Mayor Gordo would be with me on this. Talk of annexation or anything like that at this time disgusts me, disgusts the council, and puts fear in our residents. And I know the mayor is behind me when I say this is not the time for that. This is not the time for any conversation, even if it's meant to be comforting. Just the idea of something like that and other things related are disturbing and disgusting to my community. Let's put an end to that right now. And I'm really glad to be here as a council member. Switching gears, I'm appreciative of everybody here and seeing some familiar faces. And keeping an eye on my community is most important. And keep in mind, the only way to make sure funds go directly to Altadena and nowhere else, and the other communities need assistance too, is at this stage go to altadenarotary.org. That is the only clear way to make sure that we get our funds and our help that we need. Congresswoman, thank you so much for having us here.
And next, I'd like to call upon someone who is an icon of this community. She was Vice President of Pasadena City College, and she was once elected to the Pasadena Unified School Board, and now she's president of the Martin Luther King Coalition, Dr. Jackie Jacobs.
I have to tone it down just a little. Can you hear me? Okay. To God be the glory that we are here today, and yes, that you are here. We have had, I guess we've gone through trauma. We've never been in this shape before, but my husband David and I experienced the loss of everything. Our chimney is standing. 30 years we lived 961 East Alpine Drive in Altadena. And I can't express how, when you going there and seeing the smoke and seeing all of your material things and ideas, dreams, and everything in the ashes. But we are so grateful. You know, there was a song that says, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world. And we are certainly the luckiest people in the world right now. And we just thank all of you from the community, all of the organizations. FEMA was out, and insurance, and all of the other groups that just came to our rescue. We have our applications in everywhere. And we are so grateful for our Congresswoman. She's always with us. She's one of those you say you can count on her. And through the years, she has worked with us with the Martin Luther King Community Coalition. And she's still with us, and we just love her. And we want to thank you and your office and everybody that's, participated with this. I think what really brought things home to me more than anything else was my 4-year-old great-grandson. And we're living in an Airbnb right now, and so in San Gabriel. And so he was concerned that, we've been first, we were in Pasadena, then we went to Monrovia, and now we're in San Gabriel. And he says, when are we going to our real home? And it just broke me up because we don't have a real home now to go to, just the ashes. And we can't get up to even see the ashes right now because of things happening. So I want to thank all of the agencies, the individuals that's helping people. And this center, disaster centers, and other places that's happening, I'm telling the public, please go. People are so nice, and they are really helping. And so we're very grateful for all that you've done. As I've told one group, the clothes we have on right now are all from people that people gave to us, have given to us. We left thinking we'll be back in a day or so without taking clothes or anything, just a few things. And so what David has on and what I have on, it's because we've had people to give, and we are grateful for that. And so with that, I just want to encourage everybody that's listening that go to the centers and get help, because people are truly willing to help, and we are receiving it. So all praises be to God, and thanks to you, and thanks to Congresswoman Chu.
All right, you're listening to a news conference there with FEMA as well as wildfire survivors, I should say. That is coming from Fox 11 LA. I want to pivot now and head over to Ohio. That is where we are hearing live from Governor Mike DeWine. He is announcing the replacement for Senator J.D. Vance, his seat there in the Senate. It sounds as though he's going to pick his lieutenant governor, but let's listen in as he does walk up to the podium.
It's good to have a baby. Baby. Always good to have a baby. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, this coming Monday at 12 noon, Ohio's own J.D. Vance will be sworn in as Vice President of the United States. We are very proud of him. We are very proud of the fact that an Ohioan will be Vice President of the United States. We wish him all the best, and we certainly wish President Trump all the best as well. When there is a vacancy in the United States Senate, that is a different thing. It does not occur very often. Since 1913, Ohioans and people across this country, citizens across this country, have had the ability to select the U.S. Senator. Ohio law provides that when there is a vacancy in the United States Senate, it is the governor who makes that interim appointment. And so I have the obligation to make an appointment, which I'm told will basically last until after the 2026 election. I think December 15th is the normal time when the new person who is elected, or that person continues to be in office. So this is an unusual situation. And it's frankly a very heavy responsibility, and it's a responsibility that I take very seriously. It was my honor and privilege to serve in the United States Senate, to represent the people of Ohio for 2 terms, 12 years. I think I have a pretty good idea of what it takes to succeed in the United States Senate, what it takes to represent your state. As I was looking for the right person, I wanted someone who knew Ohio. Ohio is a complex state. You drive across it, you think it's all farmland, and yet we have 6 or 7 major metropolitan areas, more than virtually any state in the Union. It is diverse in so many different ways, and it takes a while, candidly, to get to know this state. So I wanted someone who had a firm grasp and understanding of the complexity of Ohio, the diversity, and frankly, the greatness of Ohio. I also wanted someone who understands the interaction between the federal government and the state government. There is so much interaction, and so much of what we do, what I do as governor, what any governor can do, is impacted not just by the laws passed by Congress, but also, frankly, by the different rules and regulations put forward by the president and by the executive branch. But it's an intricate relationship. I wanted someone who understood that. Third, I wanted someone who, frankly, would go to the United States Senate and work. I wanted a workhorse. I wanted someone who I knew would get up in the morning every single day, focus on Ohio, focus on the people here, but also focus on the obligation that senator had for the whole country. To state the obvious, there are only 100 of them. There's only 100 United States senators, and each one can play a major role. One of the things I found different between the House and the Senate, and I served in both, is that when you walk into the United States Senate, whether you're the most junior member or the most senior, you can make a difference. And you can make a difference whether you're in the minority party or whether you're in the majority party. We need, this is a serious time in our history. I won't go into all the reasons why, but I think if you look at foreign affairs, if you look at national defense, if you look at the international situation today, if you look at where our defense is, the United States Senator plays a major role and can play and does play a major role in regard to our national security. And so, again, serious times demand serious people. Finally, the next person who goes to the U.S. Senate, I knew would have to run and run and run. We're used to 6-year terms, but this person I knew would, after I appointed them, could only serve for 2 years. They would have to run for re-election or run for election. And then if they won, they would have to turn around and run again in 2 years. So it had to be someone who I knew, frankly, who had the skill sets, but also the determination, had it, frankly, in their gut, that they could get up in the morning and do this day after day after day, and at the same time carry on their great duties as a United States Senator. The process we went through took a while, and it took a while because of the gravity of this decision. I interviewed a large number of people. We heard from a large number of people. There were many people who I considered very qualified to serve in the United States Senate to represent the state of Ohio. But I came to the conclusion, as you see, that the person who is best suited to be the United States Senator is a person who has been close to me for the last 6 years, a person who almost daily I work with, and that is Lieutenant Governor John Husted. I have worked with him. I have seen him. I know his knowledge of Ohio. I know his heart. I know what he cares about. I know his skills. And all of that tells me that he is the right person for this job. In every major decision that I have made in the last 6 years as governor of the state of Ohio, John Husted has played a part in that decision. And those times, we all don't agree on everything. Fran points out that she and I don't agree on everything. So it should not be a shock that John and I might disagree on some things. But even in the cases where he saw things differently, my decision was informed and was helped by his input. If you look at the specific areas where he has been involved, I started to write them out and stopped after a while. He's been involved in so many things. But economic development is something, as you know, that John has in his DNA. He started right out of school at the University of Dayton, started working economic development for the Chamber in Dayton. So he certainly has that great experience. Grew up in Northwest Ohio, went to the University of Dayton, ran for the legislature from the Miami Valley, a district in the Miami Valley, ultimately became Speaker of the House, then went to the Senate, as you know, from there, served as Secretary of State, and then, of course, as Lieutenant Governor. He has the background, he has the experience to get the job done. If you look at, I want to go back for a moment and talk briefly about some of the specific things that he has done. One is economic, as I said, economic development. Whether it was Intel or the announcement that we made yesterday, John has been made a major player in getting these companies to come to the state of Ohio. He's focused also on energy, broadband, making government more efficient, and I could go on and on. I believe and know that John is prepared to be the United States Senator from the state of Ohio. The U.S. Senate rewards hard workers. It rewards those who master the facts. It rewards those who focus on getting things done. Those who succeed in passing legislation do so because of their determination. They also do so because of their hard work and their willingness and ability to put coalitions together. This former Speaker of the Ohio House will be right at home in the United States Senate. John Husted will be right at home in the United States Senate, and he'll be at home on day one. Finally, let me just say that I will miss this very good man. The state of Ohio will miss this excellent Lieutenant Governor. But we are gaining a strong advocate for us in Washington, D.C. We are gaining someone who I have every confidence will serve the people of the state of Ohio very well. John?
Thank you, Governor. My family is gathered here, so you know who they are. My wife, Tina, son, Alex, daughter, Katie, Kylie, brother-in-law, Mick, and then Kathleen, our Alex's wife, our daughter-in-law, and our granddaughter, May, were here just a moment ago. Governor, I just want to say thank you. It is my honor to accept the appointment to serve the people of the state of Ohio in the U.S. Senate. I have just appreciate that you have placed so much trust in me, first of all, as a running mate, and then as Lieutenant Governor, and now as your appointee to the Senate. To my friends and supporters and the people across Ohio, we have worked to make Ohio great again, and I look forward to working with President Trump, J.D. Vance, to make America great again. This decision was not made lightly, and I say it was not made lightly. My family and I listened to the advice of so many people, including the governor and many, many others. And I want to take a moment to share the reasons behind this decision. I have dedicated most of my professional life to serving the state of Ohio. And in stepping away as Lieutenant Governor, it was not easy. When I arrived at the State House as a legislator, Ohio was facing tough times. We were a high-tax state with a struggling economy. We were watching factories shut down across the state, and even my own family had to leave Ohio, or had left Ohio, because they needed to find work. I was just a rookie legislator who believed I could make a difference, so I rolled up my sleeves and focused on what I thought was most important, which was economic development, jobs, and education. One of the first bills I introduced, for some of you who have been around here long enough, you might remember this, but one of the first bills I introduced was a bill focused on school choice. And I remember thinking, who could possibly be against having the opportunity to give kids in failing schools a chance for a better education? And well, I quickly learned the hard truth that there were plenty of people and special interests that would fight against it. And I remembered that great lesson. I was reminded of a great lesson I already knew, that if you want to make real change, it won't come easy, and you had to be willing to fight for it. So that's exactly what I did. When I became Speaker of the House, we advanced educational freedom, creating the Ed Choice Scholarship and giving thousands of students access to the school of their choice. We also tackled the forces of complacency head on when we reformed the tax code, eliminating 3 business taxes and cutting the income tax by 21%. That was the start of tax reform and Ohio's economic revitalization to make Ohio more competitive and prosperous. As Lieutenant Governor, by the way, he's given me so many great opportunities. Lieutenant governors just don't get the chances that I've had. And we worked on this. We built on those priorities. We expanded career technical education so that everybody could have access in their high school to a career tech opportunity, ensuring that more students would graduate career ready. And through the tech cred creation, we were allowing every Ohioan to earn the chance for an in-demand credential that would lead directly to a job, which is what you want out of an education. I've always wanted people to have access to good jobs without college debt, and that's what we've made happen in Ohio. In my mind, my mission has always been clear: to ensure that Ohioans had access to good jobs, quality job training, and the opportunity to achieve their version of the American dream. Have we said that before? A couple times.
I think so, yes.
A couple times. For decades, Ohioans endured the harsh effects of globalization, automation, and complacency, leading to high unemployment and a reputation as being one of the worst states to do business. But today, Ohio stands as one of the best states to do business, with more jobs than at any point in our history. And if yesterday's announcement, if we need any evidence of that, yesterday's announcement of a project that the whole country competed for, Anduril's manufacturing headquarters, that we won, and they chose Ohio. 4,000 jobs. It's going to be amazing. Because in the last 5 years, we've had 62 companies, 62 coastal companies have moved their operations to Ohio. And I'm proud to say that I've contributed to making that possible, working to achieve real results for Ohio. I'm also proud of my time as Secretary of State. That's where we created the system that made it easy to vote and hard to cheat. I hope any of you have been covering me, you've heard that during my time as Secretary of State many times, because that was always our goal: make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And in Husted versus the Philip A. Randolph Institute, we won a landmark Supreme Court case to set a national standard for maintaining the integrity of the voter rolls. Along the way, I take pride in the fact that we advanced the cause of freedom and free markets through cutting taxes, expanding school choice, advancing Second Amendment rights, and reforming regulations by eliminating 5 million unnecessary words from the administrative code. And by the way, I have to lobby a little bit because we still have work to do there. So we got to get a little bit more on that, worked out on that. I'm especially proud of our work on foster care, which Tina has been so instrumental in doing. Foster care and adoption, which are so special to me as an adopted kid. And protecting kids from big tech and online predators. I know we made a real difference. All right, so I have to say thanks to the Innovate Ohio team. You've made government more customer service friendly, which is one of our goals. When you take the fact that you no longer have to wait in person at a BMV, a gift that keeps on giving to people, which we hope to continue to build on over time. Digital IDs, the Ohio IP Promise, quantum computing, innovation districts and hubs. We've harnessed the technology to improve the lives and solidified Ohio as the tech hub of the Midwest, and we are. I have loved this work, and stepping away from it has not been easy. This has been great. My time here at the State House has been a true joy. But representing Ohio in the U.S. Senate is an amazing opportunity. I mean, it is amazing. And it is something that an adopted kid who grew up on County Road J in Montpelier, Ohio, could have never imagined. I know Ohio well, and I will fight for Ohio as a U.S. Senator. Governor knows that. And I really look forward to working with President Trump and Vice President Vance and the Republican majority, who have an America First agenda to fight inflation, stop illegal immigration, and advance conservative values. And that's what I'll do, because that's what the people of Ohio need. And they care about those things. It's what they want. We have an opportunity and obligation to deliver. And I will continue to be an America First conservative who wants to get things done and knows that public service is a temporary gift that you have to make the most of for the people you represent. As a senator, and Governor will like to hear this, he'll want, when I spoke to Senator McCauley earlier today, I told him I was going to do this. So I said, as a senator, I want to return power from the federal government to the states. States are closer to the problems and can innovate and better than the federal government, especially in education, workforce, and social programs, so we can help more people experience the dignity of work and strengthen the earning power of the middle class. As a U.S. Senator, I hope to have a special impact on the role technology plays in our lives. And we know that that impact can be both good and it can be bad. History teaches us that the nations that are the most technologically advanced are the nations that become the most economic and militarily superior. And it's an essential aspect of this if we want to preserve prosperity and freedom for the world and the cause of freedom around the world, that we be leaders in innovation and technology. In an era of AI, technological superiority may matter now more than ever, and I want to play a role in that so that America wins that battle. But technology can also do harm. I want to make sure we protect our kids, our culture, our jobs from the insidious impact that some technologies can have in our lives. And now I want to say a couple special things about some people. I want to say something about Governor DeWine. First and foremost, he's a good man. He and Fran have been they've been great leaders and friends to me and Tina. And we cherish our time with him. He's done a lot of big things for Ohio, but it's little things that make him special. I want to thank President Trump and Vice President Vance and Senator Moreno for their counsel and encouragement, and I look forward to working with all of them. President Trump has won Ohio by 11 points in this past election, and I will do all I can to help him and J.D. Vance be successful. Public service is a team effort. I am grateful for the colleagues, the staff, the friends from across the state who have helped us accomplish so much during my time in state government. I thank God for blessing me with a wonderful wife and family, to Tina, Alex, Katie, Kylie, Kathleen, and May, and especially my mom and dad, who somehow they'll figure out how to watch from home somewhere. They'll catch all this. My mom and dad, Jim and Judy, I love you all. In the end, this was easy. It's a decision about service. And, maybe Kylie was the one that threw it at the end. She was lobbying for me to take this job, weren't you, Kai? It's about service for me and my family and where we can have the most impact. And there's no doubt that the U.S. Senate is a place where you can have impact for every man, woman, and child in this country. And I will be proud to serve Ohio as a U.S. Senator. So keep me in your prayers, and may God bless Ohio and God bless America. And I'm ready to get started because I don't have an office, a desk, a chair, a pencil. I got a lot of work to do, and we're going to be leaving to go get that done real soon. So thank you.
And there you have it. Lieutenant Governor John Husted of Ohio named by Governor DeWine to fill J.D. Vance's Senate seat. You could see he was becoming emotional as he spoke all about it. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 1:49 on the East Coast and 10:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you out to this live image that we do have showing the Capitol building over in D.C. as we continue to cover the latest on Trump's inauguration. We do know, according to Trump, that His activities there, his festivities for the inauguration Monday, have now been moved indoors. I do want to read the statement that he provided a short time ago on Truth Social, saying January 20th cannot come fast enough. Everybody, even those that initially opposed a victory by President Donald J. Trump and the Trump administration, just want it to happen. It is my obligation to protect the people of our country, but before we even begin, we have to think of the inauguration itself. The weather forecast for Washington, D.C., with the wind chill factor, could take temperatures into severe record lows. There is an Arctic blast sweeping the country. I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It is dangerous conditions for tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, and even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours on the 20th. In any event, if you decide to come, dress warmly. Therefore, I have ordered the inauguration address, in addition to prayers and other speeches, be delivered in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, as was used by Ronald Reagan in 1985, also because of very cold weather. The various dignitaries and guests will be brought into the Capitol. This will be a very beautiful experience for all, and especially for the large TV audience. We will open Capital One Arena on Monday for live viewing of the historic event and to host the presidential parade. I will join the crowd at Capital One after my swearing in. All other events will remain the same, including the victory rally at Capital One Arena. That is Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch that here on Live Now from Fox, by the way. He also says, quote, that includes all 3 inaugural balls Monday evening. Everyone will be safe, everyone will be happy, and we will together make America great again. That is a post on Truth Social from President-elect Donald Trump speaking about his inauguration, which as of now is set for Monday. You can watch all of the events take place here starting very early in the morning. Do want to pop up this graphic for you here so you can get a better look. That is Inauguration Day 2025. Our coverage does begin 8 a.m. Eastern time, and as of now, that is set to take place in the Capitol Rotunda. If anything changes with that or the timing, anything of that nature, we'll make sure to bring that to you right away on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. That'll be the final one of the hour, but so much more coverage in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 1:54 on the East Coast and 10:54 on the West Coast. I want to head back out to the Mayor's Conference that is underway in D.C. That is where we expect any moment now to hear from President Biden. That is where earlier on today we also heard from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, as well as other mayors from across the country. Do want to pop up the audio and listen in. And on the other side of this, Stephanie Quinu will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Friday, January 17th.
Science Act. It is a record that will not only stand the test of time, but had profound, tangible benefits for the people we serve and the cities we love. Today, our cities are vibrant and brimming with optimism. And for that, we cannot thank you enough for your devoted leadership. Indeed, thank you is not enough. That's why today I'm proud to announce that we are taking the very rare step of presenting to President Joe Biden the United States Conference of Mayors Award for Distinguished Public Service. This is our highest honor, and there's no more fitting recipient than President Biden. Mr. President, your legacy of achievement and support for the working people of this country will forever be celebrated. On behalf of America's mayors, we honor you and thank you for your service and for your friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Gaylor, thank you very much from Columbus, Ohio, for your leadership of this conference. Please have a seat if you have one. Thank you, Tom Cochran, for your remarkable stewardship of the U.S. Conference of Mayors for decades. I want to give a special thanks to his wife, Clarita, who I just met. She's running around here, feeling after she broke her hip. You good, doing well? Anyway, Tom, you and I have something in common. We both married way above our station. To my hometown mayor, John Carney. John, where are you? Out there? Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you, John. This guy's a true public servant. He just finished 8 years as a great governor and then decided to run for mayor. A special thanks to another great friend, the mayor of my second home, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Paige Cagnotti. Paige. It's an honor to receive this award. As I measure the significance of the award based on the character and the consequences of the organization bestowing the award. The U.S. Conference of Mayors is an organization of character and consequence. And thanks to all of you for your partnership and the progress we made together these 4 years. I must say, the big reason we got so much done is because all former mayors have served in my administration. Steve Benjamin, Pete Buttigieg, Marcia Fudge, Keisha Lance Bottom, Mitch Landrieu, Tom Vilsack, Marty Walsh. And thanks to Tom Perez, a guy like me who has been my point person for all of this, but he's a county guy. That's tougher, man. I don't know, man. This is one of the last events that I'll be doing as president. And the reason I chose to be here is because of the first thing that I did as president was to speak to this conference. You know, as many of you know, maybe you weren't here then, but many of you know, I started my career as a local councilman. I only ran for the Senate because it was too damn hard being a local councilman. You know, people know where you live. They think you can solve every problem. They think you have more money than you do and more power than you do. You're in the front lines answering key questions in their lives. Is my neighborhood safe? My kid going to have the good fortune to be here in his hometown? Will there be jobs here? So many other questions. It matters. What you do matters, matters, matters. When we first met 4 years ago, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. 4 years later, our nation and our cities have emerged stronger than we were when we entered the crisis. I come here today for a couple reasons. First, my administration released a report summarizing the impact of our work together to invest in America. It all started with the American Rescue Plan, one of the most significant recovery packages in our history, to get us out of the immediate crisis of the pandemic and save thousands of lives. One of the most important decisions I made was to send money directly to you. Directly to you. I'm a local official. Governors are good guys and women, but when you send it to state legislators, they divide it up before it gets to you. It goes directly to you when I do it. So you control the outcome. Then we passed the Invest in America Act. That's launching a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernizations of infrastructure in our history we passed. New roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. Now, each of you, because there's so many examples of the projects in your community, there's thousands of them. We also made the biggest investment in fighting climate change ever in the history of the world, not just America, because of you. I think one thing we've all changed together, when I use the word here climate, I think jobs. I think jobs when I hear climate. We're creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying, clean energy jobs. We've proven you don't have to choose between protecting the environment and growing the economy. You're doing both. We have to keep pushing forward, push forward faster. There's no time to waste. I'm with you and your governors to make the devastating hurricanes and floods and tornadoes and wildfires, like the catastrophic fires and wildfires in California. Together, we push Congress for extra disaster relief funding, to rebuild homes and businesses across the Carolinas, to cover the full cost of replacing the collapsed Key Bridge in Baltimore, and so much more. At the same time, we work with you to upgrade the power grids, plant millions of trees, build resilient communities to withstand extreme weather. Not only build, but to build back better than before. Build back better. We also made the most significant investment in science and innovation. America invented the semiconductor. Now we're bringing those chip factories back home to America where they belong. I've stood with you in Columbus, Syracuse, Phoenix, and many more fields of dreams, where these fabs, these massive new factories the size of several football fields, are being built. And as I speak, you're going to create at least 125,000 good-paying jobs. And the jobs in these fabs are going to pay over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. You don't have to move from your hometown. You can stay where you are. If I could pause for a minute, you know what's going to happen as well? When you build these factories, they're going to have to build more barbershops, beauty salons. I'm not joking. They're going to build grocery stores. They're going to build drugstores. It grows communities in a big way. We will soon be the only economy in the world to have all 5 of the top chip companies operating in America, creating thousands of jobs. And for the first time in decades, these new factories are producing the most advanced chips right here in America. These aren't just fabs, these investments are creating opportunities for entire communities, for small business, creating even more jobs, and so much more. I've kept my commitment to be president for all of America, whether you voted for me or not. In fact, studies show my programs have delivered more for red states than blue states. The results are clear. 16.6 million new jobs, the lowest average unemployment rate for 50 years. A record 21 million new applications to start new businesses. And every one of those applications is an act of hope in your communities. Wages are up, inflation is down, and we passed the most significant gun safety law in 30 years. We're slashing overdose deaths by 26% last year. You did it faster than ever, and seizing record amounts of fentanyl, making life-saving Narcan available over the counter. Violent crime is now at a 50-year low because of you. The bottom line, you've produced an incredible 4 years. So much we got done together. It'll take time to see and feel, though. But the seeds have been planted. Will grow and they'll bloom for decades to come, and not one, none of it could have happened without all of you. And that's not hyperbole, none of it. You know, we're not finished yet. Earlier today, I announced 3 major priorities that mark important progress in our country. First, after fighting Big Pharma for decades as a senator and then vice president as president, we finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors now pay $35 a month. But that wasn't the only thing that happened when we passed the bill. Starting this month, the total prescription drug cost for seniors is capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive their drugs are. Even expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000, they're not going to have to pay more than $2,000 a year. And finally, we gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices like the VA has been able to do for veterans all along. These negotiations are being implemented in phases. The first phase, negotiate a lower price for the 10 most expensive drugs for seniors, covering drugs for blood clots and so much more. And just this morning, I announced the next phase, the next 15 drugs subject to negotiations. Drugs that will treat cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and so much more, including Ozempic. Hard to say. But it really is an incredible drug. These reforms just don't save seniors money. They save the American taxpayer $160 billion. The taxpayer over the next decade. Why? That $160 billion in Medicare is saving for negotiating lower drug prices in Big Pharma doesn't have to be paid out by the government. $160 billion. Second, just over 100 years ago, a pioneering group of women proposed the Equal Rights Amendment to enshrine the principles of gender equality in our Constitution. Throughout my career, I've been clear, no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. And in order for the amendment to be ratified, it requires 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That benchmark was passed when Virginia ratified the ERA a few years ago. Today, I affirm the Equal Rights Amendment to have cleared all the necessary hurdles to be added to the U.S. Constitution now. The Equal Rights Amendment is the law of the land now. It's the 28th Amendment to the Constitution now. I consulted dozens of constitutional scholars to make sure that it was all within the power to do this. And the fact is, we did. And third, our cities are places for a second chance. Earlier today, I commuted the sentence of nearly 2,500 convicted nonviolent drug offenders. These individuals are serving a disproportionately long and harsh sentence compared to the sentence they would receive had they committed the crime today. After spending too long behind bars, these individuals will soon be reunited with their families and communities. With this action, I make no apology. I've issued more individual pardons and commutations than any president in U.S. history. There is more work to do, but when we allow our justice system to be a place of both accountability and mercy, it strengthens our cities and our nation as well, in my view. Let me close with this. Serving as your president been the honor of my life. Well, my term in office is ending. Work continues. Your work continues. My farewell address 2 days ago, I talked how each of us must be guardians of democracy, to restore the strength of our institutions of democracy. The presidency, the Congress, the courts, all have minimum requirements under the law to deal with those safeguards. And a free and independent press, and yes, local governments. The strength of our institutions depends on the character of leaders like you. In our time together, I'm forever thankful to have seen the strength, your strength and your character. And we need it now more than ever. The magic of America has been everyone has a fair shot. Everyone is determined to be able to be treated with dignity. No guarantee, just a fair shot. I've always believed America can be defined in one word. I remember being on the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping. I've met with him for over 90 hours alone. Traveled 17,000 miles with him. Very significant differences. He looked at me and he said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said in one word, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world. Only nation in the world that's come out of every crisis we've ever gone in stronger than we went in. Only one. Look at the history. We're the only nation in the world that believes when we act together, there's not a damn thing we can't do. Only in America that anything is possible. You just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing is beyond our capacity when we do it together and act together. God bless you all. Keep working together. We need you, we need you, we need you, we need you. And may God protect our troops. Thank you so very much.
And there you have it. President Biden delivering remarks at the U.S. Conference of Mayors right there. Brief remarks, just about 12 minutes in length. He has been delivering remarks for several days now as we do look ahead to Inauguration Day, where President-elect Trump will now officially become the president of the United States. And we do want to let you know that you can count on Live Now from Fox for complete coverage as it happens on Inauguration Day. Our live team coverage begins at 8 a.m. We are going to showcase all of the live events as they happen in real time, providing you that perspective and also the context. We will be speaking with experts during those slower moments to really outline the historical significance of this event. This is a live look right here of the White House in Washington, D.C. And if you're joining us just now, we do want to let you know that because the weather is going to be so bitterly cold on Monday, the oath of office will now take place from inside the Capitol Rotunda. Trump posting to his Truth Social platform, quote, "The weather forecast for Washington, D.C. with the wind chill factor could take temperatures into severe record lows. There is an Arctic blast sweeping the country. I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way." Now, the last time the swearing in was moved indoors was back in 1985. That is when President Reagan began his second term. So Monday's forecast calls for the lowest Inauguration Day temperatures since that day. Now, as to exactly how all of this will impact the schedule and impact the events, that is yet to be determined. You can count on Live Now from Fox, though, to bring you all of the latest updates and developments. And thank you for staying with Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:14 Eastern, 11:14 Pacific. Our next live event after this 2-minute break takes us out to California as they continue to battle the wildfires in Southern California. Unfortunately, bad actors taking advantage of the situation there, and we are going to be heading to the DA's office as they talk about insurance fraud. We also have been hearing from a number of other agencies talking about looting, burglaries, but also the support systems in place for those impacted by those wildfires. We're going to give you that complete coverage into Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue, and I did want to bring you the very latest from Southern California as hundreds of firefighters continue to battle 3 wildfires. Thousands of residents continue to be impacted by the evacuations, the air quality, and really just the devastation happening right now. Take a look at this. This is a live look right here at the 3 remaining wildfires, and this gives you the scope and the geography of where those 3 fires are as they continue to burn and just how large these areas are. Right now, the Palisades wildfire, that is the largest right there on your screen. It has burned more than 23,000 acres right now, containment standing at 31%. Then you have the Eaton fire. That is the second largest fire right now, more than 14,000 acres burned. Containment now at 65%, and the smallest of the 3, the Auto fire, at 61 acres burned and 85% contained. The problem is this, is that the winds are expected to pick back up in the coming week, and so that continues to pose a challenge to firefighters right there. Happening right now in LA, the district attorney as well as one of the commissioners speaking about an initiative to combat and prosecute insurance fraud targeting wildfire survivors. I do want to pivot to that live event happening right now. Let's listen in.
Has experience in this situation dealing with crises. You can go all the way back to the 1990s when Los Angeles got hit with the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots. And we had to deal with the situations back then when people were trying to recover.
All right, so we did just pivot to this live event here out of Southern California. However, we do have these live looks from all around the world and here at home. And take a look at this, another live event happening right now in LA. It does appear that there is a stolen car pursuit happening. I do want to raise the audio so we can listen in to our Fox 11 LA team.
So he's making his way here on Telegraph. This is going to take us over by the Citadel. But these high speeds, those maneuvers that you just saw, and I wouldn't be surprised if they swapped a little paint when they got between that vehicle and that big rig right there. That's what everybody is afraid of, especially myself. You know, that big truck bumps into a little smaller car on the freeway at those speeds. You don't know what's going to happen to that innocent person that's just driving on the freeway. Now, the law enforcement, their job to bring this to an end safely, but they're also concerned about the public, as they should be. So right now they're kind of just working this. They're making the decisions that I could not make. Right now, though, we're back on the streets. You can see that. So possibly they might get the sheriff's department back involved into this, get some units on the ground. The helicopter definitely making the calls out there, telling the folks on the ground where this thing is. Right now, nobody's behind it. Running red lights. You're watching it right there. Speeds well above the speed limit, and a lot of traffic that car was trying to park.
Oh, wow. It's so aggressive and really hazardous driving right there, going through those lights like that.
Stop signs there, yeah.
Yeah. And you know, look at that on the shoulder. So something stolen, whether it was equipment or this vehicle, we're not sure yet. There was a motor officer, I believe, following him at some point, Stu, right, as you mentioned. But look at that. And now he's weaving on the 5.
Yeah. You know, back onto the 5 freeway, a lot of traffic out there. You know those folks are going less than freeway speeds. He's going over 80 miles an hour. So extremely dangerous situation, getting very close to a lot of vehicles. When I see that, I always wonder, is it just our angle, or is that driver actually trying to, you know, maybe bump into somebody, create some sort of diversion, or whatever that driver might be thinking? If that is the case, that just makes it that much worse. Right now, though, continuing on, luckily seems to always have an open spot, keeping those speeds under 100. But definitely, this is one of those situations where law enforcement, they're making the calls, they're trying to get the units on the ground. That would be right now California Highway Patrol, trying to get them behind this car, trying to, you know, at least to be able to warn the public. That motorcycle officer, keeping an eye on that suspect, that's probably the best that officer could do. Look at that. Look at that. It is just so close. And over by the LA interchange gets a little confusing and a little tight over here. And then a lot of these folks, you know, that don't drive this every day, even me that does sometimes, I'm always double checking, making sure I'm in the right lane, doing the right thing. So I'm sure a lot of those folks are down there doing the same. And of course, this big truck just kind of plowing his way through there. Yeah. Just a dangerous situation all around.
Yeah, you're wondering if he's intentionally getting close to these vehicles, or if it's your angle. But I wouldn't want to be one of those vehicles next to this guy.
Definitely. And it's getting a little tighter right there. We're going to try to track him just a little bit and to pick him up as he makes his way over here. But if he gets is that him? That's not him. That's not him. That's him. That's him right there. So he's continuing on there, and you know, we're just watching these speeds, and it's not jaw-dropping fast, but when you know that he's getting up close to these other vehicles that are, look at that. What was that?
That's so close. Almost feels like this person doesn't have good control over the vehicle.
Well, you know, a lot of these modern trucks, you know, they all have stability control. They all have a little bit extra. It isn't like, you know, like a 1970s truck where, you know, you kind of get those high speeds, that rear end is light, and you could start losing traction. So possibly the truck might be a better driver than the actual driver itself. But this getting so close, that really, really concerns me, and I'm sure law enforcement is concerned about that as well. Now, you have to remember also, nobody is behind this vehicle. Does he know the helicopters are following him? How? That's my question. The windows aren't down. So this continuous reckless driving is not because law enforcement is right behind him. This reckless driving is just that driver driving reckless and is being a problem for a lot of these folks on the road. We're getting very close to the downtown area. I wonder if he's going to get off the freeway. If he does, I know my pilot Dylan is going to just do that straight over shot, so we're not going to lose him between between the buildings. But right now, though, we're getting to a lot of heavy traffic, and he's starting to lose that ability to just make these rapid lane changes.
Right, to weave through traffic. But you got to wonder also, is he impaired, or this driver impaired? You don't know the state of mind and the emotional state, as well as the possible physical state of these drivers, right? What they're thinking, or when we cover things like this. But clearly just really erratic. It would be scary to be in that situation, stuck in traffic with him, because he almost took out a couple of cars, or at least broadsided and kind of nipped them. Oh,
yeah, you know, he got very, very close. I was just taking a peek at what that was. I wasn't sure if that was a stuffed animal or not. I just think it was unusual that there's a stuffed animal in the back of the truck. Yeah, he's gotten very, very close to a lot of vehicles. Right now, though, you see the speeds are slowing down, and that's because of heavy traffic. He isn't making that getting off to the right, so, you know, thinking that, okay, I'm just going to, a lot of traffic, I'm just going to get off the freeway. He seems to just be struggling with it, which is good and is bad, because if the law enforcement is close by, they might be able to at least get close enough to have lights and sirens and have at least the folks around know that something dangerous is happening or could be happening at any moment. Looks like now we're getting over to the right, so as soon as I said it, I wonder if we're going to try to get off the freeway. But you can see it right there. That's going to be the sheriff's helicopter that's overhead. Looks like we are going to be getting off the freeway. We're going to be getting off near the convention center. There might actually still be a possibility that he gets back onto the freeway, maybe the 110. But if he gets into the downtown area, I know Dylan is going to stay right above it, so we're not going to lose him between the buildings.
It seems like, well, I was going to say it's getting congested, more cars. Now it's harder to make these crazy maneuvers, which I guess is a good thing, but also the chances of someone getting hit and hurt are higher as well.
There he goes again, speeding up.
Yeah, running some red lights. And what always worries me when we're on the streets is, as you said, stop traffic. Like if somebody is just stopped and this thing plows into that person, you know, there's a real good chance there's going to be injuries. And then, of course, pedestrians. Whenever we go through anything like that red light that we just saw, I'm always worried that there's going to be somebody. And we're just getting from Melissa from our assignment desk saying that it's confirmed that this is a stolen vehicle. So it definitely is a stolen vehicle. First opportunity I could actually get to actually look into that into the windscreen, and I'm just wanting to see if there's somebody in the passenger seat. I think I missed my opportunity right there. But this pursuit continuing right there in the downtown area. I believe I'm actually looking at the map. We're by Maple, so we're getting into that fashion district area out here, which is going to be a lot tighter, and there's a good possibility a lot more pedestrians on the roadway.
Yeah, you could see he's going into the opposing lane of traffic, not afraid of that, trying to weave around cars and blowing through red lights at a pretty high rate of speed when you consider these are residential streets and commercial areas that he's going through, or the driver is going through. We don't know, I guess, if it's a man or a woman at this point, but ducking into here, Stu.
Two people.
Two people. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, I see that. It almost
definitely
seems
somebody in the passenger seat.
as though this person kind of knows what they're doing a little bit, unless it's just the way they're pulling into these alleys and narrow areas, right?
Well,
it's like,
oh, there they come out.
I'm just going to get out here.
Yeah, just casually.
There we go. We're just going to get out, take a little walk, run into some, at least they put it in park. It's going to be a little tough right now. I'm going to stay a little bit wider in case they pop out over here.
That's a business,
we'll
right?
try to move Sky Fox around. Yeah, try to move them. Yeah, we're going to try to move around. We're kind of boxed in, but going to keep an eye, make sure we don't see anybody walk around the corner acting casual. But at least they put it in. So who's that? Who's that? Is that the gray hoodie? No, not a gray hoodie. Yeah.
Look at all that pedestrian traffic down there. They could certainly blend in if they were walking around on the sidewalk.
Unless they went into this, whatever this is.
Yeah. Or maybe they went through
apparently
that door.
That's what law enforcement is telling us. So they went inside that building right there. That's the sheriff's ship. Thank you for letting us know, guys. We do appreciate that. So that was he had eyes on him. Apparently they parked the vehicle and went inside that door, which is kind of unusual. I mean, did they see this door when they were driving around and were like, hey, that's a good spot? Or is it just happened to be propped open? But at any rate, that vehicle is parked. The two persons that got out went inside that building right there, and we're definitely in the fashion district downtown.
It's like they knew where they were going, right, Stu? And in many cases, they do know where they're going. They have something in mind, and that's where they go.
Well, oftentimes with these pursuit suspects, they do go to a neighborhood they're familiar with. If they, have that luxury, you could say, they have the time for it, they end up where they're familiar with the area, and that door just propped open, right? Like maybe they're familiar with this business. Maybe someone opened it, right? Who knows?
Maybe they have friends in there or family. Who knows? Maybe they know that door is always propped open. So again, you think about the fact that maybe they are familiar with this area and that company or business that's inside that building. Maybe they've been in that building before, and that's why they pulled up there.
Do you see? I don't see law enforcement down below. I thought for a moment I did, but it doesn't seem like that. Yeah.
Yeah, me neither. I'm wondering, because we made our way all the way over to LAPD. I'm sure they knew this was coming, but it's one of those ones. It was kind of a hot potato. It was we heard it getting passed around quite a bit. Like the sheriff's department said, "Oh, let CHP take it." CHP was interested. It's unusual sometimes how these things play out. But now that vehicle definitely in the LAPD area, unoccupied on the roadway there, and then that door propped open. And, we don't know. That could be a parking garage in there. It doesn't look like it's a business. But, and this is the thing also. It's where did they go after that? Maybe I should be staying a little bit wider, seeing if somebody comes out on one of these side areas right there. We did clearly see the gray hoodie. So we're going to keep an eye on it and see what we can find. But, again, we're just waiting on law enforcement to arrive out.
Well, it's a very big building, so if they're familiar with it, they can figure out a way to get around it. Also, they could also change clothing. Like, that's a possibility.
Change what they're wearing. Let's take a look at moments ago when the suspects got out of this vehicle that was wanted.
Good deals over here in the
right here.
Fashion district.
There you're looking at them leaving that alleged stolen vehicle and heading into that building. So that was just moments ago.
I mean, that door either was open for them or it's always left open because that was way too convenient.
And they knew about it, They knew where they were going to go. They're familiar with this area. We're going to keep an eye on this, and Stu, let you do your thing, and we're going to take a quick break.
Why is this guy running?
Right.
Unless, yeah.
That's unusual.
But
maybe he's got. I'm being serious about this, and maybe he's got to catch a bus or something. But
okay. Well,
yeah,
you keep an eye on things. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Definitely.
All right, so we do thank our Fox LA team. They are taking a break from this suspected stolen vehicle pursuit. We're going to keep a very close eye if they decide to head back to what is unfolding there on the streets in LA. We, of course, will bring that to you, but they are in commercial break. Stu, of course, the person in the helicopter, keeping a very close eye on that. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for our break as well, and we will continue to monitor this. There's also a number of other live events happening right now that we do want to get to. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to monitor what was a possible stolen car pursuit out of L.A. Our Fox 11 L.A. team transitioning away from that live look, but we're going to continue to monitor that live stream. We do have some more breaking news also happening out of California, where the former Oakland mayor has now been indicted on criminal charges, and happening right now outside of the courthouse.
Hold on.
Out of the way. Bring it down just a little bit. But she could face a maximum of 20 years in prison. We do see attorneys coming up to the podium. Let's listen in.
My name is Jeff Tsai. I am counsel on behalf of Mayor Tao. We just have a short statement to make this morning. Today's indictment and the press conference that was held by the government earlier this morning was successful in grabbing headlines. But what it did not do was serve the ends of justice. The indictment itself is chock full of allegations, but it is not chock full of evidence. And that's what we're going to prove in the course of our defense in this case. The case is built on allegations from an unknown co-conspirator that we believe, when the evidence is revealed, will show that my client has committed no crimes. The indictment's timing as well is curious, and we think that the timing of the indictment has amplified, of course, the politicization of this issue, but it has not, again, served the ends of justice in ensuring that everyone is treated fairly. And that's what we are attempting to do in this case, and that's what we'll do with this defense. The United States Department of Justice's Justice Manual requires the government to look carefully at its prosecutions to ensure that the actions that they take are not actions that are taken to affect the outcomes of elections. And the timing of the investigative steps by the government in this case, including the unsealing of the indictment today, has called all of that into question. The mayor looks forward to defending herself against these charges, showing that there is in fact no evidence to support these charges, and we will look forward to doing that in the courtroom. We will not be taking any questions. The mayor will not be answering any questions. Thank you for your time.
Bullshit, file higher and deeper.
All right, so those were the attorneys of the former mayor of Oakland right there, stating that they're not taking any questions, but just making a very brief statement in regards to the criminal charges that the former mayor is now facing. This is a live look from outside the courthouse there in Oakland, California. If you're not familiar with this, I did want to bring you the very latest information. This is the former mayor of Oakland right there. And the very latest is this, that earlier today, federal law enforcement officials released details about a grand jury indictment of Oakland's former mayor, a grand jury indicting her boyfriend, and two businessmen for bribery, mail fraud, and wire fraud. Now, the former mayor was recalled by voters in the November 2024 election. She blamed the fallout on billionaires bent on removing her from power and a high-level right-wing conspiracy. Today, federal investigators say that she used her 2 years in office to devise a pay-to-play scheme that enriched herself and her boyfriend. The indictment describes a scheme in which the former mayor and her boyfriend used bribes, mail fraud, wire fraud, and other illegal practices to manipulate and influence City Hall. So we were sharing a live look outside the courthouse as they made their first appearances just moments ago. And if convicted, they could face a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. It does look like someone else is now just taken to this podium that we were sharing with you. It's unclear as to exactly who they are, but I did want to transition back to that so we can listen in.
Got it, yeah.
All All right, we did see a gentleman speaking very briefly to the microphones right there, now walking away. But this is a live look outside the federal courthouse in Oakland, California, where right now the former mayor and her boyfriend are making their first court appearances after being indicted on a number of charges, including bribery, mail fraud, and wire fraud. And what I did want to share, because in that very brief statement from her attorneys, they spoke of this news conference that federal law enforcement officials held. We have been in back-to-back breaking news ourselves, and so we were not actually able to play that 15-minute briefing for you. I did want to do that right now to give you more context as we continue to follow this particular breaking news.
A federal grand jury sitting in Oakland that charges 4 defendants, including the mayor, the former mayor of Oakland, Sheng Tao, with various bribery offenses. In addition to former Mayor Tao, the indictment charges Andre Jones, who's described in the indictment as Sheng Tao's longtime romantic partner, and 2 local businessmen, David Trung Duong and his son, Andy Hung Duong, who was also David Duong's business associate. The indictment returned by the grand jury describes a corrupt scheme in which the defendants used bribes, mail fraud, wire fraud, and other illegal practices to manipulate and corruptly influence the levers of local government. Before I describe the details of the indictment, I want to emphasize one thing. What I'm about to describe are just allegations. Every defendant is entitled to the presumption of innocence, is presumed innocent, unless and until his or her guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. The indictment charges a scheme that the defendants entered into knowing that bribes would be offered and accepted by Tao and Jones in exchange for allowing the Duongs to exercise illegal influence over the levers of city government. The indictment alleges that the illegal conspiracy began around October 22, before the November 2022 Oakland mayoral election. Weeks before that election, Tao made commitments to take official actions as mayor that would benefit the Duongs. Examples of promises allegedly made by Tao include her agreement to purchase housing units from a company owned by the Duong family, her agreement to ensure the extension of a contract for recycling services that the city of Oakland had with one of David and Andy Duong's companies, and her agreement to use influence to help appoint a high-level city official to benefit the Duong's business interests. In exchange, the Duongs allegedly provided payments to Tao and Jones in various forms, including the financing of a negative mailer campaign targeting Tao's political rivals, and providing Jones and Tao with $95,000 in direct payments disguised as wages for a no-show job for Jones, with the promise of additional payments, all intended to benefit both Tao and Jones. Our communities depend on local government for critical services. The public needs to know it can trust those in charge of City Hall to work for the best interests of the people of Oakland. This public trust is broken when elected officials agree to a pay-to-play system to benefit themselves. This indictment reaffirms the commitment of this office to root out, investigate, and prosecute corruption in our local governments. The indictment was the product of a coordinated effort with our law enforcement partners, the FBI, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, and the IRS criminal investigation. I want to praise the invaluable work by our law enforcement partners investigating this case. I also want to commend the prosecutors from my office who are handling the case. Assistant U.S. Attorneys Molly Priedemann, Abraham Fine, and Lloyd Farnham, with the valuable assistance of Amala James and Madeline Wachs, and the leaders of our Oakland branch office, AUSA's Alexis James and David Ward. I am now pleased to turn the podium over to my friend and partner, FBI Acting Special Agent in charge of the San Francisco Field Office, Dan Costin.
Today's announcement stems from an ongoing multi-year investigation into public corruption initiated by information shared with the FBI from the Oakland's Ethics Commission. The effort dedicated to this investigation underscores our unwavering commitment to hold accountable those who violate the public trust. The indictment unsealed today highlights alleged corrupt actions involving promises to benefit private businesses in exchange for campaign support, financial gain, and influence on city operations. This case represents a joint effort by the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the IRS Criminal Investigations Division, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. I want to thank our federal partners for their collaborative efforts to ensure the individuals involved in this alleged scheme are brought to justice. The investigation is ongoing, but we hope bringing these charges serves to strengthen Bay Area residents' confidence in the processes by which our elected city government leaders are held accountable. We encourage anyone to report information that would aid the FBI's continuing work to investigate and disrupt public corruption at all levels. Next, I would like to introduce USPIS Inspector in Charge, Steve Sherwood.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Sherwood. I'm the Inspector in Charge of the San Francisco Division of the United States Postal Inspection Service. The indicted individuals are accused of carrying out a series of fraud schemes using the U.S. mail that targeted government agencies, businesses, and the public. These schemes erode both public trust in the Postal Service and the integrity of government institutions. Postal inspectors will continue to pursue all those who exploit the U.S. Postal Service and defraud the American people. I want to express my sincere gratitude to our law enforcement partners at the FBI, IRS Criminal Investigation, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for their invaluable teamwork and dedication to this critical endeavor. Strong and continued collaboration among federal law enforcement agencies led to the indictment announced today. I would like to now turn the podium over to my colleague, Special Agent in Charge Wynn of the IRS Criminal Investigations.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Linda Wynn. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of IRS Criminal Investigation in the Oakland Field Office. Before I get started, I wanted to thank First Assistant U.S. Attorney Robbins for providing this opportunity for us to discuss this case with you today. The alleged activities of the accused have led to a growing sense of distrust amongst taxpayers and elected officials. As alleged, David and Andy Young used bribes to further the profitability of their business interests and to obtain undue influence over the appointment of high-level Oakland City officials. As stated in the indictment, former Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and longtime companion Andre Jones accepted those bribes and sought to live up to their end of the scheme. Sheng Tao committed to extend the contract of the recycling company and buying housing units from business owned by the Youngs, while Andre Jones received these payments. As often the case, the accused left a money trail from their deceptive acts of corruption. IRSCI is uniquely qualified to investigate corruption of all types because we are the experts at financial investigations. The citizens of Oakland and the larger Bay Area deserve better and demand their public officials to adhere to the highest standards of civil service and full transparency. The accused in this case fell short of those standards. I'll close by saying we can't do this work alone. Many of our investigations are in partnership with other law enforcement agencies. I wanted to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Northern District, the FBI, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, who worked side by side with us to meticulously advance this investigation. I also wanted to thank you all for your continued interest in this case. Thanks again.
All right, thank you. We will have a chance to field some questions, so I will go ahead and call on folks. Before you ask your question, again, I ask that you state your name and the name of the outlet that you are with. Go ahead. Let me give you this microphone.
Good morning. I'm Ansar Hassan of Davis. How are you guys sort of stepped off to this? And where are the defendants? I believe you around where they currently have a situation like that.
The defendants will appear this morning in United States District Court in the Oakland Courthouse before a magistrate judge to be arraigned. I believe that's at 10:30.
Hi, Darwin Von Graham. I'm with the Oakland side. When you say that the bonds bribed the mayor to extend a contract, what contract are you talking about? The recycling services company they run has several contracts with the city of Oakland. Are you talking about the recycling services contract with the city? You're talking about the Army-based contract in which they were to obtain city real estate?
Thank you for the question. I can just refer you to the allegations in the indictment, which are quite detailed, and urge you to read that. It describes an agreement to extend a recycling contract for the company owned by the Duangs.
Matt Simons, Courthouse News. What's the maximum sentence you could face if convicted?
The maximum sentences will be read out by the magistrate and the prosecutors today. It's an 8-count indictment. It varies. Of course, the maximum sentence isn't necessarily the sentence that will be imposed. Those are set by federal sentencing guidelines that are reviewed and applied by the judge at any sentencing.
Do you expect additional indictments?
Sorry.
Do you expect additional indictments?
Sorry, can you say your name and outlet, please?
Charles Clifford, Crown 4 News.
We continue to investigate this case. I can't comment on any additional indictments.
Natalie Orensky, Oakland side. At what point was the U.S. Attorney recused from this case? Was it at the beginning of this investigation or a more recent development?
I can't comment on timing. U.S. Attorney Ramsey is recused based on longstanding policy and practice of the Department of Justice. He's currently recused.
Within this Bay Area, can you tell us in total how much were the bribes that Howard Jones accepted?
Again, I refer you to the indictment, which is detailed. It alleges cash payments of $95,000 in cash.
Okay, we're going to take one more question.
All right, so that was the very latest press briefing from authorities as they were discussing the criminal charges that the former mayor of Oakland, California, now faces. She, along with her boyfriend, are inside this federal courthouse in Oakland, California for their first appearance. And just to catch you up on this, a grand jury has indicted the former mayor of Oakland, her boyfriend, and 2 businessmen for bribery, mail fraud, and wire fraud. So the former mayor was actually recalled by voters back in November during the election. She blamed that on billionaires, she says, bent on removing her from power and a high-level right-wing conspiracy. Federal investigators, they say that she used her 2 years in office to devise a pay-to-play scheme that enriched herself and her boyfriend. So happening right now is that a judge is now presiding over this first court appearance. She, her boyfriend, along with the 2 businessmen, are inside right now. Her attorney is expected to speak after the hearing. We actually saw them speak very briefly at the podium, saying that they're not taking any questions. But if convicted, the former mayor, along with her boyfriend and 2 businessmen, could face a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. We're going to monitor this live feed out of Oakland, California. If we see attorneys or anyone walk up to that podium, we're going to listen in. We're going to bring all of that to you live as it happens. For now, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:56 Eastern, 11:56 Pacific. On our agenda, we are expecting the UN Security Council to discuss the very latest out of the Middle East. I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look from Gaza right here. And if you're just joining us at this hour, we wanted to let you know that right now it does appear as though the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will continue as planned, with some hostages set to be freed on Sunday. So today, Israel's security cabinet recommended approval of this ceasefire deal after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed an agreement had been reached that would pause the 15-month war with Hamas in Gaza and release dozens of hostages. Mediators, Qatar and the U.S. announcing the ceasefire on Wednesday. However, that deal hung in jeopardy for more than a day as Netanyahu insisted that there were last-minute snags that he blamed on Hamas. So Hamas, they have maintained they were committed to the deal, and we did share these live looks with you from individuals, residents in Gaza, families of hostages in Israel, taking to the streets first in celebration and then upset when they heard that this deal may not be reached. Right now, the deal does appear that it will go on as planned, with at least the initial stage of the very first hostages set to be released on Sunday. Of course, as we've been sharing with you, a lot of these ceasefire deals appear on the verge of success. We're going to continue to follow every single development as it happens to let you know about. We also have some other live looks that I did want to share with you, and take a look at this. This is a live look from Hawaii, and you can see this is the Kilauea volcano erupting right there. This is thanks to the United States Geological Survey, and my goodness, you can see the lava spewing there from the ground. This is not anything new for those in this area of Hawaii. We have shared with you previous eruptions, but as you can imagine, this really is causing a lot of people to head to the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park to get a glimpse of this natural phenomenon right here, which of course is the fountain of lava spewing from the ground. Now, the eruption that began on December 23rd in a crater at the summit of this volcano, it has paused periodically, but it resumed Wednesday morning, and it has increased into what you see now. This is a fountain that appears to be about 200 feet high. So just to get you an idea of just how high this lava is spewing, 200 feet in the air. That is according to the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. We do want to share these live looks as we are able to get them right there. And so I did want to share the very latest out of Hawaii. Meanwhile, we continue to follow the very latest developments out of Southern California as 3 different wildfires continue to burn. None of them right now 100% contained. The district attorney and other officials, they met just moments ago to talk about insurance fraud. As you can imagine, insurance has been a very large concern for homeowners who have lost everything. Many do not have insurance. And so we have seen bad actors pop up. We've heard from local authorities, the sheriff's office, the district attorney saying anyone who tries to take advantage of this tragedy, they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So I did want to play out the very latest remarks from the district attorney and other officials. Let's listen in.
Has experience in this situation dealing with crises. You can go all the way back to the 1990s when Los Angeles got hit with the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots. And we had to deal with the situations back then when people were trying to recover and accessing insurance. So we have seen 2 different types of crimes that sadly will occur. There's the people who are going to pretend to be valid insurance companies, insurance agents, brokers, and they're going to target these vulnerable people who are looking for answers for recovery. They're going to lie to them. They're going to deceive them. They're going to try to rip them off. And to these criminals, you are despicable, and we will absolutely go after you. And then there's people, unfortunately, who are going to look at this insurance opportunity as an opportunity to benefit well beyond any type of damage they have suffered, or in many cases, they haven't suffered damage at all. They just look at this as a potential pot of money that they think they can illegally access by lying to insurance companies, by lying to the Department of Insurance, or lying to state, federal, or local governments that are trying to help those who are truly suffering. Again, the people who want to engage in these scams against the government, we're going to be coming after you as well. So these are the warnings. We want to make this warning shot so clear that nobody will have any doubt or any confusion about what we're going to do. I'd now like to turn this over to the Commissioner Lara to describe in more detail the rapid response team and what the Department of Insurance is doing in connection with preventing and ultimately prosecuting insurance fraud.
Thank you, District, for having us here today. Before I begin, I want to take a second to introduce the members that are here from our law enforcement team. Chief Andrew Gulcher from the head of our investigation division, Deputy Chief Sean Connor from our fraud division, and many members of our team. I'm proud to have you here. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be here and address this unfortunate reality. You know, this is over my 112th fire since I've been in office throughout the state. And so we unfortunately have some experience around what we're going to see next as a recovery process. So I'm committed to standing with every Angelino and taking swift and meaningful action to protect and support you. This is why announcing this strike team with the DA is critical. We usually wait until the fires have subsided and the rebuilding process begins to start warning consumers about fraud, but we cannot wait in such a massive county like Los Angeles. We need to act quickly and give consumers the protections that they need as they're starting to make these really tough financial decisions. Fraud prevention is a key focus right now. And before I get into this, I just want to give you 3 big updates about what we've been working on. All eyes are on insurance companies, including ours at the department. Insurance companies must do the right thing during this crisis and stand by their consumers, many of whom have been with them for years, paying their premiums fully and on time. Last week, as you all know, I put a mandatory moratorium in effect for property homeowners policies from being non-renewed or canceled by insurance companies after these wildfires. I'm also now expanding that mandatory moratorium and non-renewals to more areas reflecting the growing footprint of these fires. This includes Palisades, Eaton, and now Hearst, Lydia, Sunset, and Woodley. Also, I've asked insurance companies last week to honor the policies they non-renewed or intended to non-renew prior to the wildfires. I'm glad to say that State Farm, California's largest insurer, was the first to answer my call by pausing all pending non-renewals, and not just in the affected areas, but anywhere in LA County for 1 year. This is impacting and will impact tens of thousands of policies. This is critically important to give people some much needed time. So what does this mean? As of effective January 7th, State Farm is pausing all non-renewals for homeowners, rental, residential community association, and business owner policies in the impacted areas of the current wildfires, and for all LA County consumers with pending non-renewals or cancellations. I do applaud State Farm for answering my call and really setting the tone for other insurance companies to follow during this unprecedented crisis. I also am focused on addressing the immediate needs for our consumers today, which is getting the claims process started. Effective now, we have extended our service hours. We have experts on standby Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. now to 7 p.m. And now we have weekend hours, Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'm also hosting our insurance support workshops to assist residents affected by these recent wildfires. As you know, it's in Santa Monica College this Saturday and Sunday from January 18th and 19th, and Pasadena City College next Saturday and Sunday, January 25th and 26th. Wildfire survivors will be able to make one-on-one appointments with my department staff and insurance representatives that will be there to start working on their claims immediately. So if you haven't made your appointment yet, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. So let's get to our rapid response to combat fraud. Disasters bring the best in people, but unfortunately, it also brings out the worst. That's why I'm creating with our DA this rapid response team. We are working together to prosecute fraudsters and protect survivors from exploitation. We are also educating wildfire survivors about their rights, verifying contractors and adjusters, looking at verifying their licenses, and providing guidance as they navigate this long road to recovery. Since 2019, we have funded district attorneys across California at the Department of Insurance with over $550 million to fight insurance fraud, including here in LA with more than $116 million alone. This investment has already led to some arrests and convictions in recent years, and we are committed to doing even more during this disaster. My team has recovered over $474 million for consumers after past wildfire disasters, and we are very serious about protecting consumers and fraud and actually getting results. This is why this partnership today is critical. Let me give you some examples of how egregious these fraudulent folks can be and some of the cases around fraud that we have seen, unfortunately, over the years. A public adjuster was sentenced to 10 years in prison for stealing more than $1.2 million in insurance payouts, hiring unlicensed contractors, and leaving victims without even repairing their homes. An adjuster and their company sought claims by sending misleading mailers claiming a recovery program that was supposedly funded by the state of California. In another case, the owner of a property management company and a janitorial service company fraudulently billed over $3 million for fire damage cleanup work that never happened or even was performed. So here's a clear guidance to avoid scams. Please verify the license for contractors and for adjusters through our website or on our hotline before you sign any contract. If you're under any duress or any stress, we don't want you to sign anything. Call our department, call our DA. We are working hand in hand to get these answers and provide you some guidance real time. Before, be aware of unlicensed contractors with unsolicited offers and deals that seem to be too good to be true. So let's give you some steps, what we can do to help empower you. Document and organize. Take photos or videos of property damage and keep all receipts for additional living expenses like hotels and meals. I know there's a lot of great volunteers out there cleaning up properties in our streets, but before you clean up your individual property, take pictures. There's nothing like pictures to get proof of what the damage looks like, so there is no question from your adjuster or your insurance company. Create a dedicated email folder for communication with your insurance company. Create a brand new email so you have all the insurance-related issues, your adjuster issues, in one inbox. So it's readily accessible for you. Start your insurance claim. Contact your insurance company immediately to initiate your claim and request a full copy of your policy to understand your coverage. If you can't get a hold of your insurance company, let us know, and trust me, we'll be on the phone. We can also help you get your insurance policy as well and help you understand your policy, especially for our non-speaking English LA County residents. Report fraud and concerns that you see. Even if you have a slightest inkling of something shady going on, give us a call at 1-800-927-4357. We can verify licenses. We can let you know if they understand the consumer protections that we have here in California. Every state is unique. We are going to allow out-of-state adjusters to come in to heed just the amount of claims, but they're going to have to be verified through the department and understand the unique rights that consumers have here in California and protections. My goal is very simple: to make insurance fair, accurate, and available for all Californians. Whether you're navigating the claims process, seeking resources to rebuild, or protecting yourself from scams, we are here. So again, I'm going to say this number again. Call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can visit us at insurance.ca.gov or attend one of our workshops. We will have our enforcement team there as well to have one-on-one conversations. I just want to say a couple words in Spanish sobre las pausas y no renovaciones de State Farm. State Farm, la aseguradora más grande de California, fue la primera en responder a mi llamado a tener pausa a todas las no renovaciones residenciales pendientes, no solo en las áreas afectadas por los incendios, sino en cualquier parte del condado de Los Ángeles durante un año, lo que afecta a decenas de miles de pólizas. ¿Qué significa esto? A partir del 7 de enero, State Farm pausará las no renovaciones de las pólizas de propietarios de viviendas, alquileres, asociaciones de comunidad, residenciales y propietarios de empresas en las áreas más afectadas de los incendios actuales de California, y para todos los consumidores en el condado de Los Ángeles, con no renovaciones o con cartas de cancelación. Aplaudo a State Farm por responder a mi llamado y marcar la pauta para que sigan otras aseguradoras y hagan lo mismo. También estamos ampliando las moratorias obligatorias bajo mi mando sobre las no renovaciones a más áreas que reflejan las zonas de los incendios, que incluyen Palisades, Eaton y ahora Hearst, Lydia, Sunset y Woodley. Hoy estamos anunciando la formación de un equipo antifraude entre el Departamento de Seguros y la Fiscalía del Condado de Los Ángeles, de respuesta rápida para prevenir y judiciar el fraude de seguros. Por favor, ya sean en el proceso de los reclamos o buscando recursos para recuperarse o protegerse ante las estafas, que estamos aquí para ayudarles. Llámenos al 1-800-927-4357 o visite el sitio web insurance.ca.gov. Queremos hacer nuestra parte para ayudarle a recuperar su dinero lo más pronto posible y protegerles ante el fraude. Muchas gracias.
And with that, we have time for a few questions.
All right, so right there we were hearing from LA officials talking about insurance fraud amid the ongoing raging wildfires right there. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 3:16 Eastern, 12:16 Pacific, and I did want to share the rest of the briefing from LA officials as they're talking about the massive issue of insurance fraud, as many are left devastated by the raging LA wildfires. I'm going to play that out, but we do have some breaking news first out of New Jersey. Take a look at this. This is a live look at a tractor trailer that has slammed into a New Jersey Target, and you can see this massive gaping hole right there in the side of the building. The very latest is this. This is from our Fox 5 New York team. A tractor trailer slammed into this New Jersey Target this afternoon, as you can see, leaving behind just a massive hole in the side of the building. So if you're familiar with this area, this is the North Bergen Target. This is at 7101 Tennell Avenue. And as you can see, structural damage. It is severely damaged right now. A live look right here as crews are on site assessing the damage. And it almost looked like when the helicopter zoomed in right there that there might have been a truck as well in the side of the building. As you can see also from these live views, this is a residential area. You can see homes right there in this neighborhood. As the helicopter zooms beyond that, there is a main road, and then of course the Target on the other side of the street. But take a look. It does look like, okay, so that doesn't look like it's perhaps a truck, but perhaps a dumpster of some kind inside that building. Or perhaps it could be part of the tractor trailer. It's a little unclear. As you can see, the back of the tractor trailer has been ripped open. It's still right now unclear as to exactly how this all happened, what led to this crash, what kind of circumstances led to such massive destruction right there. But dozens of first responders were on scene just about 30 minutes ago. So this is happening right now, breaking news out of New Jersey. And we can also see some of that larger area right there, the emergency vehicles that appear to be blocking this very large section of this road. This is Tunnel Avenue in North Bergen. This is the North Bergen Target right here. But you can see, obviously, traffic at a standstill as this is a massive scene right here. You can see first responders have parked themselves in the parking lot at the order pickup area in front of the Target right there. No word on how the driver of this tractor trailer is doing. If anyone inside the building was injured, this is breaking news. We're just, trying to figure out the very latest details. The investigation remains ongoing. But take a look at the back of that tractor trailer. I mean, it is absolutely in pieces right here. We're going to continue to monitor this breaking news situation. We're going to monitor, of course, the websites and the latest information. As of now, we do not know if and when officials will be holding a briefing. We do know that this tractor trailer that you see right there, for some reason, slammed into the side of this Target building right here. Still unclear as to what led to this situation, whether it could have been weather, whether it could have been driver error, a medical condition. We do not know. Officials have not released that information at this time. And we also don't know if anyone was injured, how the driver was doing, if anyone inside the Target was involved, if there could have been perhaps people on the road that might have been impacted. We do see that a tow truck is now, it does appear to be attached to the front of this tractor trailer right here. But again, no doubt they are assessing the structural damage of this Target to assess whether it is safe even to be inside. As you can imagine, that is a massive hole right there. And of course, no doubt they're going to err on the side of caution. But this is also in a residential area, as you can see, this Target surrounded by homes. And so this is going to be a very active investigation as we continue to take a look. And we can see that the helicopter is zooming in down the street. We can see some fire trucks, some ambulances right there. The traffic obviously being diverted as this is a main road at 3:21 Eastern on this Friday. Rush hour traffic, of course, on a Friday, likely going to be building in the next few hours, and traffic as of now being diverted as they continue to follow this breaking news right here. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this situation happening right now in New Jersey after a tractor trailer slammed into a Target, leaving a massive hole in the side of the building. As soon as we get any more information about anyone involved, any injuries, and also what led to this gaping hole right there. And you can see just the bricks just completely torn away, as is the back of that tractor trailer. We're going to keep you up to date. You can count on LiveNOW from Fox to bring you the very latest. And in fact, take a look. It does appear that they're, using saws to try and saw some of this damage away. You can see that they have several of these circular saws right there as they are removing this debris. And you can see, obviously, they're doing this very carefully because, again, structurally, could more of this building collapse? That is something we're going to monitor as well. So I did want to share that with you. We do have all of these live looks from around the U.S., around the world, but this is what's happening right now in North Bergen, New Jersey. This is the Target right there. A massive hole in the side of the building after a tractor trailer slammed right into it. And it's the back of the tractor trailer. So, if you're familiar with these things, it's just interesting in terms of how this might have unfolded. We are waiting to hear from authorities a little bit more about led up to this incident. And of course, keeping in mind whether there are any injuries or anyone involved as they continue to use circular saws to saw away what appears to be that metal area right there. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on LiveNOW from Fox, continuing to monitor this breaking news out of New Jersey, passing along any developments as soon as we get them. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow breaking news out of New Jersey after a tractor trailer somehow slammed right into the side of a Target building right there, creating a massive hole. And I wanted to share this live look with you as we continue to monitor this breaking news situation. The helicopter giving us a wider perspective, and they keep focusing on this particular area where there does appear to be construction in this neighborhood. It's a little unclear as to exactly why they're doing that, if they're just readjusting their camera, or perhaps there could be another reason why they're focusing on the construction work. But you can see, of course, that this residential street has now been blocked off. So take a look. This is what is happening right now in North Bergen, New Jersey, as you see this massive hole in the side of this Target building. And we do know that just about 30 minutes or so ago, all of this unfolded. That is when first responders arrived there on the scene after this tractor trailer somehow ended up slamming into the building, and it's the rear end of the tractor trailer. So it's a little unclear as to exactly how this all happened. We also do not know if there were any injuries, whether the driver experienced a medical incident, whether this was, we don't know what caused this. And we also don't know if anyone was inside the Target and was injured as well. So I did want to share this live look out of New Jersey as we continue to follow the very latest developments on this breaking news as we continue to monitor this situation on this Friday afternoon. Now, before this breaking news that we transitioned to, we were sharing with you just the very latest briefing that happened moments ago with LA County officials as they were talking about insurance fraud, a lot of bad actors trying to take advantage of the devastating wildfires that continue to rage there. And I did want to share the rest of that briefing with you as we were playing it until this breaking news took place. So we're going to pivot back to that right now as we continue to monitor this live look from New Jersey.
Unfortunately, price gouging that immediately follows during this construction period, and any violations to worker safety or worker protections. So we're all in constant communication as well. Thank you.
And let me just add a moment on unlicensed contractors. We're about to have a tremendous amount of rebuilding work here in this county. The rebuilding work could literally number into the billions of dollars. It is an attractive proposition for unlicensed contractors to come in who might already be here or come in from the surrounding counties, from somewhere in this state or somewhere in this entire country. They view this as the gold mine to tap into. Let me send a very strong message to these unlicensed contractors. Number one, if you are an unlicensed contractor and you engage in this work, we're going to prosecute you. You'll be committing a crime. Number two, often these unlicensed contractors use labor trafficking. They engage in an aspect of human trafficking where they bring in people who are effectively beholden to them. And these are people, whether they're local people or people they bring in from the outside. It's a form of labor trafficking. We're going to go after that as well. And three, for the people out there who are in need of these services, we will get those services to you. Please follow the rules. And when I say follow the rules, again, you're going to see it with contracting. You'll see it with insurance. Right now, FEMA offers at least 2 different programs: an upfront payment for the people who have been affected by these wildfires of approximately $750. They then can give you additional monies under the FEMA programs, and you can access, for instance, the SBA loans, hundreds of thousands of dollars, either for on the personal side or on the business side. We do require something from you: honesty. So when you're actually responding to FEMA, when you're responding to the SBA, and they ask if you have suffered in the areas that have been affected, you need to give honest answers. And if you have not suffered, you do not qualify for these monies. And if you did suffer, you need to answer the questions honestly. We're going to look at those applications. And if people have inflated any amount illegally, and they know it when they submit the application, that is additional crimes that we will look at, investigate, prosecute, and punish. So again, you have heard today this rapid response team from the Department of Insurance working with the District Attorney's Office. It offers a helping hand generously to the people who need that helping hand right now. But it also has a hammer for the people who want to illegally take advantage of the funds that are coming into our community from the people who are actually suffering and need it. That helping hand and that hammer are what this rapid response team is all about. And I very much encourage people to take up the commissioner on his offer. Please contact the Department of Insurance if you even suspect that there is any type of fraud going on. And if it deals with price gouging, I'll give you an email address. It's stoppricegouging.dcba.lacounty.gov. That's stop price gouging, all one word, .dcba.lacounty.gov. If you report that price gouging, whether, again, it deals with contracting services, hotels, rental rooms, any type of good or material that someone is engaged in price gouging, which is charging you more than 10% from what it was on the market before the wildfires, they've committed a crime and we will go after them. Any further questions? Yes.
Yeah. If I fill out my forms, when can I get money? How soon should I expect to get money and payments to be able? There's a lot of people who are, hanging by a thread.
Absolutely. This is why it's critical that if folks attend our workshops, our goal is to do this all in one-stop shop. Get the representatives there. Also, give us a call if you can't make it. We make that connection with the insurance company. There's been a lot of questions around the FAIR plan. We can get those questions and connect you with somebody with the FAIR plan if you call our number. That is my number one goal right now, is to get this process started and get your money as quickly as possible. Obviously, we're again doing this faster than we normally do because we want to wait until adjusters can come into your property, insurance companies can start looking at your claims process, but we can't wait. This fire is of unprecedented magnitude, and we need to start being much more proactive, hence why we're doing it now, to start the process as quickly as possible. So anybody who's having a problem with their claims process, call our department. That is our job, to make sure that the insurance companies honor that contract that you entered with them. If they don't, we will come after them legally. That is my commitment to LA County residents.
But again, what time, how much time
Yeah.
am I expecting?
It all varies because policies are individualized and very different to different companies. And so this is why we want to get the process started so then we can start monitoring. Our goal is to be able to hopefully publicly post how many claims are coming in, how many payouts are happening. Again, to assure the public that payouts are happening, claims are being reviewed, and also put the insurance companies on notice that we're tracking these policies and how long they're taking. So stay tuned for that as well.
What about, is there enough money in the FAIR plan?
As of today, our department is meeting with the FAIR plan officers twice a week. Right now, I feel very confident. Of course, the fires continue to expand, unfortunately. So we'll have a better idea, but we're monitoring and having contacts with them. I feel very confident that they can pay out these claims.
And what about with inflation? Because, labor, everything is going to cost a lot more now.
You hit the nail on the head. The two biggest factors in rates for insurance has been inflation and the cost of climate change. And those are real. And so this is why it's critical that we connect with our DA, with the Attorney General, to fight these price gouging that I can tell you are gonna come and happen. We've seen it after every single fire. And so we got to stay ahead of this, and why this strike team becomes more important now, so that we can stay on it and do a rapid response around these cases.
You mentioned State Farm taking your call. Have any other major companies made any progress with it?
We've been in communications with other insurance companies, and so stay tuned. I think, it's laudable what State Farm did, and it really sets the tone. Especially, Angelenos, we know LA County is an economic juggernaut to the country, allowing us some time in Angelenos to recover We're not asking for anything, we're not asking for a hand. We're just asking us for an opportunity to recover so that we continue to do what we do best, and is contribute to the the economy of our country and our state.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming today. And again, we will have future press conferences as there is stuff to report. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the very latest from LA officials as they were talking about insurance fraud continuing to be a growing problem as the wildfires rage on, destroying thousands of homes. And so they are discussing with the public what to do when it comes to insurance fraud. Meanwhile, we continue to follow some breaking news out of New Jersey. Take a look at this. You are looking at the side of a building right there. This specifically is a Target in New Jersey that has a massive hole in the side of the building, a tractor trailer slamming into the side of that Target. Now, I was bringing you this live picture of this breaking news, and now we are learning more information from our Fox 5 New York team in terms of what possibly might have happened. So this is the North Bergen Target, if you're familiar with the New Jersey area, at 7101 Tennell Avenue. You can see that the hole right there, just massive. And what they're doing is they're assessing the damage right now. How bad structurally has this Target been damaged? Video from earlier showed a telephone pole actually bisecting the trailer. So the information that we're getting is that this tractor trailer was wrapped around apparently a utility pole after possibly backing into the building. So that is according to our Fox 5 New York team. And inside the hole, the helicopter was zooming in, and I was noticing that there was something inside. It appeared possibly to be a dumpster or a truck. Well, apparently, according to Fox 5 New York, it is a full-size dump truck. So it is unclear and you could actually see, okay, take a look. We're zooming in right here. That apparently is the full-size dump truck that has now completely entered into the side of this Target right here. It's unclear if the dump truck crashed into the back of the tractor trailer, causing it to go into the building. So right now, the cause of this crash is still under investigation, but you can see the damage from the tractor trailer. The back half of the tractor trailer, not even there anymore, just really ripped to shreds. This is happening in a residential area. You can see the homes right there. The road blocked off, and the helicopter continues to focus in on some of the construction happening at the dead end of this street. But take a look at this. This is a main road here in New Jersey next to the Target. Obviously completely closed off to traffic. But now we can tell you, according to our Fox 5 New York team, that a full-size dump truck is now embedded in the side of this New Jersey Target. That is what you're seeing right there, the crumpled wall. But inside that sliver right there, that's the dump truck that has now really embedded itself into the Target. Now, this happened at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time on a Friday afternoon. It's unclear how many people were inside the Target and whether anyone inside the Target was near this area. And we do not know at this point in time if there were any injuries. That remains unclear at the moment. We also don't have any information on the drivers of the dump truck, if there was one in there, or in the tractor trailer. That remains unclear at the moment. We do know, of course, this did happen at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. The store was open for business at the time of the crash. So right now, we're still waiting to hear from authorities to provide a little bit more information in terms of what led to this crash, specifically the kinds of trucks that were involved. As we do know, according to Fox 5 New York, that is a full-size dump truck that is now inside the Target right there, crashing right through the wall, causing incredible damage to the side right there. And it's unclear as to whether structurally this Target is going to be okay. And that is something that they are going to be assessing in the hours to come. But you can see the debris right there, just massive. And you can also see that the tractor trailer now hooked up to one of these tow trucks. Now, earlier we were actually seeing some of these firefighters and, responders using circular saws to try and remove some of the metal sheeting from the tractor trailer. It does seem as though they've been able to kind of remove it a little bit further from where the initial point of contact was. But we're going to continue to monitor this. Of course, if there is any sort of briefing from authorities, we are going to let you know. In the meantime, though, we are going to reset. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we do have some live events that we do want to get to. But continuing, of course, to monitor this live breaking news situation out of New Jersey. And take a look, once again, the back of this tractor trailer completely shredded. It's also unclear as to whether this tractor trailer was carrying anything. We don't see anything necessarily spilled out on the road. Could it have been empty? We don't know. Again, these are questions that no doubt authorities are going to be addressing in the coming hours. Right now, they are simply trying to clean up this situation, get it under control, and make sure that everything is as smooth and as safe as possible for folks on the roads and, of course, for anyone inside the Target right there, as we do know it was open for business at the time of this crash. All right, we're going to step away for that 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow breaking news out of New Jersey after a tractor trailer smashed right into the side of a Target, and you can see that the hole where the tractor trailer slammed into the side of the building remains. In fact, inside, there's actually a full-size dump truck embedded into the side of the building as the helicopter continues to zoom on in. You can very briefly make out. It's a little hard to tell. Obviously, there's no light inside anymore, as no doubt they've cut the power because that is a dangerous situation right there. New information, according to our Fox 5 New York team, is that we are expecting a briefing from authorities momentarily. They did not give an exact time. We do know that they are sending a crew there on the scene, and as soon as we do see a podium and authorities stepping up to it, of course, we're going to bring that to you. But just to recap the very latest, authorities responded to the scene just about 1 hour ago to a tractor trailer that had apparently backed in somehow to the side of the building. But There on your screen, that is a full-size dump truck inside the target. It's a little unclear as to the chain of events, the sequence of events that led up to this dump truck inside the target, whether it led to the crash or, how exactly the tractor trailer also was involved. Did the dump truck crash into the back of the trailer, causing it to go into the building? That remains unclear. We do know that the tractor trailer was initially wrapped around a utility pole after, again, possibly backing into the building, because it's the back of the tractor trailer that has been really just obliterated, just ripped to shreds right there. Right now, that is the tractor trailer. It has now been hooked up to a tow truck, still on scene because this is still a new investigation. And of course, authorities want to gather all evidence before removing any sort of vehicle or item of evidence, as it were. This is North Bergen. This is the North Bergen target at 7101 Tennelle Avenue. And we do know that the target was open for business. We don't know exactly how many people were inside. And one of the biggest questions, of course, is, was anyone injured? We do not know that. Authorities have not released that information as they are continuing to assess the damage right there. But that is a full-size dump truck, somehow just crashed right into the side of the building, leaving that hole right there. We have no information in terms of any of the drivers that were involved. No doubt that is some of the information that authorities are going to be providing. And of course, what happened? What led to this massive, incident right here? As you can see, crews right now slowly and gingerly, trying to carefully remove this debris. There's a massive hole in the side of that building, and could more come down? That is top of mind as safety continues to be that way. So I did want to share that with you. Also, we do have another live event that I did want to start right now. This is the UN Security Council that we're going to be transitioning to right here, talking about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. Of course, that ceasefire deal set to start on Sunday. So let's listen in to see what we can hear.
Movement, and is currently restricted to approximately 10 essential logistical movements per day in this area of separation. But at the same time, UNDOF and Observe Group Golan could adapt their operations in the area of limitation on the Bravo side and increased the number of patrols from 10 to 40 per week. Also, UNDOF could neutralize a few unexploded ordinances that were found in public areas on the Bravo side, which represented a danger for the population. Residents in the area of separation have reached out to UNDOF to appeal for its assistance, to ask the IDF to leave their village centers and lift roadblocks impacting their agricultural works. They have protested that the IDF has disrupted their communities and expressed fear, reporting instances of damage and destruction allegedly by IDF battle tank to roads, water pumping stations, and solar panels. Some residents have also protested IDF searches in their villages, with some reporting arrests of their relatives. UNDOF is liaising with the Israeli authorities, including the IDF and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this regard. And lately, several discussions indicated positive exchanges and real progress. Mr. President, it is imperative that the UN peacekeepers are allowed to carry out their mandated task without obstruction. The mission has consistently called on all parties to maintain the ceasefire, refrain from any action in violation of the 1974 Agreement on Disengagement, and to respect UNDOF and its mandate. The mission maintains its liaison with the IDF to ensure that it continues to carry out its operational activities in a safe and secure manner without any hindrance to its freedom of movement to fully implement its mandate. There should be no military forces or activities in the area of separation other than UNDOF. It is imperative that all parties respect their obligation under the 1974 Disengagement of Force Agreement and uphold the terms of the agreement to preserve stability on the Golan. We count on the continued support of member states to ensure that UNDOF continues to have at its disposal all means and resources for effective and efficient level of operational activities. The mission needs to return to its full mandate implementation as prescribed in the Disengagement of Force Agreement signed by the parties and mandated under the Security Council Resolution 350 decided in 1974. Mr. President, let me conclude by extending once again our heartfelt condolences to the family of Brigadier General Amitabh Jha, who passed away on 23rd December last year during his tour of duty as Deputy Commander of UNDOF. I'm grateful to the countries providing military personnel to UNDOF and UNSO for their critical contributions, which are key factors in the force's ability to implement the mandate. I commend the efficiency and dedication of UNDOF and Observer Group Golan personnel, military and civilian. Thank you.
I thank Major General Patrick Gauchat for his statement. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements.
All right, so we're listening into the UN Security Council as they are just getting underway, talking about the ongoing situation in the Middle East. We do need to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, though, continuing to very closely follow the breaking news situation out of New Jersey. Another live look after a tractor trailer and a dump truck slammed into the side of a Target building. We do have some new information as we are awaiting a press conference. We're going to bring you those very latest details in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 3:55 Eastern, 12:55 Pacific. We're going to head back to the UN Security Council as they continue to discuss the ongoing situation in the Middle East. But we do have some new information to pass along to you as we are following this breaking news out of New Jersey. And we can see that some progress has been made. It does appear as they are using these trucks to very slowly pull out what Fox 5 New York is saying is a dump truck right there. So this is in the side of a Target. The very latest is that a tractor trailer perhaps backed into the side of this Target, but we also see that a dump truck was somehow involved, and it's the dump truck that crashed through the side of the building, embedding itself inside of a Target. And according to our Fox 5 New York, they were speaking with witnesses near this Target. This is the North Bergen Target at 7101 Tennelle Avenue. According to an eyewitness, he said, quote, "I saw someone getting pulled out of the rubble." Now, he didn't mention whether that person was perhaps someone inside the Target or perhaps it was of the drivers involved. But you can see right here, and I just wanted to stay on this live look, as you can see that some of these trucks are pulling out the dump truck, and you can see the back of the dump truck. The back of it is completely filled with what appears to be debris, but also what appears to possibly be dirt, and it's completely full. Again, we don't know exactly what it looked like prior to the crash and how much of it is the debris from the store, but I did want to share that with you. We are hearing, according to our Fox 5 New York team, is that there is going to be a briefing that is set to get underway. When that is going to be, they have not issued a specific time, but they did say that they will be briefing the public on this breaking news situation as traffic along this road, Tennelle Avenue, has been shut down as crews work to clear the damage, but also, of course, to assess and investigate what caused this crash right here, and not just the dump truck that you can see slowly being hauled away, and they actually had to lift it. You can see the cranes right there slowly lifting what is an incredibly heavy vehicle, as it is a dump truck that is filled. The back of it's filled, so very heavy. And of course, they have to do this very carefully because there could be more structural damage. So they definitely don't want to have this dump truck sway back and forth and continue to have damage on this wall right here. Already a very precarious situation. So we do not know the extent of any injuries, if there are any. But according to the witness talking to Fox 5 New York, he saw someone get pulled out of the rubble. We're continuing to gather new information, of course, confirming that information before we provide it to you. We want to make sure that we are accurate in that reporting. A lot of people sharing with us what they have seen, but we are waiting for the official confirmation from authorities, as this continues to be a very fluid breaking news situation. Still yet to be determined what caused this crash. You know, could it have been a medical condition by the driver, weather conditions? We do not know at this point, and so we don't want to speculate right now as authorities are working to gather more information. And we also don't know, how many injuries. All of a sudden, this is a different look. We get these live looks from our partners right here, and so they changed it to show the extent of the response. This is the front of the Target right here. The damage actually happened to the side of the building, but you can see that they have created a staging area in the parking lot right there, and we can see that there is someone standing by. So it's a little unclear as to perhaps whether this could be the staging area for that press conference. We do see the Fox 5 mic flag right there, and so perhaps that is where authorities are going to be sharing that information. What we're going to do is, as we continue to await more information, we're going to head back to the United Nations as they are talking about a major issue, and that continues to be the ongoing conflict conflict in the Middle East. And you can see more people putting mic flags up. So it does appear perhaps that this briefing is going to be taking place sooner rather than later. No doubt we're going to be bringing that to you. In fact, we see a firefighter right there making notes. And so it's a little unclear as to he's, on the phone right now, probably talking to some of the folks right there. We're going to monitor this live look, bringing you that press conference as it happens. But the United States now talking at the UN Security Council, so we're going to listen in.
The United States remains committed to supporting Israel and Lebanon in efforts to implement the arrangement they reached on November 27 in order for civilians to safely return to their homes on both sides of the Blue Line. We reiterate our call on all parties to respect the safety and security of UNIFIL personnel and premises and avoid incidents that expose them to risk or harm. This is key to UNIFIL's ability to conduct patrols and provide this council with information regarding conduct inconsistent with UNSC Resolution 1701. The United States has consistently reaffirmed its support for Israel's ability to exercise its right of self-defense consistent with international law. It is critical that all groups be mindful of the need to establish stability in Syria. In that regard, we take note of comments by Hayat Tahrir Hashem that Syria should not pose a threat to any of its neighbors, and we hope to see further actions towards that end. We note with concern reports that a civilian was killed in an attack on the Bravo side of the area of limitation on January 15. To that end, we urge all parties in the area of limitation to fully use UNDOF's critical liaison function to avoid miscommunication, and we hope to see a reduction in clashes and the restoration of calm in the buffer zone. Ultimately, we want to see lasting stability between Israel and Syria and support all sides upholding the 1974 disengagement agreement, including on the terms of the buffer zone and the means for its enforcement. We reaffirm our support for the disengagement of forces agreement. Israel has made clear its intent to uphold the terms of the agreement as soon as conditions allow, and that its actions are temporary and limited to defend its borders. To that end, we hope to see a reduction in clashes and the restoration of calm in the buffer zone. We also state emphatically again that UN peacekeeping personnel and positions must never be the target of an attack. We condemn any deliberate attack against UN personnel and positions. The safety and security of peacekeeping personnel are of utmost importance. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I start by thanking USG Lacroix and Major General Gauchat for their briefings. After over a year of conflict and suffering across the Middle East, we now stand at a moment of hope for the people of the region. With the Syrian people free from Assad's tyranny, political progress in Lebanon, and news that a ceasefire and hostage release deal have been finalised for Gaza, the UK will continue to work tirelessly to ensure we seize this opportunity and deliver much-needed peace. The past year has seen continuous and devastating violence across the Blue Line. We strongly believe that a ceasefire and lasting political solution are the only viable route to peace, stability and security for the Lebanese and Israeli people. As we approach the end of the 60-day ceasefire period, every effort must be made to continue the progress and avoid a return to conflict. Violations of the agreement will only bring us back to the brink, and we call on parties to uphold the commitments they agreed to. Against this backdrop, the UK commends UNIFIL for maintaining its visibility and operational activities in difficult circumstances. The UK will continue to support UNIFIL's essential role in maintaining calm along the Blue Line and enabling the enhanced LAF deployment to southern Lebanon, consistent with the ceasefire agreement and UNSCR 1701. We have consistently condemned attacks on UN peacekeepers. They must never be targeted. All parties have an obligation under international law to ensure the safety and security of UN peacekeeping personnel and premises. Turning to UNDOF, the UN Disengagement of Forces Agreement remains vital for stability at this pivotal moment for Syria and the wider region. Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected. This is more important than ever as Syria embarks on a political transition in pursuit of a more secure and peaceful future. The UK is clear that we expect Israel to adhere to their commitment that their presence in the area of separation is both limited and temporary. We call on Israel to lay out timelines for their withdrawal from the area of separation. Let me once again reiterate the UK's long-standing position that the Golan Heights are occupied territory and we do not recognise Israel's annexation. Finally, after months of despair, news of the agreement between Israel and Hamas offers much-needed hope. The hostages and their families have endured unimaginable agony, and the level of suffering in Gaza defies belief. This deal is the basis for progress to bring the hostages home, bring relief, reconstruction and hope to long-suffering civilians, and to achieve a long-awaited two-state solution with Palestinians and Israelis living in peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
主席，我要感谢拉克鲁瓦副秘书长和格沙少将的通报。近期，黎巴嫩和叙利亚局势
Lebanon and
发生。
Syria have recently been rocked by turmoil, severely impacting and challenging the operations of UNIFIL and UNDOF. The international community should act in unity of purpose to support both missions' effective mandate implementation. I'd like to speak on the following 4 imperatives as regards this matter. First, respect for the mission's mandates. UNIFIL and UNDOF are Security Council mandated missions. They are instrumental in keeping the situation on the ground generally stable in their respective areas of operations. Some time ago, UNIFIL's mandated operations met with interference and restrictions were imposed on UNDOF patrols. The country concerned has an obligation to lift without delay all restrictions as per Council resolutions to ensure the mission's freedom of movement. Second, protection of peacekeepers. Some time ago, the Israeli Defense Forces attacked UNIFIL's position and observation tower, and in doing so injured UNIFIL personnel. Forced entry by unauthorized individuals also happened to UNDOF's camp. I wish to reiterate that no UN mission may be targeted in military operations, and all deliberate attacks on peacekeepers constitute a gross violation of international law. The aforementioned acts must be investigated to establish accountability. China supports the Secretariat and the missions taking necessary steps to enhance their situational awareness, recon, surveillance and information analysis capabilities so they can better respond to emergencies. Troop and police contributing countries should step up security training and capacity building for their peacekeepers. Third, respect for national sovereignty. In December last, while claiming that it has it was taking, quote, limited and temporary measures, unquote. Israel deployed troops in the area of separation and has kept them there to this day. This must not be allowed to become a new normal. The Golan is internationally recognized as an occupied Syria territory. We urge Israel to respect Syria's sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity, implement the relevant council resolutions and the separation of forces agreement, withdraw from the Syrian territory without delay, and cease and desist from any action that may complicate the situation. Fourth, full commitment to the effort. China welcomes the cessation of hostilities agreement between Lebanon and Israel. We note with concern the continuous strikes against Lebanon. On the 15th of January, the mediators announced that an agreement had been reached on a ceasefire in Gaza, which China welcomes. We sincerely look forward to the effective implementation of the agreement so that a comprehensive permanent ceasefire can materialize in Gaza to contribute to the de-escalation of tensions in the wider Middle East. That said, Israel's final approval of the agreement is still pending, and the IDF's operations in Gaza are ongoing and have added a further 80-plus casualties to the tally, all of which tells us that the current state of affairs between Lebanon and Israel and in Gaza remains very fragile. The international community, the Security Council in particular, should remain united and work as one to encourage and facilitate implementation of ceasefire agreements and to maintain the region's peace and stability. Last but not least, I wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the personnel of both missions, each and every one of them, who are holding the fort amid upheaval and volatility, and to convey our appreciation of their hard work in the service of peace and security. China stands ever ready to work with the international community, continue lending staunch support to the mandate implementation, and do more for the peace and security in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
The representative.
All right, so we're continuing to listen in to the UN Security Council talking about the Gaza ceasefire deal, but we're also continuing to follow this breaking news out of New Jersey. You can see a large number of first responders. This is the staging area at the North Bergen County Target after a tractor trailer and dump truck collided with the side of this Target, the dump truck going inside, embedding itself inside the side of the building itself. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to continue to monitor this live look. We are expecting there to be a briefing momentarily at the lower part of your screen. You can't really see it, but there are a number of microphones at a podium, and we will bring that to you live. But we continue to follow this breaking news in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:14 Eastern, 1:14 Pacific. And we continue to follow the very latest in some breaking news out of New Jersey, where a tractor trailer and a dump truck collided somehow with the side of a Target building, creating a massive hole. This is a live look right here of some of the debris, and you can see that is the tractor trailer in the distance. The back of it just completely ripped to shreds. You can also see the dump truck being hauled out from the side of the building. We are expecting authorities to be providing an update in a matter of moments. They did not give us an exact time frame, but we did see the podium set up with microphones, so we're anticipating that to get underway as soon as authorities gather the very latest information. But this is one vantage point, really just giving you a summary of the end of this situation, which is that a dump truck collided into the building. It was actually embedded in the building on the side. You can see that two massive cranes are now slowly hauling it out. And then the white in the background, that is the tractor trailer. The back of the tractor trailer just absolutely ripped to shreds. We still do not know at this point in time exactly what caused this crash, but we do know that the dump truck somehow ended up in the building, and the tractor trailer's backside just completely ripped to shreds. We also do not know about any injuries. We do know the Target was open for business at the time of the crash. Responders arrived at the scene at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So these are the questions that authorities will hopefully have more information on. Meanwhile, I do want to pivot to some live coverage from our Fox 5 New York team as they are on the scene. Let's pivot to that right now.
Assignment desk. Okay, figure we have about 15 or 20 more minutes before we go refuel on the west side. Of course, talking to our assignment desk, coordinating the fuel in the helicopter. Obviously, we're going to have to think about that. Again, as we watch the operation down there, a lot of this, again, is just to make sure that they don't make a bad situation worse down there. They're doing the best they can to clear as much debris as they can. It'll make it easier for them to get that dump truck out of the side of that Target. And again, we see the operators there and the tow people doing their best to clear both sides of that semi. Look over there on the left side of the dump truck. I mean, you can see where they have one of the cables attached to the back end of that dump truck. You can see the person poking up underneath the dump truck as well, working on the second cable from that boom. That's what that gentleman there is holding on to with his left hand. And they're going to try to attach that to another piece of the dump truck to help guide it out. And on the right side, you see more of the tow personnel attaching these two cables to the side of that dump truck, hoping to be able to help guide it with those cables as well. Top of your video, if you look between the dump truck and the wall, you see more of those fluorescent yellow vests moving around the front end of the dump truck. And of course, at the rear axle of that dump truck, we have two more cables attached back there. A third tow truck is set to help pull this dump truck out of the back or out of the side of this Target. Again, as these men do their work down there with the dump truck, you can see people looking on as well, not only at the scene, but we've seen a lot of people set up here on the street, have been all watching for a good portion of the afternoon now. Police have had to take the effort to put up police tape. So as the locals look on, we give you the overhead view here from Chopper 2, looking back in, and now we see the drone fall into place there. Obviously, that should be local authorities operating that drone down there. Rather large drone at that. Looking down at the scene and keeping an eye on the operation. Again, we see the tow operators pulling more of those cables from the boom of the heavy-duty truck over here on the right-hand side there, trying to attach it to the side of the dump truck. And again, a lot of that will be more for guidance of the vehicle as they try to pull it away from the target and back up onto Tunnelly Avenue. For about another 10 to 15 minutes tops. And we'll watch the folks there working on the dump truck. We have the folks over here working on the semi as well, attaching the straps to keep it together when they go to move it. Okay. Chopper to 389. Good, how are you? Thinking around 4:30 probably. And we're going to do it here at West 30th Street in the city, which is not that far from where we are. Okay, there was a little bit of interference there, or radio was dropping out. Are you looking for a pre-recorded deal that lasts about 1:45, just as a backup?
So we're dipping into our Fox 5 New York team's coverage as they continue to follow this breaking news out of New Jersey, where a tractor trailer and a dump truck slammed into the side of a New Jersey Target. And you can see Skyfox, that's the helicopter there on the lower right-hand side of your screen as the helicopter. We were hearing from the person speaking saying they really only have about 15 minutes left of fuel, whether that was the pilot or not, a little unclear. But that is what they were relaying to Fox 5 New York. On the upper right-hand side of your screen, that is a ground view of crews still working to remove the dump truck from the side. It was actually embedded into the Target store. It drove right through the side of the building, leaving a hole behind. And now we're seeing at least a partial removal of it. This is a very careful task as there's a lot of structural damage surrounding the dump truck, and they don't want to, increase that footprint, so to speak. They're also working to remove the dump truck, the backside of the dump truck, just completely ripped to shreds. It did look as though that was where the damage was, as we can see from the aerial view exactly what is happening. And that is the dump truck that those two cranes are attached to. They're trying to pull it from the building. The bed of the dump truck completely filled. So a very heavy, a massive endeavor right there. We are expecting that there should be a press conference of some kind to happen. We saw the podium set up, but no doubt authorities continuing to speak to witnesses speak to each other, trying to figure out what exactly happened. There's going to be a lot of questions, of course, as to what led to this crash, and also the injuries. Was anyone injured? How are the drivers doing? According to our Fox 5 New York team, they were speaking with a man who witnessed all of this, and he was saying that he saw someone getting pulled from the rubble. He didn't specify who that person was. Was it a customer inside? We do know that the Target was open at the time of this crash. Responders arriving at the scene at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time. So we did want to share these live looks with you. We are anticipating that the helicopter will have to stand down to refuel momentarily, but I am going to raise the audio once again. I wanted to provide that context to you if you're just joining us at this hour as to why you are taking a look at these live videos right here. The reason is that both a tractor trailer and a dump truck somehow collided with the side of this Target building in New Jersey, and the dump truck actually drove into the building, embedding itself right there. The tractor trailer still there on the side of the road, but the back of the dump truck was just torn off. And so we are awaiting to see what the sequence of events was. I'm just going to raise the audio to see what we can hear, as we were hearing from someone in the helicopter, perhaps the pilot, kind of just describing the scene to us.
This Target store. Now you're looking down at Tunnelly Avenue at 71st Street, and about 2 o'clock this afternoon, this dump truck you see being pulled out of this Target store was actually working at a construction site over here on 71st Street. It was coming down 71st Street when the truck lost control and came across Tunnelly Avenue, going across both lanes, striking that tractor trailer you see on the left side of your screen, went through the tractor trailer and ended up inside of this Target store. Now, when we arrived on the scene with Sky Fox, we can tell you that tractor trailer was wrapped around that telephone pole, and there was a big hole inside, or on the side of the building, or that truck fully inside that store. From what we're being told, there were 6 injuries involved with this incident, one of them considered severe. Now, we can also tell you that they're doing an investigation here. No word yet as to exactly how that truck lost control. We can just tell you that it did go through the intersection there into the side of that building. And as you look, as they pull that truck out of the store, that truck was fully loaded when it went down through that intersection. Of course, a very prolonged operation down here, closing down Tunnelly Avenue. That is shut in both directions between 70th and 76th Streets. And part of the reason is they try to get that truck out of the building back onto Tunnelly Avenue, but also they have to take the pieces of what's remaining of that trailer, lift it up, and put it onto another flatbed tractor trailer waiting over here. So again, crews have a very active scene down here at this Target store in North Bergen. Again, tractor trailer and the dump truck going into the side of that building. 6 injuries involved, and of course, as we get more details, we'll bring them to you. Let's go back inside to the studio. A few seconds. Yeah, a few seconds short. How did that work, though?
All right, so that was the pilot right there doing a recording for the studio there at Fox 5 New York. But as we were tuning in, we learned a lot more information from the pilot right there. We now understand, according to the pilot, that this dump truck that you see right there was part of a construction site. And the construction site was across this major road. This is a residential area on the other side of this major road right there. There was some construction being done at the dead end. And according to this pilot, the dump truck was driving down the residential road. It lost control. It traveled through that major road, hitting the tractor trailer before driving right into the side of that building. It was fully loaded at the time when it went through the intersection. So a lot of momentum right there. Also, according to the pilot, as of now, there are 6 reported injuries. 1, he said, considered to be severe. And so we are awaiting authorities to provide more information. But I did want to share that with you as we were listening into the Fox 5 New York chopper. We're going to continue to listen in right now.
Okay. Chopper's CBS desk. Okay. I am complete with Fox for a moment. Probably 10 minutes before we have to be at 30th Street. You want to stay until then?
All right, so the pilot talking to someone else, just outlining kind of what their schedule is. They said they have about 10 minutes left at this scene. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor this breaking news as we have learned more information as to exactly, what happened. Again, still a lot of questions remain, but we now know, according to the pilot for Fox 5 New York's chopper, the dump truck that you're seeing right there on your screen was part of a construction site on the other end across a major road. There is a residential area. It is a dead-end street, and at the very end of that street, there was some construction being done. According to the pilot, the dump truck was driving away from that construction site. It somehow lost control. It drove right through that major road, hitting a tractor trailer. And then it drove right into the side of the building, creating that hole right there. And it drove right through. It was stuck inside the building. It was fully loaded. And so this is a massive weight. And you can imagine if you're losing control, it is completely full. It is a very heavy a vehicle right there, a missile almost. 6 injuries reported according to the pilot and 1 considered severe. So we're going to continue to monitor this live breaking news situation, bringing you the very latest as we get it. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow some breaking news out of New Jersey after a dump truck lost control. That's according to Fox 5 New York, traveling across this very busy intersection right here before crashing right into the side of this Target in North Bergen County, New Jersey. It clipped a tractor trailer, that's according to Fox 5 New York, before slamming into the side of the building right there. At this point, according to Fox 5 New York, there were 6 people injured at the very least, and 1 that is anticipated to be listed as severe. So I wanted to share that with you. So this is the dump truck that really led to all of this. We do know also, according to Fox 5 New York, that it was fully loaded. And in fact, you can see the back of it just completely filled with dirt right there. We do know that it was working at a construction zone. Meanwhile, there is a press conference that is scheduled to get underway. It does look like everyone's ready. So I do want to pivot to that right now so we can listen in. It does look like they are ready to start talking right now. You can see fire and rescue right there and a number of other authorities. So we're going to raise the audio and listen in to the very latest on this breaking news.
Not a problem.
Yeah, so you can start.
Hi, Chief of the Department of North Hudson Regional Fire and Rescue, David Donnarumma.
Spell your name first.
Sure, it's Donnarumma.
And then can you just tell us what happened here today?
Yeah. So right now, what appears that's what has happened is there was a dump truck that was loading on the top of 71st Street. He was going westbound down 71st Street with a full pail of dirt and rocks. Unfortunately, he either lost control of his vehicle or lost his brakes, went through Tunnelly Avenue and into the Target store. At this point, there were 5 injuries. 5 people were transported to the hospital, 1 including the driver. There was 1 person that had to be extricated within the store. She was in the bathroom. She was the most severely injured. Extent of injuries are unknown at this time. The driver also had to be extricated. Primary searches were completed. No other victims were found. We also had accountability of everybody working in the store. At this time, we're waiting for the tow truck to be extricated, and then we're going to complete secondary searches to make sure all people are accounted for. It's in the area of the bathrooms, yes. Yes.
And how about the structure of the building?
Right now, it is unknown about the structural stability. We have structural engineers coming to the site to determine that. It doesn't appear the structure was damaged at this time.
Chief, originally we heard there had been 6 injuries. Is the most accurate number?
5 people have been transported to the hospital, including the driver.
And also, do you have an idea of how many people were in the store?
I do not. I apologize.
And just to go back to what you said about the possible cause, you said the driver lost control of the vehicle?
It appears he either lost control of the vehicle or lost control of his brakes and went through Tunnelly Avenue.
And you don't know why at this point, if it was a medical...
It's undetermined at this time.
Is that a large hill on that?
Yes, it's a very steep hill.
So that happens a lot around here.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's not the first time something like that would happen because of the steep hills that go into Tunnelly.
I don't recall the last time that happened, but it is a steep hill, and he did have a full load of dirt and rocks, so there was a lot of weight within the truck. And, you know, coupling that with the speed in which maybe he was going, he could have lost his brakes or control of the vehicle. Again, that's undetermined at this time.
Can you talk about, you know, how much more severe this could have been? You know, you said 5 people injured. But
Yeah.
with the time of day and the amount of people coming up and down.
Yeah, we were very fortunate for several reasons. One, there was no pedestrians walking, so he didn't crash into no pedestrians. He did hit another tractor trailer, which probably slowed him down a little before he hit the target. But if he would have hit a pedestrian vehicle, he could have killed those people as well. And then within Target, the area in which he hit is right behind the courtesy desk, usually where there's a good flux of people. And unfortunately for this, you know, today, nobody was in that location and got hurt that we're aware of at this time. Secondary searches still have to be completed.
Do you know what speed he was traveling at?
No, unknown.
Do you have an approximate weight of that vehicle with all that?
Unknown. He had to be transported to the hospital, not serious condition. He was okay. Minor injuries appeared.
So Chief, the dump truck came down the hill backwards, ran into the store.
Not backwards. He came down. He was going west on 71st Street. Yes.
And then he hit that tractor trailer, and that's how the tractor trailer also ended up.
That is correct. The tractor trailer was in the southbound lane, and the dump truck hit the back of the tractor trailer, ripped off the back of the tractor trailer, and put that into the building along with the dump truck. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Enjoy your day. Please, if you don't mind, everybody like to give their name and their title.
Alan Pasquale, Public Safety Commissioner, Township of Bergen.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Assemblyman Julio Marenco, and just want to inform you that Governor Philip Murphy's office is in contact with my office and the office of Mayor Nicholas J. Sackles, the township's mayor, informing them that any resources they need, he will provide them. And as everybody here does, we pray for the safety of all the individuals in this tragic accident.
I'd also like to thank the mutual aid that we had here in North Bergen. Besides our own North Bergen Police Department, North Bergen DPW, we also had the Hudson County Sheriff's Office, West New York Police Department were here, and also, of course, the North Hudson Fire Regional. Who, you just heard from the chief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Rob Farley here, North Bergen Police Chief. I'd just like to say a little further on what Chief Donnarumma said. We're going to hold the dump truck for further investigation, and it will be inspected by the Port Authority Commercial Vehicle Inspection Unit.
Chief, just a question for you.
Yes.
Any indication that charges could be brought at some point, that this might have been intentional or anything like that?
I can't comment on that, only because we have to complete the investigation. There's still a lot of work to do on this.
Preliminarily, it looks like an accident?
Yes, it does. It appears to be an accident, yes. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
All right, so that was the briefing from authorities as they were giving us the very latest information on what happened at a New Jersey Target. The helicopter that was providing those live looks for you, unfortunately, does have to refuel, and we don't have another live look. But if you're just joining us, this is a live look at a North Bergen County Target, and in fact, in the background, you can see the Target right there. What happened, according to authorities, is that a dump truck working at a residential construction site right across the street was driving down the residential road, somehow losing control of its brakes, and it went across that major thoroughfare, clipping a tractor trailer before slamming right into the side of the Target. Now, the Target was open for business at the time. We do know that a woman was actually in the bathroom when the dump truck barreled right through. Unfortunately, she was injured, and according to authorities, she had the most severe injuries. As of now, they said 5 injuries, including the driver of the dump truck, who did have to go to the hospital. 2 people had to be extricated, but they were thankful that no pedestrians, no one was actually walking along the sidewalk when all of this happened, because of course that could have been so much worse. We did hear authorities say they are keeping the dump truck for further inspection. At the initial report, it indicates that the brakes failed, and that's why the driver lost control, barreling right through that main road, clipping the back of a tractor trailer before just going straight through the wall of the side of that building at the North Bergen County Target right there. 5 people reported injured, including 1 woman who was inside the bathroom at the time, suffering the most severe injuries. They only provided that brief information to us. Of course, they're going to continue to investigate. They did say that it appears to just be a terrible accident right there with the dump truck's brakes losing control. They are in contact with the New Jersey governor's office, who's going to provide any additional resources as needed. We are going to continue to monitor this. Any new information, you can count on LiveNOW from Fox to bring you those details. In the meantime, though, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing additional live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:45 Eastern, 1:45 Pacific. We do have a live event happening right now out of New York City, and that is the UN Security Council discussing the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. This as the Gaza ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas does look like it will continue on as planned, with the very first hostages set to be released on Sunday. They also might be speaking about a number of other international issues. So we're going to head over live there right now.
Unity in a country tormented by instability for years. In this moment of optimism, we commend today's visit to Lebanon of the Secretary General of the United Nations, a visit of solidarity with the Lebanese people, as the Secretary General himself referred to it. My country, Greece, stands ready to play a strong role in this new promising chapter. After all, our Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, was the first EU leader to visit Beirut since the November 26 ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. It is beyond doubt that the ceasefire agreement has created a positive momentum, a spark of hope in overcoming 13 enormously difficult months of hostilities. Hence, the parties should not let this impetus slip through their fingers. UNIFIL, a peacekeeping mission which has been playing a constructive role in monitoring the cessation of hostilities, is key for the full and sustainable implementation of the ceasefire and ultimately a long-lasting peace in the region. At the same time, the commitment of the Lebanese armed forces to extend the control over all Lebanese territory is remarkable. Greece stands ready to support the LAF in this prominent task in accordance with Security Council Resolution 1701 of 2006. However, the cooperation between the LAF and UNIFIL is equally important on the ways towards the restoration of peace. Mr. President, on the peacekeeping front slightly to the east of Lebanon, another peacekeeping mission holds the keys to the door of peace, UNDOF. In this case, the Blue Helmets have been trying to help both Syria and Israel to close the chapter of conflict for years, while maintaining the ceasefire and supervising the implementation of a disengagement agreement. At this point, it is worth mentioning that similar to the current positive dynamics in Lebanon, another important challenge is the achievement of an inclusive political transition in Syria. In this regard, Greece supports the unity, independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty of Syria and the creation of conditions for an inclusive political transition, ensuring the protection of human rights and of members of religious and ethnic minorities. Meanwhile, Greece expresses its full support to UNDOF and calls on all parties to respect the 1974 disengagement agreement. There is no question that in the wake of this momentum of developments in both countries, UNIFIL and UNDOF constitute a collective investment in regional peace, security and stability. An investment worth protecting, given that the peacekeepers remain steadily committed to the protection of civilians, even at the risk of their own lives. In this vein, Greece is deeply concerned over the targeting of UNIFIL and UNDOF in the last few months. In concluding, Mr. President, in line with its principles, Greece calls on all parties to refrain from any actions putting the Blue Helmets in danger. After all, when push comes to the shove, the peacekeeping missions represent a pillar of stability, unity and peace in a region lured in repeated sequences of instability, division and discord for decades. Even though the success is never guaranteed, they can achieve what others cannot, and they can deal with conflicts which others cannot or will not address. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
President, I'd like to thank Mr. Lacroix and General Gauchat for their briefings. The Middle East is experienced an unprecedented level of tension since October 2023. In this context, France is committed to put an end to this cycle of violence, working with its partners. In Lebanon, along the Blue Line, France has worked with the United States to achieve the cessation of hostilities agreement from the 26th of November 2024, which was an important milestone towards the complete implementation of Resolution 1701. The President of France, Emmanuel Macron, is today in Beirut, meeting President Aoun and incoming Prime Minister Salam to demonstrate France's support at this crucial period. The situation remains fragile, but there has been a significant reduction in hostilities. Israeli forces have started their withdrawal in parallel with the deployment of Lebanese armed forces. It is necessary that the deadlines and timeframes for these operations, i.e. 60 days, be respected. Ultimately, the full implementation of Resolution 1701 remains the objective. In Gaza, France has continued to work for a release of hostages and the obtention of a ceasefire. We welcome the announcement of an agreement between Israel and Hamas, which was made possible thanks to the efforts of the United States, Qatar and Egypt. And a mid- and long-term approach is needed now, which is based on the two-state solution. This is the only way of ensuring the state can be created for Palestinians and for the security of Palestinians and Israelis to be guaranteed. In June 2025, France and Saudi Arabia will co-chair an international conference in New York on the implementation of the two-state solution. Finally, in Syria, the fall of the Assad regime provides new hope, and France calls on the de facto authorities to guarantee that the transition process be represent all elements of Syrian society and be organised in the spirit of the grand principles set forth in Resolution 2254. In this context, it's important that Syria and Israel respect the 1974 disengagement agreement, which means for Israel to withdraw from the area of separation set forth in this agreement and also to cease its operations on Syrian territory. In recent months, the three peacekeeping operations of the UN, UNIFIL, UNDOF and UNSO, have played a key role to break the cycle of violence and appease tensions. France commends the courage, professionalism of their personnel and pays tribute to the troop contributing countries and blue helmets working in the field, while a large number of them have been injured since October 2023. France is playing its role, deploying almost 700 soldiers within UNFIL, and we've just strengthened its engineering capacity so it can better adapt its activities. It's crucial that these three implementations can implement their mandates without hindrance, and we condemn all attacks that target UN missions, their personnel and their premises, as well as any attempt to call into question their action. It's important, finally, that these missions are able to adapt their activities if the situation changes. Following the cessation of hostilities agreement reached on Lebanon and yesterday's adoption of the presidential declaration supporting UN's contribution to the implementation of the agreement, we encourage them to reflect on the necessary adaptations required for UNIFIL's posture to take into account this new situation within the framework of its mandate, in order to facilitate the full implementation of Resolution 1701. Thank you.
Chief of France, I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to USG Lacroix and Major General Gauchat for your briefings. The Middle East stands on the cusp of monumental change. These past months have witnessed the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, cessation of hostilities between Lebanon and Israel, and the election of a new Lebanese president after more than 2 years of vacancy. Wednesday's ceasefire and hostage agreement also inspires hope for the people of Gaza and Israel. These are profound developments that can hopefully light a path towards a brighter future for Syria, Lebanon, and the broader region. In the wake of this sudden change, the need for stability has never been more apparent. For more than 50 years, UNDOF has monitored the disengagement zone. For almost 2 decades, UNIFIL has, under its current mandate, executed similar tasks around the blue line between Lebanon and Israel. These missions have been integral to bringing safety and certainty to peoples on both sides of the borders. Day in, day out, these peacekeepers risk their lives in support of peace. Some have made the ultimate sacrifice. In executing these tasks, we underline the duty of all actors to ensure the safety and security of peacekeeping personnel and premises in line with international law.
All right, so we're listening there to the representative from Denmark at the UN Security Council. We're going to have to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we continue to follow the UN Security Council talking about the conflict in the Middle East and the Gaza ceasefire deal, this next live look takes us out to Israel. This is Tel Aviv specifically. You're taking a live look from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. This as Israel's security cabinet has recommended the approval of a Gaza ceasefire deal after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed an agreement had been reached that would pause the 15-month war with Hamas and release dozens of hostages right there. And you can see some of the pictures of the hostages still being held captive. There's a piano in the forefront, and we have been seeing people take a moment to sit down and play the piano as the words "You are not alone" are standing right there. We are expecting, if this deal does continue, that the very first hostages would be released on Sunday, and we will be bringing you all of the live developments, all of the live briefings as they happen. We are going to very closely continue to monitor this situation right here. All right, we do want to head back to New York City. This is a beautiful look at a Friday night sunset right there with the Statue of Liberty waving her torch in the distance. It is coming up nearly on 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific as the UN Security Council is meeting in New York City, continuing to talk about the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, and we're going to turn to that live coverage right now.
Effective mandates, and for their unflinching bravery, even under increasingly dangerous circumstances and at great risk to their personal safety. President, the situation in the Golan Heights continues to present significant challenges to regional stability. It is described as a tense and unpredictable security situation, with many daily violations of the 1974 disengagement agreement, including the unauthorized installation of communications equipment and the prolonged and expanded presence of Israeli forces in the area of separation. Similarly, the complex dynamics affecting UNIFIL's role in maintaining peace in southern Lebanon requires sustained international cooperation and dialogue to achieve the urgent resolution of the challenges. The mission continues to encounter many obstacles in the implementation of its mandate. The security of Lebanon and its people is paramount, and there should be no deliberate undermining of their safety. We condemn all attacks on peacekeepers and call on all parties to abide by their obligations under international law, to refrain from any action that compromises the safety and security of UNIFIL personnel and premises, and to respect the freedom of movement of UNIFIL personnel. President, we must also underscore that while both UNDOF and UNIFIL have operated in an exemplary manner, we should not expect the missions to operate under these unstable and dangerous circumstances without the necessary resources to ensure the safety and security of their personnel. Guyana therefore urges this Council to provide robust support to the missions, both through the provision of the requisite resources and political backing to fulfill their important roles. The Council must also work to bring enduring peace to the region. Guyana remains deeply concerned about Israel's actions in both southern Lebanon and in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, and its incursions into other areas of Syria. The many reported incidents of violations of the ceasefire agreement by the IDF, as well as the slow pace of the withdrawal of the IDF from southern Lebanon, puts at great risk the opportunity to achieve a sustained cessation of hostilities. Guyana reiterates its call for full respect for the provisions of the 1974 agreement on disengagement and for the parties to meet their obligations under the ceasefire agreement and Resolution 1701. Mr. President, as we focus on the situation in Lebanon and the occupied Syrian Golan, it is important to keep in view that the challenges in both contexts are directly linked to the situation in Palestine, engendered by Israel's ongoing brutal occupation. We are hopeful that the announcement of a ceasefire agreement in Gaza will pave the way for a reinvigoration of the Palestinian peace process, with progress towards the achievement of the two-state solution. This is critical for the people of Palestine and for the stability and peace of the entire Middle East, including Israel. We also note with optimism the significant progress made in Lebanon with the election of a president and a prime minister. This Council and other partners must support the government and people of Lebanon at this critical juncture as they work to set the country on a path of stability and prosperity. President, Guyana is steadfast in our commitment to the hard work that it will take to achieve peace across the Middle East region. We will continue to advocate for a stable, united, and prosperous future for the peoples of both Lebanon and Syria. Again, to the brave and dedicated peacekeepers and civilian staff of UNDOF and UNIFIL, our gratitude cannot be overstated. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Algeria. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank USG Jean-Pierre Lacroix and Major General Patrick Gauchat for their insightful briefings. UNDOF and UNIFIL operate in an extremely challenging context, facing multiple threats to their personnel and premises. The ongoing violations in the areas of operation of UNIFIL and UNDOF by the Israeli military forces are a source of grave concern. Algeria reaffirms its unwavering support for these missions and its strong commitment to ensuring the safety and security of peacekeepers. We reiterate that attacks against peacekeepers constitute war crimes. In this regard, we condemn in the strongest term the deliberate attacks by the Israeli occupying forces on UNIFIL personnel and the intentional destruction of their premises. We call for impartial and comprehensive investigations and the pursuit of full accountability. Furthermore, this very Council adopted Resolution 2766 almost 1 month ago, renewing UNDOF mandate. Algeria called for its full implementation and endorses the resolution's key propositions, including the obligation to, first, fully respect the terms of the 1974 disengagement of force agreement. Second, exercise maximum restraint and prevent breaches of the ceasefire and of the area of separation. Third, ensure that there is no military activity of any kind in the area of separation. Israeli actions in the area of separation and its multiple incursion into Syrian territory pose a grave threat, not only.
So we were listening in there to the UN Security Council talking about the Gaza ceasefire deal. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, just into our newsroom. We do see a new live stream coming from LA, where fire officials and lawmakers are going to be talking about the very latest update as 3 wildfires continue to rage on. So we do want to transition to that live coverage as we are still following those developments. Next on Live Now from Fox, I do want to head live to Los Angeles, where city officials as well as different agencies and their leaders are talking about the very latest when it comes to the 3 wildfires still raging on. Let's head over there live right now so we can listen in.
To do just that. Working in connection with our city council, many city council members have put forward motions. We're going to be collaborating on that because some of those motions can get done quicker by turning them into executive directives. But I will tell you that this is why I have appointed Steve Soboroff to serve as the Chief Recovery Officer for the City of Los Angeles for Phase 1 of us building back LA Strong. For those of you in Los Angeles that know Steve Soboroff's name is attached to hope, is attached to energy, and it is attached to many, many accomplishments. He will recommend a comprehensive city strategy for rebuilding and for expediting. Expediting is a very important word here. We want to expedite the safe return of residents, businesses, schools, nonprofits, and parks. So, Steve has agreed to give himself to Los Angeles once again. He knows our communities. He knows how to activate City Hall. He's been in City Hall several times, called to duty on different occasions, just as he's called to duty today. No one is better equipped to create our rebuilding plan. And I know, and anyone that knows Steve, knows that he works at warp speed. LA knows Steve, Steve knows LA, and I know Steve. He was the force behind the Staples Center. He built Playa Vista, an entire community from scratch. Moving the space shuttle, I don't know how you did that, but moving the space shuttle to the Science Museum, Steve knows how to lead the most complex city challenges, and he wears his heart on his sleeve. This rebuilding effort is not just about real estate. It's about the center of people's lives. It's about people's hopes and people's dreams. That's what a home is. I know that he will help lead us on a path forward. LA Strong, that's rebuilding LA. We will stand together. We will get this job done. Steve Soboroff.
Thanks, Mayor.
Absolutely. It's all yours.
People in LA are hurting. They're frustrated, like the mayor said. They're confused. They want to know what they can do today. They can't get back in their homes to find the pictures of their loved ones. And a whole lot of people are out of work as a community has been wiped off the face of the earth. And a community that's about 120 years old. I lived in it. My kids grew up in it for 40 years. But it's the same as every community in Los Angeles. And what we need is, and what I hope people will start with is today, is hope. There is an A to Z for each one of us. And A is today. And we're going to get there step by step. And the city is going to help to the extent it can. And we will have to outsource to the extent it can't. That there's going to be a bus to yes. That's right. And if people want to get on the bus with us, get on it. If they want to spend their time throwing embers right now and next Tuesday when it's windy by spending their time on that kind of stuff, just don't get on our bus. But we are going to move forward and recreate a community that if we close our eyes, it's like it's got a great park. It's got a great library. It's got great places of worship. It's got great restaurants. And I'm not talking about the quality of the food or the price points. I'm talking about the people that, I mean, it's emotional for me. The people that work there, that taught my kids how to speak Spanish, that have been there for generations, that now are on the verge of homelessness after working in a community for 40 years. That's why I'm doing this. All right. I want people to feel like there's We're going to tell them in the next week what they can start doing tomorrow to go to B and then to C. And people will be able to get the plans, permits, the equipment will be ready for them, and they can start building their houses. And I'm thankful, Mayor, for the contacts you've made with the state and with existing administration and the incoming administration about the future of getting the funds to do this, because we have people in this city that care so much about this city that all we need is people to hop on the bus with us.
That's right.
Because we're going to do that, and I'm happy to be involved for all of those people, and I want to see this community go back, because neighborhoods and communities are everything to people. The library, the park, the houses of worship. So let's do it.
We will. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take questions? Yes.
Hopping in the bus is fine, but you're going to change some of the mechanisms of the bus that need changing. Will those executive orders include things like changes in construction codes so that homes are more fire resistant, not having as much density so that fires can spread from home to home, cutting back on your, if you want to call it, urban landscape that is there next to the homes, and finally reducing density? You lost a lot of homes up there that were out. Are those code changes and are those policy changes going to come now before you start issuing plans and permits?
Well, let me just tell you that what we are charging Mr. Soboroff with is developing this plan for rebuilding. We have executive directives that we are going to be issuing next week. We have to take all of that into consideration, because we have to build in a way that we can harden the area for fires and make sure that we are a resilient community. Obviously, we need to look at building codes, we need to look at what was done in the past, and we need to come back stronger and build in a better way. Thank you.
If you have a home that was burnt down, it's a horrible thing. And the idea that you won't be able to rebuild your home, if you want to rebuild your home with the correct materials, although if your house was built out of concrete, in this fire, it would have lasted about an hour longer than it did. This was a this was a God event. But the idea of using this to decrease density, I think people deserve to rebuild their houses. I think people want to get back in there. Now, if they want to try and expand their house beyond a certain amount, that should open up a different way. But we're going to come up with a way for people to pull those permits and to get those inspections and to have that equipment to rebuild their lives. This is not an urban planning exercise.
Right.
This is a saving people's lives and family and the people that work for them and help them exercise.
Yes. Yes, I did say that. Sure. Next week we will be announcing an investigation. We need to look back at everything that happened. But to me, over the last week, the most important thing was to get past the fires, to make sure that on Monday and Tuesday, we're not facing a danger again. And so I'll be looking forward to that. It will be external. It will not be done internally, although internally we absolutely are looking back at what happened, but moving forward so that we can get our city back on the road to where we were before, and not even where we were before, but how we will be much better. I plan on having lots of those. I've always done that and will definitely continue to do that. I don't have one scheduled right now.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Westfall, Fox
Go ahead.
Mayor Bass, a question for you. Do you plan on working with the Army Corps of Engineers to build
Well, let me just tell you that what we plan on doing absolutely is working with the Army Corps of Engineers, but not with what you just described. Yes.
Last fall with Fox 11, an AP review found that homes were already burning and escape routes jammed when the Palisades evacuation order came. Did the evacuation order come fast enough?
Well, I think we have a representative here from Fire. Would you like to answer that?
So I don't have the specifics on exactly what time the first evacuation order came out, but what I can say is when an incident first breaks, it takes some time for us to get our first resources on scene, evaluate the situation, look at maps, determine which areas need to be evacuated. Of course, in a fire of this magnitude, and our first on companies that were en route immediately asked for more resources just based on the amount of smoke that was going up into the air. We knew that there was going to be a very large evacuation area. LAPD, our law enforcement partners, were the first members of our department or of our city family to conduct those initial evacuations, and they're on scene very quickly while our firefighters are fighting the fire. You can imagine if you're in the immediate area, whenever a fire starts, you're going to get some indications that there's a fire heading your way, especially during these windy days when we've put out plenty of alerts to warn the public that we have that high fire hazard zones, red flag days, the parking restrictions. Everyone who lives in an area in Los Angeles that's subject to wildfires is well aware of the danger, as far as I could say. So the initial evacuations that have to go out via WIA alert, the wireless emergency alerts, as well as Notify LA and other alert systems, they do take some time to formulate because we have to be very specific on what we're saying. Obviously, those accidental alerts that went out are an indication of why we wouldn't just put a mass alert out to cause the entire county to start panicking. We do have to be very specific, but we do have resources on scene that are evacuating the initial areas. Our law enforcement partners are helping us with that, and then as soon as we can determine what areas need to be evacuated, those wireless emergency alerts and Notify LA alerts go out.
Guys, wait a second. We got to move forward so people can get back in their homes and back in the parks and back in their churches. Officer, come here for a second. I was police commissioner for 10 years. Well, my job, thank you for service, sir, no problem, was to adjudicate cases. And when you adjudicate a case of something that goes wrong or right, you need information. The worst thing you can do is spend all kinds of time and energy away from making things better in the future than just looking at the past. So I'm not going to get involved in that. I hope they find out everything. But it would take me on every case, 6 or 7 months, I'd get 700 pages of science. I'd get reports. This whole thing about, well, if you would have done this, and if you should have done that, and well, it didn't. And we can find out. But if you think that's going to help the people that are frustrated, that are about to be homeless because they lost their jobs, or are looking for a place for their kids to go, that ain't going to help them. That's why she asked me to come on, is to help them and move forward and give them hope. And if I'm not going to provide the adrenaline to this community with these people to and more people that we're going to bring, then I will fail. I'm going to fail.
But we know he is not going to fail. Yes.
Gavin Newsom has said he has a particular commercial plan.
Yes.
Rebuilding LA. I'm wondering if that's something you guys are working on.
Absolutely, we are. I met with the governor yesterday for a good hour talking about all that. And so what you will see is the plans, and what he's doing is on a regional basis. We will be working hand in glove together. And in fact, that has already started because the state has taken responsibility for clearing the hazardous waste. All of that is happening right now.
I spoke with Governor Davis today. I've spoken with a lot of people before I decided, to do this, and I'm sure you talked to a lot of people before you asked me.
Governor Davis too.
But he's gone through fires, and he said, Steve, think about the victims.
Yes.
Think about the victims.
The family.
This ain't the Steve Soboroff show or the Karen Bass for Mayor show. This is about the victims. And that's what we are doing. That's what we talk about in private.
Right.
We don't talk about anything else. It's about the victims. It's about restoring community, because without community, people are lost, and that's what we're going to focus on. I have a 10-point plan of what I'm going to start on the first day. I'm not going through that today. The mayor and I are going to be walking around in the Palisades, but we're not doing this for picture visibility. We're doing this for completion, because these people are desperate. I heard a lady yesterday with her little girl saying, honey, you're going to go back to school, and it's going to be your same classmates, which I thought was wonderful. And you know what? We are going to be in the car for an hour every morning instead of 7 minutes. So we're going to have so much fun. But the mother was so relieved. That is what we want people to feel starting 15 minutes from now. I'm not the czar. She is the czar. She isn't.
Two more questions. Yes. No. Well, we absolutely will be taking that. We want to make sure that when we build, we will build LA back stronger. We will build Palisades back stronger. And of course, we are going to, and it's not just Palisades. We know that there's many other areas. Mandeville Canyon we're concerned about. And so Sylmar, what is going on there. And it's absolutely an opportunity for us to make sure we build back better, which means that we want to have a resilient community. One more question?
Are you the one that stole my phone? Because I got 50 of those messages today.
Well, yeah. Let me just answer that. And I will tell you, I don't know if you've had an opportunity, but going to the Disaster Recovery Center, I met with people. I met with people there yesterday and the day before. I've talked to people who lost their homes, who were actually ready to rebuild, which I frankly thought was exciting, that they had reached the point where they wanted to do what was needed in order to get back up again. But what we've told them is, especially in terms of the evacuation area, we don't know exactly when it's going to be safe. Well, it is predicted maybe it's another week. It depends on what happens on Tuesday. And so we've asked them to have the patience, because we don't want people going back before it is safe. So, building anything, even if there hadn't been a fire, you can't say exactly when you will be able to move back into your house.
A Genius Bar reservation system type way where people can know when they're going to be able to go in their house, and they're not going to be, and that we will make it safe for you instead of telling you you can't get in because it's not safe.
Exactly.
And so that's, that is one of the points. It's about the predictability, so people can get back into their house, because that's just the first thing.
Right.
You've got to remove the toxic stuff from these houses before the communities can be bulldozed. And look, we are talking about urban planning. This is no time for urban planning exercising. That'll delay it by 15 years. We need people back in their houses. This happened to be, my Palisades friends aren't going to, if it was going to happen, that it happened in the Palisades, that the planning of the Palisades is beautiful. The way the community works is beautiful. You don't need to rethink Pacific Palisades. You need to rebuild Pacific Palisades.
We are going to do everything we can to build LA back, stronger, and to get people home so their hopes and their dreams can continue forward. Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing I'm a little worried about? I'm worried about price gouging. Yeah. I'm worried about people who have lost hope and say, I'm just going to sell my lot now, my house burnt down. And I urge them, hang on. Because we're going to create a system where they'll be able to re-permit and have a clean lot, and they'll be able to sell it for 10 times more. Don't be gouged now by professionals.
But we don't want them to sell. Thank you very much, everyone.
So that was the very latest as LA officials are talking about rebuilding, particularly the Palisades area, saying that they are asking people, stay put. We are going to help you rebuild. We are going to give you the resources. We are going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever before. As we continue to follow the very latest out of Southern California, 3 wildfires continue to rage on, and any new live development, any new briefing, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring that to you in real time right here on air and online. All right, we're going to step away for another 2-minute break here. We will be right back with much more live coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have some breaking news out of the Washington, D.C. area. This is a live look right here. You can see the Washington Monument there in the background. The very latest, as there has been a shooting on Howard University's campus that has left 2 people injured. Right now, D.C. police are investigating that shooting. It occurred on W Street near 2nd Street in Northwest D.C. At least 1 person was shot and took themselves to the hospital. Police right now actively searching for a silver Infiniti with a shattered sunroof, believed to be involved. Our Fox 5 D.C. team is covering this breaking news, and I did want to share the very latest from them. Let's listen in.
Back to that breaking news out of Northwest D.C. 2 people injured after shooting campus of Howard University.
This all happened on W Street, right by 2nd Street Northwest. Bob Barnard live at the scene right now with the latest details. Bob?
Hey there, Jim and Marina. This is the intersection, 2nd and W Northwest. We're just off campus, just south and slightly east of campus. And you see police here are marking what we believe are more than 24 bullet shell casings here in the middle of the intersection. So that's what you see here. And this is obviously where the shots were fired from. We're told a man, not a student, but a man was grazed in the hand by a bullet. Was able to walk a few blocks west of here and south of here to Howard University Hospital. So that's 1 person who was wounded. And then behind us here, there is a building. This is called College Hall South, and that is a Howard University-owned building. And we're told a woman who was inside that building at the same time, this was roughly 3:30 this afternoon, was wounded by broken glass. Now, they didn't say it was because a bullet hit one of those windows, but that's what we can presume. They're not saying whether that female is a student, but you can presume because that is a campus, Howard University campus-owned building, that was a student there, but not the male here. I want to show you a couple of images of a suspect vehicle involved in this shooting. It's a gray four-door sedan, and if you look closely there, you can see the sunroof, the moonroof, is shattered, and it appears to have temporary tags. So perhaps this was a stolen vehicle involved in the shooting here. Howard University putting out a note to students at roughly the same time up at Georgia Avenue and Howard Place, so several blocks from here, about a 15-minute walk, that there was an attempted armed robbery there with two men, one with a gun, one tall, one short, all dark clothing. We don't know if that had anything to do with what has happened here, with the shots fired being here, but at roughly the same time, an attempted armed robbery and a shooting with at least two people hurt, not life-threatening, and we believe one of them, a female, may in fact be a student here at Howard University.
Bob, thank you. Meantime, another big story we're following tonight has been...
All right, so we thank our Fox 5 DC team for that coverage as we continue to follow breaking news. A shooting on Howard University's campus has left 2 people injured. And according to our Fox 5 DC team, what we know is this. Shots were fired on W Street right by 2nd Street in Northwest. At least one person was shot. Police say the victim, who was grazed in the head and hand, took themselves to the hospital. That person is conscious and breathing. Meanwhile, a woman in the area also suffered injuries from glass that had shattered from the bullets. At least 26 markers were placed on the ground, and we were sharing some live looks with you of that. In fact, we do have another live look right here from our Fox 5 DC team. As you can see right now, police have roped off this particular section, and you can see those 26 or so markers there on the ground, indicating all of the shots that were fired. Detectives also releasing a surveillance photo of a vehicle they believed was involved. They are looking for a silver Infiniti with a shattered sunroof. At this point in time, police have not released details about the motive for the shooting, and it's also unclear whether the people who were shot are Howard University students. This just happened on the campus right there. We are continuing to follow this breaking news, and of course, we'll bring you the very latest as it happens. In the meantime, we continue to follow another major story, and that, of course, is that of the Gaza ceasefire deal happening right now in New York City. You can see that the UN Security Council meeting is underway at the moment, talking about the ceasefire deal, the very first hostages set to be released on Sunday. So we're going to raise the audio and listen in.
Israel is concerned about the future of Lebanon and its people. It should start first by 1, respecting its sovereignty and territorial integrity, 2, respecting and implementing 1701 and the arrangement of cessation of hostilities, 3, ceasing its violation against my country, 4, immediately withdraw from all our occupied land. I thank you, Mr. President.
The presidency thanks the representative of Lebanon for the statement. There is no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
So you see right there, the UN Security Council meeting now adjourned. They had been talking about the conflict in the Middle East. That wraps up the UN Security Council session on this Friday afternoon time in New York City, 5:37 Eastern. And you can see folks right there making their way out of the chambers right there. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 5:40 Eastern, 2:40 Pacific. You know, we have been talking extensively about the ongoing raging wildfires in Southern California, but another fire happening in Northern California. You're taking a look right now at some flames right there. This is a fire that started at a battery storage plant. This is the Moss Landing fire, and evacuations have been in order today because, of course, the dangerous situation right there. Earlier today, officials did give an update. The Moss Landing battery plant, just to give you an idea, is one of the largest battery storage plants in the world. Hundreds of people were ordered to evacuate, and a section of Highway 1 was closed. This started at one of the largest lithium battery storage facilities, and of course, lithium batteries, they are very explosive and very dangerous. This is the second fire at this plant since it opened 5 years ago, and really just partially contained earlier today. I wanted to play the very latest briefing for you to give you the most up-to-date information.
Turn on the podium right because of all these mics here and interference. So hopefully you all can hear me. My name is Nick Pascuglia. I am the County Communications Director and Chief Public Information Officer for the County of Monterey. I want to thank you all for, first of all, your help in us to get our messaging out to the community. It is so important that we get timely, accurate, and transparent information out to our community, our residents, and all our stakeholders. The County of Monterey cares deeply about the health and safety of every resident of this county, and we stand here united in that effort. I also want to thank especially the residents of the affected areas. They helped us so much in making an orderly evacuation of the affected area, some 1,200 to 1,500 individuals. The area accounted for about 7,600 acres of land where the evacuations took place, and the evacuation was orderly and safe. I also want to be thankful and grateful for the fact that there have been no injuries or deaths as a result of this incident, and that is something truly to be grateful for, and we can certainly thank our first responders and all those people in our Emergency Operations Center for ensuring the safety of this entire community. Everyone from law enforcement to fire to public works to our IT department to every department within the county, social services, the health department has been working tirelessly since late yesterday afternoon when we were first notified about this incident. We sprung into action immediately following the notification from North County Fire, which Chief Mendoza will go into more detail later. Our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center, was activated to a level 2, which is the second highest level in our emergency operations system, fully staffed with county staff and partner agencies from around the county. I also want to thank all our partners throughout the County of Monterey with mutual aid that came to our assistance, including fire and law enforcement, state and federal agencies. We have compiled a tremendous team to address this very serious and important issue. This morning, you're going to hear from a number of speakers who will talk about specific areas of their expertise with regard to this incident. But our first speaker today is going to be Supervisor Glenn Church, who is the supervisor of this district, of District 2 for the County of Monterey and North Monterey County. Supervisor Church.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I think this is best be described as a worst-case scenario of a disaster that's happened here. Nobody predicted anything on this line, and this is really a lot more than just a fire. It's really a wake-up call for this industry, and if we're going to be moving ahead with sustainable energy, we need to have a safe battery systems in place. There are a lot of questions from the residents in my district and the communities surrounding here, and they want to know why this happened. They want to know how it happened and what can be done to prevent it from the future. And while our immediate concern is really safety right now, and the other speakers will be addressing that, it's not really too soon to look ahead. There must be accountability for this, and there will be accountability. We need to get the information out, and it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be clear. Now, I understand, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, the need for the batteries and to creating a sustainable, climate-friendly energy source. And I've had a lot of people in my community over the years ask, why do we have batteries over here in Moss Landing next to an environmentally sensitive area of the Elkhorn Slough? We have the Monterey Bay, of course. That is because the infrastructure is there. And I think the people in the community need to know why this is something that was set up and formed here. And it's because the infrastructure is there because the 1960s and 1970s, when Pacific Gas and Electric was running this facility, this was actually the major producer of electricity on the West Coast. It produced more electricity than all the power plants in LA. And so the infrastructure was there to bring this in, and that's why it is there. But it needs to be safe. As we move forward to a more sustainable energy source and this transition that's going forth, this transition cannot and will not come before the safety of our families and our environment. And that really has to take the priority at this point, more than anything else. This is the fourth fire at that site since 2019. There are 2 battery operations going on there, and both of them have had fires, and this has got to be the last one. I myself was personally assured, and I know with other county officials too, that this was not going to happen. But there were safety protocols in place. Well, obviously that failed. And I think that just shows the nature that nobody knows really what we're dealing with here in this technology. And as the importance of it is we got to learn it a lot more about it. We got to go through and set up safety protocols that are more effective at the local level, at the state level, the federal level, at the private level. This never should have happened. And so there is obviously some gaps going on here of information. There's some gaps going forth here on safety. There's gaps going here that are going to take some time to understand, but there's got to be lessons that we're learning from this. And there really needs to be a full independent investigation at all levels on exactly what's happened here, because this is the largest fire of this type that there's ever been. And this is a growing technology, a growing industry. And as I stated, about the importance of accountability, that really just isn't enough. There needs to be an open conversation. We need to listen to people, their concerns, and this needs to be transparent and out to everybody. This is really a 3-mile island event for this industry. If renewable energy is going to be a future, it really needs to rest on safe energy. And I'm not going to rest and leave this until I know that we have a safe environment, a safe operation over in the Moss Landing area. Thank you. Turn it back to you, Nick.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. I failed to mention we will allow for questions at the end of the speakers. Now I'd like to introduce to you Chief Joel Mendoza of the North Monterey County Fire Protection District. Chief Mendoza.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the County of Monterey and our mutual partners that have assisted this small fire department with this very large event, as you've heard. We're a small fire department with 3 fire stations and 34 firefighters, and an event of this magnitude has stretched us thin, and I'd like to make that clear. I'd like to start off with a brief synopsis of what occurred yesterday and today, and then I'll give an update on how we're looking today, this morning. So yesterday at approximately 3 o'clock, the fire department got a call for a structure fire response at 7301 Highway 1, which happens to be the Vistra power plant. We had a typical response for a structure fire. Our first unit on scene arrived and found that there was smoke out of the building, and we did find at least one battery on fire. That triggered a whole bunch of notifications and my response as well. I arrived on scene, assumed command, and met with the Vistra staff, the plant managers, to try and assess the situation. After confirming that there were batteries on fire, we then began our summons for additional help from the county resources. So we summoned for district coverage from our mutual aid partners, and we summoned for help at the actual incident from Department of Emergency Management. The Sheriff's Office was originally dispatched, and environmental health, excuse me. I can tell you that we worked very well together. We've done this before. Every one of these departments performed as they should. We did a lot of work. There was a lot of guessing work that had to be done. There is cameras in the facility, but some of them were not working due to the intensity of fire and smoke and superheated gases. Roughly about an hour and a half into the incident, conditions changed drastically. I can tell you that there is, in this particular facility, a fire suppression system that is part of every one of those battery racks, and it is fed by an on-site system. In other incidents that we've had, like was mentioned earlier, that system has worked perfectly. In this particular case, that system was not sufficient. It was overridden, and that led to fire overtaking the system and eventually overtaking the entire building. We made the decision very early on to notify the public of the event, and shortly after we closed highways, roadways, and asked that Department of Emergency Management, along with the Sheriff's Office, put out a request for mandatory evacuations.
We're listening there to the very latest update from officials talking about the battery storage plant fire in Moss Landing, California, one of the largest facilities of its kind in the world. And you were hearing that they are urging for better protection as it relates to that. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu. After that, Andrew Kraft is going to be your host to guide you through a number of hours of live events, top stories, breaking news, and headlines. Have a wonderful Friday.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. You're taking a live picture there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington. It's almost 6 o'clock there. And a lot has happened today with regard to inauguration planning. And we'll get into that at the top of this hour. Thank you so much to my colleague, Stephanie Quinu, for guiding you through the last couple of hours of today's top headlines on a pretty busy Friday. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. But speaking of inauguration planning, the moral of the story is on Monday, it's too cold, and it is now going to be moved inside the Capitol Rotunda. So we'll be touching on that fact with a few of our reporters standing by there in Washington, talking about this. Yes, minor change. It has happened before. It hasn't happened before, though, in almost 40 years. And all weather related, it is purely going to be too cold there. So we'll get into that in just a moment. In the meantime, though, we do have some of these other live vantage points of stories we are monitoring at this hour on this Friday, including this one. Not sure if you've seen it yet. Take a look at that. Look at that gaping hole in that Target distribution center. This is in North Bergen County, New Jersey. All right, so we do know that some of the vehicles involved have been extracted from the site, but this is what happened. We're about to check in with Fox 5 New York as well in just a moment, but a dump truck slammed into a tractor trailer and then crashed into this New Jersey Target this afternoon. And it created this gaping hole you're looking at right now on the side. It left 5 people injured. This was around 2 p.m. in the afternoon. A dump truck working at a nearby construction site reportedly lost control while descending down a steep hill. So the truck, it crossed an avenue, then it rammed into a tractor trailer, and it crashed into the Target there. So we got a brief presser on this. We do want to play that press conference out for you. This is one of the main stories we have been following today. But now the sun down. It is nighttime, but still crews on the scene. Not as pronounced of a scene and a presence with these crew members that we saw this afternoon when the sun was up. But this is quite something. We still don't know what led to this, what led to the dump truck losing control. Hopefully we'll get a better sense of that. Like I said, we're going to be checking in with Fox 5 New York a little later this hour. But in the meantime here, let's play out that latest press conference for you. It's about 5 minutes. It's very preliminary. Officials there on the scene updating us with what they knew at that point in time. Let's listen.
North Hudson Regional Fire and Rescue, David Donnarumma.
Spell your name first?
Sure, it's D-O-N-N-A-R-U-M-M-A.
And then tell us what happened here today.
Yeah. So right now, what appears that what has happened is there was a dump truck that was loading on the top of 71st Street. He was going westbound down 71st Street with a full pail of dirt and rocks. Unfortunately, he either lost control of his vehicle or lost his brakes, went through Tunnelly Avenue and into the Target store. At this point, there were 5 injuries. 5 people were transported to the hospital, 1 including the driver. There was 1 person that had to be extricated within the store. She was in the bathroom. She was the most severely injured. Extent of injuries are unknown at this time. The driver also had to be extricated. Primary searches were completed. No other victims were found. We also had accountability of everybody working in the store. At this time, we're waiting for the tow truck to be extricated, and then we're going to complete secondary searches to make sure all people are accounted for.
So this hit, is it the ladies' room?
It's in the area of the bathrooms, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how about the structure of the building?
Right now, it is unknown about the structural stability. We have structural engineers coming to the site to determine that. It doesn't appear the structure was damaged at this time.
Chief, originally we heard there had been 6 injuries. Is the most accurate number?
5 people have been transported to the hospital, including the driver.
And also, do you have an idea of how many people were in the store?
I do not. I apologize.
And just to go back to what you said about the possible cause, you said the driver lost control.
It appears he either lost control of the vehicle or lost control of his brakes and went through Tunnelly Avenue.
And you don't know why at this point, if it was a medical...
It's undetermined at this time.
Is that a large hill on that?
Yes, it's a very steep hill.
So that happens a lot around here.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's not the first time something like that would happen because of the steep hills that go into Tunnelly, right?
I don't recall the last time that happened, but it is a steep hill, and he did have a full load of dirt and rocks, so there was a lot of weight within the truck. And, you know, coupling that with the speed in which maybe he was going, he could have lost his brakes or control of the vehicle. Again, that's undetermined at this time.
Can you talk about, you know, how much more severe this could have been? You know, you said 5 people injured, but
Yeah.
with the time of day, the amount of people coming up and down.
Yeah, we were very fortunate for several reasons. One, there was no pedestrians walking, so he didn't crash into no pedestrians. He did hit another tractor trailer, which probably slowed him down a little before he hit the target. But if he would have hit a pedestrian vehicle, he could have killed those people as well. And then within target, the area in which he hit is right behind the courtesy desk, usually where there's a good flux of people. And unfortunately for this, you know, today, nobody was in that location and got hurt that we're aware of at this time. Secondary searches still have to be completed.
Do you know what speed he was traveling at?
No, unknown.
Do you have an approximate weight of that vehicle with all that?
Unknown.
How was the driver of the tractor trailer?
He had to be transported to the hospital, not serious condition. He was okay. Minor injuries appeared.
So Chief, the dump truck came down the hill backwards, ran into the store.
Not backwards. He came down. He was going west on 71st Street. Yes.
And then he hit that tractor trailer, and that's how the tractor trailer also ended up.
That is correct. The tractor trailer was in the southbound lane, and the dump truck hit the back of the tractor trailer, ripped off the back of the tractor trailer, and put that into the building along with the dump truck. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Enjoy your day. Please, if you don't mind, everybody like to give their name and their title. Yeah.
Okay, so wanted to get this in there. If you had missed it live earlier, authorities there on the scene, some local leaders, but also with emergency management and law enforcement updating us on what we know about this story. Like I said, though, this hour we will be checking in with our Fox 5 New York team on what exactly happened and whether or not we're going to get another press conference once more details are gleaned. So in the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you so much for being with us. Let's get into more of these top stories. The really big story of the day. Remember, we are anticipating the 60th presidential inauguration taking place on Monday. Well, as of yesterday, it was all things go. It was going to be outside like it normally is, but for the very, very cold weather that is taking place right now in the nation's capital, it's cold. And now the inauguration will be moved inside of the Capitol Rotunda. Both President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will be sworn in the Rotunda inside. Well, I have a lot of questions about this. Has this happened before? Yes, but it's been a while. And so does our friend Fox News' Rebecca Castor. She's standing live outside the Capitol with more details on how this decision was made today. Rebecca, good to see you. I've been hearing from a lot of people who are in town in Washington to attend all the festivities around inauguration. They're a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, disappointment is surely the reaction here from people that we're getting. Monday is going to look vastly different. An Arctic blast is on the way. So the temperatures on Monday, when you factor in the wind chill, it's going to feel between 5 to 13 degrees. So really not safe for all of these people to be outside. And that is why Donald Trump says he made the decision to move his swearing in and inaugural address to inside the rotunda. It's a major change to the inauguration, but it's been done before. In 1985, Ronald Reagan's second inauguration was also moved inside due to frigid temperatures. Before Trump made the call, even some lawmakers were anxious about the weather.
I'm very excited about Trump's inaugural, but we're all going to be sitting outside in about 12 degrees.
Now members of Congress, Supreme Court justices, other dignitaries, and VIP guests will now be brought inside the Capitol Rotunda to watch Donald Trump take the oath of office.
Members of the public with tickets are now invited to watch a live stream of the inauguration inside nearby Capital One Arena. Trump says he'll head there after his swearing in.
What are you most excited about seeing?
Donald Trump. Trump announced the change on social media, writing, "I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It is dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, and even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours."
More than 250,000 people were expected to attend the inauguration. There's no way that is going to happen now, as there's simply nowhere for all these people to go. The U.S. Capitol Police tells us that they are actually going to close off those outdoor viewing areas where the ticketed guests were going to be outside the Capitol to watch the inauguration. They're not going to be able to access those areas now, Andrew.
All right, Rebecca, what about fellow journalists like yourself? Do you guys still got to be outside?
As of right now, I think my assignment is still outdoors. So my plan is going on as planned. We're still going to bundle up and have all of our warmers with us too.
All right. Well, it will be a historic day nonetheless. Rebecca, we'll talk soon. Thanks so much. All right, in the meantime here, I have in front of me a statement from the U.S. Capitol Police. They say this: at the request of the president-elect and the Presidential Inaugural Committee, the 60th inauguration will be held inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. The ticketed areas outside on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, they say, will now be closed to ticketed guests on Monday, January 20th, due to the extremely cold weather that is expected in Washington, D.C. They say the U.S. Capitol Police, along with our law enforcement partners, will still have a heightened security posture with an increased law enforcement presence and layers of physical security. That's another question that I had. You know, how does the security posture change, if at all? The U.S. Capitol Police saying it will still be heightened. Well, Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Aisha Hasni has a look inside the Capitol Rotunda, saying we got an up-close look at the construction underway inside the Capitol Rotunda for Trump's inauguration. A crew worker told me they will get it done by Monday. Aisha brings up a pretty good point. They don't have much time to kind of pull this all together, but they're confident that they will, of course. I also want to put this up from our friend there, Cami Mondo at the Washington Examiner. She has this reporting that lawmakers and staffers just received notice that because inauguration is inside, the majority of ticketed guests will not be able to attend the ceremonies in person. But offices can distribute tickets in the manner they think best if they would like to do so. Donald Trump, on his Truth Social platform, said today, "We will open Capital One Arena Monday for live viewing of this historic event and to host the presidential parade." He says, "I will join the crowd at Capital One after my swearing in." In the meantime, though, let's get a check on the weather forecast with some of our colleagues there at Fox Weather, including none other than Ian Oliver. We're going to bring him in just a moment, but take a look at this. The National Weather Service, Baltimore, Washington, has this. Winter storm watches have been issued for areas west of I-95 late Saturday night through Sunday night. Snow amounts of 3 to 6 inches are possible in these locations, with 1 to 3 inch amounts elsewhere due to rain mixing in. So in the meantime there, let's go out to the Fox Weather studio. That's where we find Ian Oliver, and he joins me. Ian, I got to ask you, this is quite the change for the inauguration. Give us a sense of these frigid temperatures.
Yeah, no question, Andrew. I mean, I know this is, it's kind of disappointing for a lot of folks. Hundreds of thousands were expected to go to D.C. for this. And then, yeah, part of the spectacle is that it's an outdoor presentation, what plays out. But, yeah, I think this is the right call. President-elect Trump mentioned the hazard to both the security teams and all the people that would be out there for an extended period of time. This hasn't happened in 4 decades. You had to go back to Reagan's second inauguration back in 1985, the last time an inauguration ceremony was moved indoors. But this is the reason: a wind chill down to 12, wind gusts 10 to 20 miles per hour as this Arctic air starts taking over such a huge chunk of the country. That's why I'm saying this isn't a D.C. thing. It's an almost everybody thing as we move through the early part of next week. That coverage, Rockies and points east, we get these temperatures that that are bone chilling. Look at the feels like temperature, feels like temperatures. We've got these cold weather alerts that include almost 40 million Americans already. That's a forecast for International Falls. Areas along the border with Canada, we could see wind chill values approaching, perhaps even briefly exceeding 50 degrees below zero. So this is serious cold that we're talking about. You've got high temperatures today in places like OKC, almost a spring feel up at 61 degrees. There's your forecast come Monday, a day spent entirely sub-freezing. And this is what I was talking about with the coverage of all this. Come Monday, only 9 million Americans with above average temperatures, 282 million with below average temperatures, all of that blue representing that chill. And you look at the deep blue colors, that's where we're closer to 30 degrees below average for this time of the year. So that's kind of the issue. It's not that temperatures are below average, it's how far below average we are at a point in the year in January where typically our averages are bottoming out. This is the coldest time of the year for almost everybody, and sure, we're way below those averages. Andrew, as I send it back to you, did want to show you this. We got a 1-2 that moves through over the weekend. For D.C., it's rain with this first storm, the first part of the weekend, and folks are saying, all this cold and snow, what are we talking about? That comes the second half of the weekend with a second storm system. This one taps in to some of that cold air. Big swath of snow breaks out Virginia, up through New England, 3 to 6 inches of snow in the forecast for New York City, 3 to 5, excuse me. That would double up our biggest snow so far, which is 1.8 inches of snow the week before Christmas. D.C. does get some snow on Sunday, but it's gone for Monday. So will be challenging, as we said. This will be the coldest inauguration in 4 decades since 1985. Yeah. The biggest snow was Kennedy's, JFK. It was 0.7 of 1 inch. A nor'easter the day before, but some fell after midnight. We won't rival that.
Ian, before I let you go, though, because I know you've been out in really frigid temperatures, covering blizzards and winter storms, what does it do to the human body? Why can't they be out there? You know very well, right?
Everything slows down, including the brain. It's tough to broadcast when you're out there, and yeah, your face doesn't want to move, your lips don't want to move. So this makes an awful lot of sense, both for all the dignitaries that will be attending the inauguration, and for all the people that wanted to go and would be there. But it's not the best move. It's not the safest move to have this outside. So they made the decision. I know, again, it's disappointing for so many, but it feels like a call that had to be made.
Yeah. All right. Ian Oliver there with Fox Weather. Good to see you. Have a good weekend, Ian.
You too. You bet. You too. Thanks.
All right. In the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break. We got a lot going on in this hour, so we hope you stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Gorgeous Live Now look there over the New York City skyline. We do want to focus our efforts there in the tri-state area. Let's go back to that story we were just bringing you after a dump truck slammed into a tractor trailer and then crashed into a New Jersey Target today. This is one of our biggest stories of the day. We've been following it from every angle, though. Like I said, we did want to check in with our colleagues there at Fox 5 in New York, including reporter Duarte Geraldino. He's on the scene right now and has been for some time. Duarte, good to see you here. What's the latest at this hour?
At this hour, both of those vehicles have been removed from the target, but the road is still closed off. There's still an investigation into a possible cause. Now, one of the things that officials are stressing tonight is that this could have been far, far worse. Remember, a dump truck slams into a tractor trailer, and officials point out the impact of that initial collision slowed the dump truck down just enough to prevent this from being far worse. Now, we have some surveillance footage that gives you a better understanding of how this went down. And if we could put that up on the screen, you can see the dump truck coming from the left-hand side of your screen. And you see the dump truck just speeding down 71st Street here, crossing into the oncoming traffic and colliding with that tractor trailer. The impact slows the dump truck down before both vehicles crash into the target and literally punch a massive hole through the side of the building. Amazing, Andrew.
Wow, yeah. This is the first time I'm seeing this video here. You know, Duarte, what happened next? How many people were in the target at the time? Do we know?
Yes, we do. 5 people were inside. Well, 5 people were injured.
Okay.
Inside the target, there could have been hundreds, but that number is still not clear. But we do know that 5 people were injured, including the driver of one of these vehicles and a woman who was using the bathroom at the time, and she had to be extricated from the target after part of the wall collapsed. It's pretty sort of remarkable and scary for anyone who might have been inside the target. Now, it is closed right now, but there remains an investigation into the cause and also the structural stability of the wall inside of that target.
Yeah, we were just watching live earlier. The dump truck, it looks like, has been extracted from the scene. So I guess they have to figure out what led the driver to lose control, right? That's the next step here.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of theories floating around. Maybe there was a brake issue, but all we know for sure is that the driver loses control, slams into that tractor trailer, and a lot of people are saying, thank God he did, because it could have been a lot worse. There was no explosion or anything like that. So there is a blessing there.
All right, Duarte, always good to see you. Thanks so much for giving us this report. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we did want to get that story in there briefly, but we have a lot of live events happening right now going on, including out there in Southern California, an update on the Palisades fire by LA fire officials. Let's take this.
Do my best to get this increased for those who have suffered in the Los Angeles fires. I've got 10, maybe a dozen members of Congress coming here tomorrow. We're going to take them up to the Palisades and mobilize the effort to have Congress do more than what I'm describing here. In addition, next, to the grants, there are loans. $500,000 to rebuild your house, $100,000 to replace your cars and furniture. The interest rate is 4% or less, usually less. 12 months you don't have to pay, but the interest is running. What about businesses and nonprofit organizations? Can borrow up to $2 million. Usually the interest rate is 4% or less. It can be higher. 12 months you don't have to pay, make the payments, but the interest is running. And that is to deal with not only the physical losses, but the lost sales and economic injury. So I've gone on for a long time. I want to thank President Biden for doing absolutely everything that is allowed for him to do, mostly to make sure that our government agencies are paid for their firefighter costs and the rebuilding effort, including Palisades High School. But we're going to have to do a lot more. And finally, we've got to build back better. Current state law says if you're building back in the Palisades, it has to be up to the code the fire prevention code that otherwise wasn't, that's applicable to all buildings built after 2008. We know that fire code works. We haven't analyzed this fire, but we saw in Paradise, Northern California, 55% of those homes that met the new code survived. Only 18% of those who didn't meet the new code survived. A lot is we're going to have to do a lot of thinking about how to make our society more safe from fire and more resilient. I'm Congressman Brad Sherman. Thank you for letting me speak way too long.
Next up, Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you very much. Our focus in this moment is keeping people safe while we repopulate the evacuated areas and providing clear communication on who can come back and when. We're prioritizing access to residents' homes that survived the fire to allow time for the EPA and relevant agencies, including utilities, to do their cleanup work. This work is extensive, it is complicated, and it is essential. Understand this is not returning to normal. You may or may not have water access, power, or gas. Utility infrastructure is damaged throughout the fire-impacted region, and time is needed to effectively address all of these issues. When you return, be prepared to arrive with an N95 mask. Airborne toxins remain in these areas, and your health and your safety are critical. Be prepared to show ID or proof of residency. This is why our disaster recovery centers are helpful centers to provide you with that documentation if you do not already have it. You can coordinate with our sheriff and National Guard to ensure resident access is smooth in these allowed areas. We are coordinating with them so they can communicate with you. Our impacted community members deserve safe and swift access to their property. That is our goal. We will be here in our 3rd District office to walk with you every step of the way. There are many steps. The status of underground utilities, safety of the PCH, hillsides and mudslide vulnerabilities, clearing out this toxic debris, all of it will be a long road, but we are in it for the long haul with you. We've heard concern expressed that when the cameras go away, people will not be there. We will be there. Our 3rd District team will be there every step of the way. With regard to services, once again, our Disaster Recovery Center is open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. I visited again yesterday. Resources from city, county, state, and federal government are there to help you. This is also a reminder that FEMA assistance requires that you apply by March 10th. You only have 60 days from the time the president signs that. That is March 10th. And from that point, you also have 18 months to complete the paperwork. So please apply ASAP. What does this mean? If you receive a rejection notice, it means you have applied. If you have a question about your application status, you can come to a disaster recovery center and they will clarify it for you. Also at these centers, LA County Public Works and Planning are available to help with your rebuilding plans. LA Public Health and Mental Health are available with supportive services, access to prescriptions, and more. We also strongly advocate seeking mental health supports, especially for our young people, for whom this is incredibly challenging to talk through and to support. Our 3rd District team is also on site at this disaster recovery center. So any questions that you have for our office, you can call, you can use our website, but you also have our staff there in person. I want to reiterate our focus on price gouging issues. The Attorney General was here on site yesterday, reiterating his commitment to ensuring that we are not seeing people taken advantage of who have already lost and endured so much. Whatever you are seeing, please report it to oag.ca.gov/report. If you prefer to call, the 800 number is 800-593-8222. These reports are taken very seriously and all are being investigated. Finally, I want to be more specific about the neighborhoods that have been updated in repopulation efforts. First, evacuation orders that have been reduced to resident-only access. Mulholland Drive, south of Reseda Boulevard. Mandeville Canyon Road, north of Arbutus Drive. Mandeville Canyon Road, south of Arbutus Drive to West Sunset, and north of West San Vicente Boulevard to Amalfi Drive. Tumbleweed Day Camp. For resident-only access, reduced to evacuation warning. South and southwest of Havenhurst Avenue to north of Calneva Drive, and north of Mulholland Drive from Calneva Drive to west of Sepulveda Tunnel. Adlin Place from Adlin Road to Havenhurst Avenue, and north of Mulholland Drive at Encino Hills Drive. East of Canyonback Road. South of Mulholland Drive from Encino Hills Drive to the 405, and north of Park Lane Circle. Mountain Gate Drive is open. Promontory Road to Mount St. Mary's Fire Road. Mission Canyon Open Space. And finally, the evacuation warning has been reduced to normal condition. South of Mulholland Drive to north of Olmus Drive. South of Ventura Boulevard from Louise Avenue to Havenhurst Avenue, and south to Adlin Road. East of the 405 to west of Saugus Avenue, and south of Greenleaf Street to Mulholland Drive. South of Cassiano Road at Mulholland Drive to Bel Air Crest Road at the 405. East of the 405 from north of West Sunset Boulevard to north Sepulveda Boulevard at the on-ramp. South of Ventura Boulevard to north of Valley Vista Boulevard, and east of Havenhurst Avenue to the 405. South of Mulholland Drive to north of Shallon Road. South of Woodvale Road and Valley Vista Boulevard to north of Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation. And once again, thank you to all those on the front lines working to keep us safe.
Thank you to all our presenters. We'd now like to open it up to our media partners. If you have a question, raise your hand. My partner, Andy Van Sciver, will bring you a mic. Say your name, your question. We'll find the best person to answer it. Questions?
Amy Powell from ABC7, and forgive me if you addressed some of this right at the beginning, but is there a timetable in terms of for the people who are not being allowed to repopulate, whether it's going to be either days or weeks for them?
CAL FIRE leadership is in charge here at Incident Command, and they make determinations each day about which areas can be repopulated and what conditions are safe for folks to do so. So I would ask a representative from CAL FIRE to talk about what that process is so people can understand what is happening here in order for them to be allowed back into their neighborhoods and what that process looks like.
I'm Justin McComb. I'm one of the incident commanders for the Unified Incident Command Group. In terms of the timelines, you know, we were successful in being able to repopulate some of the areas around the perimeter of the fire. The interior of the fire that's still left has a tremendous amount of damage, but we're partnering with all of our utility companies and all of the other cooperators from roads and gas and water, and we'll get there. It's going to be a tough task, but we've got all the people we need here on site. But at this time, I can't give you a timeline.
Couple of things. EPA has been given a major grant by FEMA to come out here. There's going to be a ton of work for them to do to make sure the area is safe from toxic chemicals, whether it be household cleaners, whether it be building supplies. whether it be gardening supplies, etc. Second, FEMA does provide substantial aid to pay for temporary housing that can last for a very long time, say years. And you go to the FEMA site and apply there. But I know people are so anxious to get back into their homes. Those who are actually within the fire perimeter are going to have to wait a while.
Thank you very much for joining us and for the questions. That concludes our presentation. A reminder that we do have a virtual community meeting tonight at 6:30. Link is available on the Palisades Fire website, fire.ca.gov, and click on Palisades Fire. You'll see the link there for the YouTube link. Tonight at 6:30, virtual community meeting, and through the weekend as well. Thank you.
All right, there you've just been watching the Palisades Fire latest briefing, and now familiar faces there updating all of us, updating the public. You notice there the Democratic Congressman Brad Sherman and others from the LA County Board of Supervisors about the containment efforts and what these literally stranded families who haven't been able to go back to what's left or not left of their homes, the guidance that they have been receiving here. So wanted to make sure we showed you that. It's a story, of course, we have been following ever since last Tuesday, and those devastating, deadly wildfires broke out and just really taking off the map communities like the Pacific Palisades, like Altadena, and others here. So in the meantime, a little past the bottom of the hour, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be diving back into our preview of the 60th presidential inauguration that now will be held inside, not outside, due to these cold, frigid temperatures descending over our nation's capital. More on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and just wanted to preview our coverage happening on Monday starting at 8 a.m. Eastern, hosted by yours truly and my colleague Stephanie Quinu on Inauguration Day, the 60th presidential inauguration, which now will be indoors inside the Capitol Rotunda there, not on the dais outside because of these frigid temperatures. In the meantime here, let's talk about the history while we preview this major event for President-elect Donald Trump. Obviously, it will be the second time he'll be sworn in as president. non-consecutively here. Let's bring into the conversation, though, our friend and colleague there who we relied on so much throughout the last couple of weeks, helping us make sense of these presidential storylines. That's, of course, presidential historian himself, Jim Robinault. He joins me. Jim, good to see you here, and happy Friday. And before we get into our conversation, I wanted to put up this photo because a lot of people have been asking me, has this been done before? But it has. That's the simple answer. Take a look at this photo, Jim. Want you to get your reaction here. Meredith McGraw, now at the Wall Street, posted that photo. A preview of what we might expect on Monday, according to photos of Reagan's 1985 inauguration inside a packed rotunda. Jim, don't want to age you. Do you remember this? And if you do, why was this one held inside?
Well, I do remember it. And it was about 7 degrees outside that day. It was very cold. It was one of the coldest days ever in Washington. So they took it inside. It had happened before where some of these inaugurals had really cold conditions. Grant, I think, was 16 degrees. They still held it outside. But Andrew Jackson, in his second inauguration, it was so cold outside that they took it into what was called the Hall of Congress at the time in the building. So that's the precedent for taking it inside was Andrew Jackson and then Ronald Reagan. And what's interesting, I've gone back and watched that speech several times getting ready for this inaugural event on Monday. And what's really interesting to me is that there's so few people that really get into that space there. They're all standing. If you watch the speech, they're standing the entire time. And it is, you know, it's a fairly lengthy address. So it's a lot. And it'll be interesting to see how they pack people into this space right now, because it really does limit the number of people who can be there in person. I understand they're going to be holding an event at one of the larger, I'm not sure where it is, but it's one of the arenas.
Arena. Yeah, the Capital One Arena, which I think is where the Capitals play ice hockey. And just more from Chad Pergram there on Capitol Hill on Reagan's 85 inauguration. He says this, only 1,000 people crowded into the rotunda for that. He says 140,000 people were expected outdoors, and they wound up only having 1,000 dignitaries inside. So the space constraints, I think, are going to be a reality of this inauguration here. But Jim, aside from the fact that it's going to be held inside, weather, you know, obviously a factor here, but what about inaugurations themselves? What are you looking for come Monday? Obviously, we all highly anticipate a speech that will be delivered by Donald Trump. We just have to know historically, too, we have not seen since Grover Cleveland a non-consecutive executive, a president. And so that will be somewhat interesting to a lot of people because there has been this 4-year period where he's been out of office. He hasn't been in the White House. He's coming back. And a lot of people, I think, remember his speech in 2017, don't they?
Yes. You know, it was called the American Carnage speech. And it's a speech about how American carnage is happening. It's going to stop here. But if you read the whole speech, there's a lot to it that's very similar to other speeches. The first inauguration was George Washington, obviously. And then one of the most important was Thomas Jefferson in 1800, where he's trying to unify the country after a really difficult campaign against John Adams. And in fact, in that election, there was a tie between Jefferson and his supposed vice president, Aaron Burr. So it went to the House. So again, all of this problem happening in that inauguration, when Jefferson came in, he said famously, "We are all Federalists, we are all Republicans." So one of the main things you look for in these inaugurations is you have a tough campaign, you have a tough time, but now's the time to unify. So you look for that unifying message. And frankly, Trump in 2017, despite the American carnage, tagline that's put to it, had a lot of messages in there about unity. Okay. It'll be interesting to see what he does this time around. But that's one of the main things that an inauguration does, is to try to bring the country back together after, difficult, tough campaigns in Jefferson's case. I mean, it was really an ugly campaign. Adams left the Capitol rather than staying for that.
Wow.
That inauguration because things were so difficult. So there's a lot of tradition in this. The only thing that's in the Constitution about inaugurations is the oath itself, which most people don't realize that there's nothing in it about giving an inaugural address. Everything else is tradition.
I see.
The only thing in there is this oath, and that oath, frankly, is the only oath in the Constitution that's laid out exactly the way it has to be said. And you may remember Obama with Roberts, they got it all screwed up and had to do it again the next day. So
I remember. Jim, though, what about the date, January the 20th? So you're saying that's not in the Constitution. So why pick that date? If maybe you didn't pick that date, you wouldn't have these weather issues. From what I understand and from what I've read, it used to be held in March.
Yeah. Again, a tradition that it was held in March right away because that's when the Articles of Confederation ended and when that Congress turned over power to the government under the Constitution. That date was put into the Constitution in an amendment, the 12th Amendment, which fixed this problem of Aaron Burr tying with Thomas Jefferson. You vote for a president and a vice president separately. And then later, when FDR came in and we had this emergency of the Great Depression, it was a long time between the election in November and March 4th, which is in that amendment. It's in the Constitution that it be March 4th. So they came about, I forget which, it's maybe the 20th Amendment, but it's an amendment in which the date for January 20th is set at noon. So it's in the Constitution.
Okay.
That's why it has to take place on that date.
We're getting kind of a sneak peek, though, of some of the preparations inside the rotunda there from Aisha Hasni. So that's pretty interesting. You were mentioning kind of what all presidential inaugural addresses kind of boil down to is the theme, I'm the president for all Americans, not red Americans, not blue Americans, not Republicans, not Democrats, for all Americans here. We talk about unity as well. We have gotten some reporting in that some pretty high-profile figures will not be showing up, will not be in attendance, including former First Lady Michelle Obama. It was reported yesterday as well. Former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi will also not be in attendance here. So it's not like it's mandatory for these people. Tradition only holds so much, right?
Right. In fact, I was writing this down. There have been 4 times when former presidents do not attend the inauguration. The first I was telling you about was John Adams. The second was John Quincy Adams when Jackson was coming in. John Quincy Adams was afraid of being caned by Andrew Jackson because it was such a rough campaign and the two of them had such bad blood. Jackson's wife, Rachel, died not long before he was inaugurated, and John Quincy Adams was worried that Jackson was going to attack him. So he left town. So his dad didn't attend, he didn't attend. And then Andrew Johnson did not attend Grant's. And you remember Andrew Johnson was impeached and Grant was a part of that whole issue. So he didn't attend. And then, of course, we had Donald Trump not attending the Biden inaugural. So it doesn't happen very often. I'm very pleased that President Biden is attending. I'm pleased that his vice president is attending. And, it's up to other people to decide whether they want to come or not, and for their own reasons. It's interesting that Michelle Obama also avoided going to Jimmy Carter's funeral, too. So she obviously feels very strongly about all this, as does Nancy Pelosi. And I would rather that they attend, but it really is a personal choice on their part. As long as the president and vice president are coming, I think that's what counts.
Yeah, I mean, we only really get presidential inaugurals and presidential funerals where we see this concentration of power, political foes and allies alike sitting within feet of each other, sometimes sitting next to each other. So we really only are treated to that every so often here. We don't want to talk about the concentration of power. Let's talk about who has been invited to the Trump inaugural, including major tech titans of Silicon Valley, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, and Jeff Bezos of Amazon, the CEO of TikTok, will be there as well. Are those the 21st century
Tim
robber
Cook
barons?
Too.
What's that?
Tim Cook of Apple.
Tim Cook of Apple, yeah. Would you make the comparison that those are our robber barons, our generation's robber barons, like the Carnegies, like the Mellons, like the Morgans here. That's somewhat of a pejorative term, so I don't mean to cast them in that light, but would you agree with that?
Yeah, you know, this country has always had this issue with wealth inequality. And, you know, it's a democracy. It's an experiment. And as I was telling you off air, Andrew Jackson attacked the second U.S. bank as this concentration of power and wealth that was part private, part public, and he destroyed that bank. We didn't have a national bank until the Federal Reserve under Woodrow Wilson. So that was a big fight. When Roosevelt came in, he gave a very dramatic speech in Philadelphia when he accepted the nomination about the economic royalists who were, at that point, he said, trying to take over power in the government, and that the government really belonged to the people and not to just the powerful. It's a wonderful speech to look at. My mom was 12 years old when she went because her grandfather was in the Roosevelt administration. So I heard about this when I was little, but it's a really good speech to go back and watch. Before that, during the time of the Gilded Age, William Jennings Bryan railed against the money power of Wall Street and the fact that there wasn't enough currency in circulation. It was tied to a gold standard. They wanted to have silver and so forth. So this is a recurring issue in American democracy. How do you deal with this accumulation of wealth and power versus the fact that this is supposed to be a democracy where, you know, the power is shared with everyone and not merely by the people who have all the money and so forth. So kind of a dramatic point, you know, as we see all these CEOs coming forward and giving $1 million each to the inauguration. You know, it's a real point of emphasis here that I think is why President Biden talked about it the other night when he gave his speech. I mean, I think that's why he gave that whole speech about the tech industrial complex.
All right, Jim Robinell, we could talk all night about this. It's always fun talking American history with you. And so many people who love American history, no matter if they're Republicans or Democrats, I would imagine will be watching on Monday morning. Jim, thanks so much. And hopefully we get to chat on Monday morning as well.
Yeah, great, Andrew. Nice to see you.
All right, in the meantime here, just want to reiterate and preview our programming on Monday morning. Our coverage will start live at 8 a.m. Eastern of the 60th presidential inauguration, and President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in for a second time as president there alongside his vice president-elect, J.D. Vance. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you found that segment there before the break informative as we are previewing the inauguration come Monday morning. So really wanted to get into some of the background and historical context. So I hope you enjoyed that. In the meantime, we're still talking politics, though, back out live to the U.S. Capitol. Remember, just yesterday, we brought you the news from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis appointing Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody to fill the incoming vacancy in the Senate that Marco Rubio will be leaving if confirmed as Secretary of State. So that was Florida. That was one we were watching. We were also watching Ohio, the Buckeye state. Remember, as Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will be sworn in on Monday. He has already resigned at that Senate seat. Now there is a vacancy in Ohio, and we are learning from Ohio Governor, the Republican, Mike DeWine, that he has tapped someone to fill that vacancy, and he has tapped his Lieutenant Governor, John Husted. So I wanted to put this up here from Governor DeWine saying, I'm proud to announce that I have selected Lieutenant Governor Husted to serve in the U.S. Senate, replacing Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Let's watch a bit of this announcement. Oh, and J.D. Vance says today that he called Husted to congratulate him on his appointment to the U.S. Senate, saying looking forward to working with both John and Bernie Moreno to make America great again. So interesting to note there, of course, Bernie Moreno was just elected back in November, beating Democrat Sherrod Brown. And so Moreno has only been in office for a couple of weeks, and he now becomes the senior senator from Ohio. And so he will be joined by Lieutenant Governor Husted there. In the meantime, though, we just want to watch a little bit of this announcement made today there in Columbus. Let's listen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, this coming Monday at 12 noon, Ohio's own J.D. Vance will be sworn in as Vice President of the United States. We are very proud of him. We are very proud of the fact that an Ohioan will be Vice President of the United States. We wish him all the best, and we certainly wish President Trump all the best as well. When there is a vacancy in the United States Senate, that is a different thing. It does not occur very often. Since 1913, Ohioans and people across this country, citizens across this country, have had the ability to select the U.S. Senator. Ohio law provides that when there is a vacancy in the United States Senate, it is the governor who makes that interim appointment. And so I have the obligation to make an appointment, which I'm told will basically last until after the 2026 election. I think December 15th is the normal time when the new person who is elected or that person continues to be in office. So this is an unusual situation. And it's frankly a very heavy responsibility, and it's a responsibility that I take very seriously. It was my honor and privilege to serve in the United States Senate, to represent the people of Ohio for 2 terms, 12 years. I think I have a pretty good idea of what it takes to succeed in the United States Senate, what it takes to represent your state. As I was looking for the right person, I wanted someone who knew Ohio. Ohio is a complex state. You drive across it, you think it's all farmland, and yet we have 6 or 7 major metropolitan areas, more than virtually any state in the Union. It is diverse in so many different ways, and it takes a while, candidly, to get to know this state. So I wanted someone who had a firm grasp and understanding of the complexity of Ohio, the diversity, and frankly, the greatness of Ohio. I also wanted someone who understands the interaction between the federal government and the state government. There is so much interaction and so much of what we do, what I do as governor, what any governor can do is impacted not just by the laws passed by Congress, but also frankly, by the different rules and regulations put forward by the president and by the executive branch. But it's an intricate relationship. I wanted someone who understood that. Third, I wanted someone who, frankly, would go to the United States Senate and work. I wanted a workhorse. I wanted someone who I knew would get up in the morning every single day, focus on Ohio, focus on the people here, but also focus on the obligation that senator had for the whole country. To state the obvious, there are only 100 of them. There's only 100 United States senators, and each one can play a major role. One of the things I found different between the House and the Senate, and I served in both, is that when you walk into the United States Senate, whether you're the most junior member or the most senior, you can make a difference. And you can make a difference whether you're in the minority party or whether you're in the majority party. We need, this is a serious time in our history. I won't go into all the reasons why, but I think if you look at foreign affairs, if you look at national defense, if you look at the international situation today, if you look at where our defense is, the United States Senator plays a major role and can play and does play a major role in regard to our national security. And so again, serious times demand serious people. Finally, the next person who goes to the U.S. Senate, I knew would have to run and run and run. We're used to 6-year terms, but this person I knew would, after I appointed them, could only serve for 2 years. They would have to run for re-election or run for election. And then if they won, they would have to turn around and run again in 2 years. So it had to be someone who I knew, frankly, who had the skill sets, but also the determination, had it, frankly, in their gut, that they could get up in the morning and do this day after day after day, and at the same time carry on their great duties as a United States Senator. The process we went through took a while, and it took a while because of the gravity of this decision. I interviewed a large number of people. We heard from a large number of people. There were many people who I considered very qualified to serve in the United States Senate to represent the state of Ohio. But I came to the conclusion, as you see, that the person who is best suited to be the United States Senator is a person who has been close to me for the last 6 years, a person who almost daily I work with, and that is Lieutenant Governor John Huston. I have worked with him. I have seen him. I know his knowledge of Ohio. I know his heart. I know what he cares about. I know his skills. And all of that tells me that he is the right person for this job. In every major decision that I have made in the last 6 years as governor of the state of Ohio, John Huston has played a part in that decision. And those times, we all don't agree on everything. Fran points out that she and I don't agree on everything. So it should not be a shock that John and I might disagree on some things. But even in the cases where he saw things differently, my decision was informed and was helped by his input. If you look at the specific areas where he has been involved, I started to write them out and stopped after a while. He's been involved in so many things. But economic development is something, as you know, that John has in his DNA. He started right out of school at the University of Dayton, started working economic development for the Chamber in Dayton. So he certainly has that great experience. Grew up in Northwest Ohio, went to the University of Dayton, ran for the legislature from the Miami Valley, a district in the Miami Valley, ultimately became Speaker of the House, then went to the Senate, as you know from there, served as Secretary of State, and then of course as Lieutenant Governor. He has the background, he has the experience to get the job done. If you look at, I want to go back for a moment and talk briefly about some of the specific things that he has done. One is economic, as I said, economic development. Whether it was Intel, or the announcement that we made yesterday. John has been made a major player in getting these companies to come to the state of Ohio. He's focused also on energy, broadband, making government more efficient, and I could go on and on. I believe and know that John is prepared to be the United States Senator from the state of Ohio. The U.S. Senate rewards hard workers. It rewards those who master the facts. It rewards those who focus on getting things done. Those who succeed in passing legislation do so because of their determination. They also do so because of their hard work and their willingness and ability to put coalitions together. This former Speaker of the Ohio House will be right at home in the United States Senate. John Husted will be right at home in the United States Senate, and he'll be at home on day one. Finally, let me just say that I will miss this very good man. The state of Ohio will miss this excellent Lieutenant Governor. But we are gaining a strong advocate for us in Washington, D.C. We are gaining someone who I have every confidence will serve the people of the state of Ohio very well. John?
Thank you, Governor. My family is gathered here, so you know who they are. My wife, Tina, son, Alex, daughter, Katie, Kylie, brother-in-law, Mick, and then Kathleen, our Alex's wife, our daughter-in-law, and our granddaughter, May, were here just a moment ago. Governor, I just want to say thank you. It is my honor to accept the appointment to serve the people of the state of Ohio in the U.S. Senate. I have just appreciate that you have placed so much trust in me, first of all, as a running mate, and then as Lieutenant Governor, and now as your appointee to the Senate. To my friends and supporters and the people across Ohio, we have worked to make Ohio great again, and I look forward to working with President Trump, J.D. Vance, to make America great again. This decision was not made lightly, and I say it was not made lightly. My family and I listened to the advice of so many people, including the governor and many, many others. And I want to take a moment to share the reasons behind this decision. I have dedicated most of my professional life to serving the state of Ohio. And in stepping away as Lieutenant Governor, it was not easy. When I arrived at the State House as a legislator, Ohio was facing tough times. We were a high-tax state with a struggling economy. We were watching factories shut down across the state, and even my own family.
All right, you've been listening there to Ohio Lieutenant Governor John Husted there after Governor DeWine tapped him to fill the Senate vacancy left by now almost Vice President J.D. Vance. In the meantime, we're going to step away from that. So you got to kind of know there Lieutenant Governor Husted as well. He's 57 years old. He's a former Speaker of the Ohio State House. He's also a two-term Secretary of State there in the Buckeye State. He will serve until December 15th of 2026. Then a special election for the last 2 years of Vance's 6-year term will be held in November of 2026. So he will be there for some time. Now, remember, we brought you the news from the Washington Post. Jeff Stein, he scooped this piece of news yesterday that President-elect Donald Trump was angling for Vivek Ramaswamy to be tapped for that open Senate vacancy. Of course, we now know that did not come to pass, though. There is a report today in the Cincinnati Enquirer that Vivek Ramaswamy is looking at a gubernatorial run for governor there in Ohio come 2026. We'll have to keep our eyes out for for that. In the meantime here, we are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Live Now look there over the San Francisco Bay Area. When we come back, we're going out to Oakland, a story on alleged political corruption ensnaring the ex-mayor, Sheng Tao. We'll be bringing you updates on that in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. A live picture there in Oakland, California. A gorgeous Friday scene there. It's a little after the 4 o'clock hour on the West Coast here. We want to talk about alleged political corruption in the Bay Area having to do with recalled Oakland mayor, ex-mayor Sheng Tao. She's been indicted by a federal grand jury on criminal charges related to an FBI bribery case. I do want to put up this tweet here from our colleague at Fox 2 in the Bay Area, Jenna Katsuyama. She's been following this story throughout the duration of the day. And she says this: Sheng Tao just left the courtroom to be processed by U.S. Marshals for the federal charges, then getting interviewed by pretrial services. Tao was calm, quiet answers. The judge says she is to be free on an unsecured bond with limits on travel and must give up her passport. Well, we did hear from Tao and her attorney. We'll get into that in just a moment here. We do have Jenna Katsuyama standing by with the latest on this story. She joins me from the newsroom there at Fox 2. Jenna, good to see you here. I know you've been following this so closely, not just today, but when she was recalled, when she was indicted. And this has really had a lot of legs as the story goes. What happened today?
Well, it came as a bit of a surprise, according to Sheng Tao's attorney, but this is what people have been waiting for ever since that kind of mysterious FBI raid of her house last summer. So today at the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Francisco, they basically brought together teams from the FBI, from the IRS, from the U.S. Postal Service, and said that this indictment, they were going to unseal it, and there were 8 charges. 6 of those charges apply to Sheng Tao and her partner, Andre Jones. And then there are other charges. There's bribery, there's conspiracy, and there are other things in terms of mail fraud. All of this, basically, they say, is evidence that they found from a co-conspirator who was unnamed, saying that she was found to have done something illegal when it came to accepting money and then making promises to the Duong family about what she would do if she was elected mayor. A stunning announcement at San Francisco's federal building Friday. The U.S. Attorney's Office unsealed the 8-count indictment accusing former Oakland Mayor Sheng Thao and her partner, Andre Jones, along with 2 Oakland businessmen, David Duong and his son, Andy Duong, of bribery, conspiracy, mail fraud, and wire fraud. The 22-page indictment alleges the scheme started in 2022, just before Thao was elected mayor of Oakland in November.
Weeks before that election, Thao made commitments to take official actions as mayor that would benefit the Duongs.
Questions had lingered as Thao's home was raided by the FBI prior to her 2024 recall. The indictment repeatedly refers to an unnamed co-conspirator who worked with the Duongs. The indictment alleges Thao and Jones tried to cover up cash payments for a $95,000 no-show job salary to Jones from the Duongs. It also alleges they covered up funding for campaign mailers from David and Andy Duong, whose family operates recycling and housing businesses that contract with the city. In return, Thao allegedly pushed for renewal of contracts and exerted influence as mayor to help the Duongs' businesses.
Her agreement to purchase housing units from a company owned by the Duong family. Her agreement to ensure the extension of a contract for recycling services that the city of Oakland had with one of David and Andy's companies.
Jones was seen leaving home Friday morning for court as all 4 defendants appeared an hour later at a hearing that was held at Oakland's federal building. All of them entered not guilty pleas. Thao's attorney, Jeff Tsai, spoke immediately afterwards.
The case is built on allegations from an unknown co-conspirator that we believe, when the evidence is revealed, will show that my client has committed no crimes.
And I was sitting there in court and could see Sheng Thao's face. She really didn't have much emotion as she was listening to the charges being read out and had no comment as she left the building. The Duongs also said that they had no comment, but they did release a statement that says in part that Andy Duong, their client, is innocent of the charges and that they look forward to clearing his good name before a jury of his peers. So they are all sticking to their not guilty pleas for now. They are allowed to be free on unsecured bonds, and so they were able to leave the courthouse today. But this is certainly rocking the entire city of Oakland, as you know, we have gone through some pretty dramatic moments here with the mayor's seat, and now it looks like those the charges that have been laid out, it starts another chapter for Sheng Thao.
Yeah, Jenna, that's so true. I wanted to ask you, too, because in November during the elections, there was a lot of shakeups in local governance in California for various reasons. Sheng Thao was recalled. How did that happen? And who's mayor now?
So they have an interim mayor right now. It's the president of the Board of Supervisors who was elected to basically span the time from now until the special election in April. And, you know, this was a very contentious recall. There were people who were felt like she had not done a good job in the seat of mayor. She had let the police chief go, fired the police chief. That did not sit well. And then all of this in the background, the FBI had not really been forthcoming about what their investigation was like leading into the election. So there was a lot of uncertainty. This now provides a very clear picture of what it is that they were looking for, but we'll have to see if it actually sticks as it goes to the next phase, and the February 6th is the date for the next court appearance.
All right, Jenna Katsuyama, as always, thanks so much for your time and for your reporting. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take the opportunity, though, to listen to Sheng Thao and her mayor after this indictment, after this court appearance was over today. Brief remarks. Let's watch.
But one thing I would like to say, Oakland owes the recall effort an apology or a thank you, depending on which way you voted. Because now we know that we have saved Oakland a great deal of time, energy, and heartache. Imagine this happened today and she was still our mayor. She would still be our mayor of Oakland while facing federal indictment, putting our city in even more jeopardy. So we did the right thing. We had the wisdom, the vision, and the foresight to oust this mayor. Over 86,000 people in the city of Oakland voted to recall Mayor Sheng Thao, but this doesn't stop here. Remember, how many press conferences were there where a lot of people were behind Sheng Thao members of the clergy, no less. How are you a pastor and your lack of discernment is so great you can't see a corrupt figure right in front of you? Because we all knew. We all knew. We've been telling you for over a year that Shing Tower is corrupt, dishonest, and incompetent, and now we have been proven correct. Hopefully Oakland can move forward and heal. Thank you.
Okay, so wanted to cue that up for you. Those were some of those local Oakland activists who led the recall effort against ex-mayor Sheng Thao. What I was saying, though, we do have brief remarks from Sheng Thao. She did not speak, though her lawyer, her attorney who is representing her, did make brief comments. Let's listen.
Oh, let me get out your way.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Tsai. I am counsel on behalf of Mayor Thao. We just have a short statement to make this morning. Today's indictment and the press conference that was held by the government earlier this morning was successful in grabbing headlines. But what it did not do was serve the ends of justice. The indictment itself is chock full of allegations, but it is not chock full of evidence. And that's what we're going to prove in the course of our defense in this case. The case is built on allegations from an unknown co-conspirator that we believe, when the evidence is revealed, will show that my client has committed no crimes. The indictment's timing as well is curious, and we think that the timing of the indictment has amplified, of course, the politicization of this issue, but it has not, again, served the ends of justice in ensuring that everyone is treated fairly. And that's what we are attempting to do in this case, and that's what we'll do with this defense. The United States Department of Justice's Justice Manual requires the government to look carefully at its prosecutions to ensure that the actions that they take are not actions that are taken to affect the outcomes of elections. And the timing of the investigative steps by the government in this case, including the unsealing of the indictment today, has called all of that into question. The mayor looks forward to defending herself against these charges, showing that there is in fact no evidence to support these charges, and we will look forward to doing that in the courtroom. We will not be taking any questions. The mayor will not be answering any questions. Thank you for your time.
Bullshit, file.
All right, we do apologize for some of the profanity there being leveled at the ex-mayor of Oakland, Sheng Thao there. But you heard there from her attorney saying that they will fight these allegations, calling them unfounded there. So let's move right now, though, from the Bay Area, a gorgeous LiveNOW look once again, though, over San Francisco. Let's move to the Big Apple, New York City. I want to give you an update on their mayor, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So remember, we have been following this visit he paid to President-elect Donald Trump to Florida just today. And so we got a statement out by Adams's office, and I want to read it here for you. This is from Fabian Levy. He's the chief spokesperson for the Adams administration. And Adams released the following statement. It goes, President Trump and I had a productive conversation about New York's needs and what's best for our city, and how the federal government can play a more helpful role in improving the lives of New Yorkers. While we briefly touched on a number of issues, we specifically focused on the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas and how it will have a positive impact on public safety in our country, how we can bring manufacturing jobs back to New York, particularly in the Bronx, and how we can continue to make federal investments in New York City, especially when it comes to infrastructure. He says, to be clear, we did not discuss my legal case, and those who suggest the mayor of the largest city in the nation shouldn't meet with the incoming president to discuss our city's priorities because of inaccurate speculation or because we're from different parties, clearly care more about politics than people. Like I've always done, I will take every opportunity possible to advocate for New Yorkers in our city. And after our discussion, I strongly believe there is much our city and the federal government can partner on to make New York City safer, stronger, and more affordable. I thank President Trump for his time and attention and look forward to working with him to benefit all New Yorkers there. So wanted to make sure we got that in as well. So according to his spokesperson, he will use taxpayer funds to cover the cost of the trip. And that was interesting that he made it a point to essentially acknowledge and say that they did not discuss Adams's indictment. Remember, he is under indictment there from the Southern District of New York over federal corruption charges. There's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of speculation about whether Adams will ask President-elect Trump as president for some type of pardon or clemency or what have you here. And so we'll just have to wait and see. But he said specifically they did not bring that up in their conversation. Also, Fabian Levy, the chief spokesperson for Adams, he noted this, that the two, Trump and Adams, met at Trump International Golf Club in Florida. They did not meet at Mar-a-Lago, and he said that was erroneously reported first yesterday. They did not meet at Mar-a-Lago, but one of Trump's other golf clubs there in South Florida. Well, Emma Fitzsimmons there at the New York Times, she posted this video. She said she caught up with Adams at the airport heading back to New York City after his meeting with Trump in Florida. He says the meeting went well and he'll brief everyone tomorrow. Back out live there to the Big Apple, New York Harbor, Lady Liberty, standing watch. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there at the White House in Washington. It's almost 7:30 there in our nation's capital. You're about to hear from President Biden today. He was addressing the U.S. Conference of Mayors, but he made a pretty important declaration today on the Equal Rights Amendment. And this is what he said in this statement. He also brought it up in these remarks there at the conference. I want to put up, and we're going to read the entire statement. So this is Biden as follows, saying, "I have supported the Equal Rights Amendment for more than 50 years, and I have long been clear that no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. We as a nation must affirm and protect women's full equality once and for all." He says this, on January 27th, 2020, the Commonwealth of Virginia became the 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. The American Bar Association has recognized that the Equal Rights Amendment has cleared all necessary hurdles to be formally added to the Constitution as the 28th Amendment. I agree with the ABA and with leading legal constitutional scholars that the Equal Rights Amendment has become part of our Constitution. He says it's long past time to recognize the will of the American people. In keeping with my oath and duty to Constitution and country, I affirm what I believe and what 3/4 of the states have ratified. The 28th Amendment is the law of the land guaranteeing all Americans equal rights and protections under the law, regardless of their sex. So this is quite historic, quite sweeping. Now, the White House did note that this is the president's opinion now that the Commonwealth of Virginia back in 2020 became the 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. And if you're not familiar with how making an amendment to the Constitution goes, the state legislatures of 3/4 of the states have to ratify it. And President Biden said that was done with Virginia back in 2020. So I thought that was quite interesting. He did comment on this at the top of his remarks, speaking at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Let's listen.
Hello. Gaylor, thank you very much from Columbus, Ohio, for your leadership of this conference. Please have a seat if you have one. Thank you, Tom Cochran, for your remarkable stewardship of the U.S. Conference of Mayors for decades. I want to give a special thanks to his wife, Clarita, who I just met. She's running around here, feeling after she broke her hip. You good, doing well? Anyway, Tom, you and I have something in common. We both married way above our station. To my hometown mayor, John Carney. John, where are you, out there? Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you, John. This guy's a true public servant. He just finished 8 years as a great governor and then decided to run for mayor. A special thanks to another great friend, the mayor of my second home, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Paige Cagnotti. Paige. It's an honor to receive this award. As I measure the significance of the award based on the character and the consequences of the organization bestowing the award. The U.S. Conference of Mayors is an organization of character and consequence. And thanks to all of you for your partnership and the progress we made together these 4 years. I must say, the big reason we got so much done is because all former mayors have served in my administration. Steve Benjamin, Pete Buttigieg, Marcia Fudge, Keisha Lance Bottom, Mitch Landrieu, Tom Vilsack, Marty Walsh. And thanks to Tom Perez, a guy like me who has been my point person for all of this, but he's a county guy. That's tougher, man. I don't know, man. This is one of the last events that I'll be doing as president. And the reason I chose to be here is because of the first thing that I did as president was to speak to this conference. You know, as many of you know, maybe you weren't here then, but many of you know, I started my career as a local councilman. I only ran for the Senate because it was too damn hard being a local councilman. You know, people know where you live. They think you can solve every problem. They think you have more money than you do and more power than you do. You're in the front lines answering key questions of their lives. Is my neighborhood safe? My kid gonna have the good fortune to be here in his hometown? Will there be jobs here? So many other questions. It matters. What you do matters, matters, matters. When we first met 4 years ago, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. 4 years later, our nation and our cities have emerged stronger than we were when we entered the crisis. I come here today for a couple reasons. First, my administration released a report summarizing the impact of our work together to invest in America. It all started with the American Rescue Plan, one of the most significant recovery packages in our history, to get us out of the immediate crisis of the pandemic and save thousands of lives. One of the most important decisions I made was to send money directly to you. Directly to you. I'm a local official. Governors are good guys and women, but when you send it to state legislators, they divide it up before it gets to you. It goes directly to you when I do it. So you control the outcome. Then we passed the Invest in America Act. That's launching a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernization of infrastructure in our history we passed. New roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. Now, each of you, because there's so many examples of the projects in your community. There's thousands of them. We also made the biggest investment in fighting climate change ever in the history of the world, not just America, because of you. I think one thing we've all changed together, when I use the word here, climate, I think jobs. I think jobs when I hear climate. We're creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying, clean energy jobs. We've proven you don't have to choose between protecting the environment and growing the economy. You're doing both. We have to keep pushing forward, push forward faster. There's no time to waste. I'm with you and your governors to make the devastating hurricanes and floods and tornadoes and wildfires, like the catastrophic fires and wildfires in California. Together, we push Congress for extra disaster relief funding, to rebuild homes and businesses across the Carolinas, to cover the full cost of replacing the collapsed Key Bridge in Baltimore, and so much more. At the same time, we work with you to upgrade the power grids, plant millions of trees, build resilient communities to withstand extreme weather. Not only build, but to build back better than before. Build back better. We also made the most significant investment in science and innovation. America invented the semiconductor. Now we're bringing those chip factories back home to America where they belong. I've stood with you in Columbus, Syracuse, Phoenix, and many more fields of dreams, where these fabs, these massive new factories the size of several football fields, are being built. And as I speak, you're going to create at least 125,000 good-paying jobs. And the jobs in these fabs are going to pay over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. You don't have to move from your hometown. You can stay where you are. If I could pause for a minute, you know what's going to happen as well? When you build these factories, they're going to have to build more barbershops, beauty salons. I'm not joking. They're going to build grocery stores. They're going to build drugstores. It grows communities in a big way. We will soon be the only economy in the world to have all 5 of the top chip companies operating in America, creating thousands of jobs. And for the first time in decades, these new factories are producing the most advanced chips right here in America. These aren't just fabs, these investments are creating opportunities for entire communities, for small business, creating even more jobs, and so much more. I've kept my commitment to be president for all of America, whether you voted for me or not. In fact, studies show my programs have delivered more for red states than blue states. The results are clear. 16.6 million new jobs, the lowest average unemployment rate for 50 years. A record 21 million new applications to start new businesses. And every one of those applications is an act of hope in your communities. Wages are up, inflation is down, and we passed the most significant gun safety law in 30 years. We're slashing overdose deaths by 26% last year you did it. Faster than ever, and seizing record amounts of fentanyl. Making life-saving Narcan available over the counter. Violent crime is now at a 50-year low. Because of you. The bottom line, you've produced an incredible 4 years. So much we got done together. It'll take time to see and feel, though. But the seeds have been planted. Will grow and they'll bloom for decades to come, and none of it could have happened without all of you. And that's not hyperbole, none of it. You know, we're not finished yet. Earlier today, I announced 3 major priorities that mark important progress in our country. First, after fighting Big Pharma for decades as a senator and then vice president as president, we finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors now pay $35 a month. But that wasn't the only thing that happened when we passed the bill. Starting this month, the total prescription drug cost for seniors is capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive their drugs are. Even expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000, they're not going to pay more than $2,000 a year. And finally, we gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices like the VA has been able to do for veterans all along. These negotiations are being implemented in phases. The first phase, negotiate a lower price for the 10 most expensive drugs for seniors, covering drugs for blood clots and so much more. And just this morning, I announced the next phase, the next 15 drugs subject to negotiations. Drugs that will treat cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and so much more, including Ozempic. Hard to say. But it really is an incredible drug. These reforms just don't save seniors money. They save the American taxpayer $160 billion. The taxpayer over the next decade. Why? That $160 billion in Medicare is saving for negotiating lower drug prices in Big Pharma doesn't have to be paid out by the government. $160 billion. Second, just over 100 years ago, a pioneering group of women proposed the Equal Rights Amendment to enshrine the principles of gender equality in our Constitution. Throughout my career, I've been clear, no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. And in order for the amendment to be ratified, it requires 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That benchmark was passed when Virginia ratified the ERA a few years ago. Today, I affirm the Equal Rights Amendment to have cleared all the necessary hurdles to be added to the U.S. Constitution now. The Equal Rights Amendment is the law of the land now. It's the 28th Amendment to the Constitution now. I consulted dozens of constitutional scholars to make sure that it was all within the power to do this. And the fact is, we did. And third, our cities are places for a second chance. Earlier today, I commuted the sentence of nearly 2,500 convicted nonviolent drug offenders. These individuals are serving a disproportionately long and harsh sentence compared to the sentence they would receive had they committed the crime today. After spending too long behind bars, these individuals will soon be reunited with their families and communities. With this action, I make no apology. I've issued more individual pardons and commutations than any president in U.S. history. There is more work to do, but when we allow our justice system to be a place of both accountability and mercy, it strengthens our cities and our nation as well, in my view. Let me close with this. Serving as your president has been the honor of my life. When my term in office is ending, the work continues. Your work continues. My farewell address 2 days ago, I talked how each of us must be guardians of democracy to restore the strength of our institutions of democracy. The presidency, the Congress, the courts, all have minimum requirements under the law to deal with those safeguards. And a free and independent press, and yes, local governments. The strength of our institutions depends on the character of leaders like you. In our time together, I'm forever thankful to have seen the strength, your strength and your character. And we need it now more than ever. The magic of America has been everyone has a fair shot. Everyone is determined to be able to be treated with dignity. No guarantee, just a fair shot. I've always believed America can be defined in one word. I remember being on the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping. I've met with him for over 90 hours alone. Traveled 17,000 miles with him. Very significant differences. He looked at me and he said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said in one word, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world, that's come out of every crisis we've ever gone in stronger than we went in. Only one. Look at the history. We're the only nation in the world that believes when we act together, there's not a damn thing we can't do. Only in America, but anything is possible. You just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing is beyond our capacity when we do it together and act together. God bless you all. Keep working together. We need you, we need you, we need you, we need you. And may God protect our troops. Thank you so very much.
All right, back out live there to the White House. You were just listening to President Biden address the U.S. Conference of Mayors today, talking about this statement, this decision that he put out, affirming the Equal Rights Amendment, saying it should now become the 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. He was also touting that he is the singular U.S. president to have issued the most pardons and most commutations than any other president here. I want to talk about this, want to put this statement up from Biden there at the White House today. He said this: "Today, I am commuting the sentences of nearly 2,500 people convicted of nonviolent drug offenses who are serving disproportionately long sentences compared to the sentences they would receive today under current law, policy, and practice." He says, with this action, "I have now issued more individual pardons and commutations than any president in U.S. history." He says this: "Today's clemency action provides relief for individuals who received lengthy sentences based on discredited distinctions between crack and powder cocaine, as well as outdated sentencing enhancements for drug crimes." He says, as Congress recognized through the Fair Sentencing Act and the First Step Act, it is time that we equalize these sentencing disparities. This action is an important step toward righting historic wrongs, correcting sentencing disparities, and providing deserving individuals the opportunity to return to their families and communities after spending far too much time behind bars. He says, "I am proud of my record on clemency and will continue to review additional commutations and pardons." All right, wanted to get that in there as well. In the meantime, though, we do know President Biden will be traveling to the Palmetto State tomorrow, South Carolina, where you could argue it all began for his candidacy there in the South Carolina primary in 2020. He won that primary after losing the previous contests in Iowa and New Hampshire and sailed to the nomination thereafter. And so maybe that's why he's choosing South Carolina, but he will be there tomorrow. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Let's afterward talk about what you're probably all talking about, the Supreme Court upholding the ban on TikTok. So what happens now? Remember, this was a unanimous decision, 9-0. We'll be diving into it in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, today the Supreme Court unanimously upheld the federal law banning TikTok beginning Sunday, remember the 19th, unless it is sold by its China-based parent company, ByteDance. Fox's Alexandria Hoff has more on this from Washington. Let's watch.
President Trump is looking at ways to save TikTok.
President-elect Trump, who once called for a TikTok ban, pledges to keep the app available after the Supreme Court unanimously upheld the law requiring it to be sold or banned due to national security concerns.
The best outcome here is for American ownership of the company, and that's something he's very interested in.
But a sale of the app by its Chinese parent company doesn't appear imminent. During oral arguments last week, attorneys for the company told justices Chinese law restricts the sale of the proprietary algorithm, which makes the app so popular.
This decision is the right one. TikTok is a threat to our national security and ought to be sold, not banned, but sold by the Chinese.
If there is no sale by the Sunday deadline, the app won't just disappear off phones. Instead, experts say new users won't be able to download it and updates won't become available. This would eventually make TikTok unusable to the nearly 170 million U.S. users.
Disappointment. I do believe that banning a social media app like TikTok is a violation of the First Amendment.
Today's ruling by the Supreme Court got mixed reactions from lawmakers, many who are now pushing for the app to be saved and are advocating for a deadline extension.
We have to find a way to save it so that we can have the time to fix the flaws.
On Friday, President-elect Trump said he spoke to China's president on the phone about TikTok and other issues, but his transition team has not said how he plans to save the app from going dark. TikTok CEO is among several high-profile guests expected at Trump's inauguration this Monday. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thanks so much. In the meantime here, the CEO of TikTok, Shou Zhu, did put out this video statement on all platforms responding to what the Supreme Court unanimously ruled today. Let's listen.
Hi everyone, it's Shou here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170 million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create communities, discover new interests, and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers using our platform. We are grateful and pleased to have the support of a president who truly understands our platform, one who has used TikTok to express his own thoughts and perspectives, connecting with the world and generating more than 60 billion views of his content in the process. To all American users, thank you for making our TikTok community such a rich and vibrant space, for surprising and delighting us every day. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery, as well as a source of inspiration and joy for years to come. Thank you. More to come.
All right, the CEO there, who will be at Trump's inauguration on Monday. Well, the White House also weighing in on this. Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, putting out this statement saying, the administration, like the rest of the country, has awaited the decision just made by the U.S. Supreme Court on the TikTok matter. President Biden's position on TikTok has been clear for months, including since Congress sent a bill in overwhelming bipartisan fashion to the president's desk. TikTok should remain available to Americans, but simply under American ownership or other ownership that addresses the national security concerns identified by Congress in developing this law. Given the sheer fact of timing, this administration recognizes that actions to implement the law simply must fall to the next administration, which takes office on Monday. So the Biden administration on its way out the door, punting on this, not enforcing it, waiting for the Trump-Vance administration to take over here. So I thought that was really interesting. We want to talk about all of this with our friend there at the Washington Examiner, reporter Kalen Deese. He joins me. And Kalen, thanks for being with us. I know you've been following this so closely there. You know, the White House is saying essentially that they're waiting for the Trump administration to come in to do what they will with the TikTok ban. Why didn't the Supreme Court take a similar tack to that there? Why didn't they say issue a stay, give themselves more time? They didn't. It was 9-0. This was very decisive, very declarative. The ban is upheld. Did you see that coming?
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for having me on. And I think that that's a great question to ask, because what we saw with this case was that Trump actually filed an amicus brief, not taking any position on the law, but simply stating that they wanted a preliminary injunction, basically to stop this law, stop the enforcement on Sunday. And what we saw yesterday was the Biden administration announced that they weren't going to have any enforcement. So that was very interesting, because basically we're seeing a bit of an alignment happening where basically Biden is saying we aren't going to enforce this. Now Trump also doesn't want to enforce it. But guess what? The deadline is still intact. So what we're seeing now is likely there's a number of things that could happen. One of the things is that, you know, TikTok as a show of force could simply decide to sort of give people a message when they open the app, basically declaring that either the app is no longer available or that it is going to soon be shutting down. But really what it comes down to is whether the internet service providers or whether the app stores like the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store are going to be in compliance with this. They could be fined potentially $5,000 if there is some sort of enforcement. But obviously we're seeing the administration say they're not going to enforce it. So what gives? Could somebody potentially file a lawsuit against the Trump administration if this is not being enforced? I think that that is something that a lot of people are speculating on is, you know, if Trump is just not going to like bring down the hammer, if people are violating this, then, you know, who's going to step in and be like, hey, enforce this law, you know?
So, Kalen, the thing about this is there is no kind of real offer on the table from any entity, corporate entity, what have you, who could buy it. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of reporting about people who are interested, but no real tangible offers on the table. So the kind of divestment question at this point, to me, seems moot because no one's buying.
Yeah, TikTok, as we know, is not for sale. And so that is going to be, I think, what people are going to speculate is like, will Trump try to formulate some kind of executive order? Because I spoke to an attorney yesterday who told me that because essentially there wasn't a preliminary injunction like Trump wanted, that now basically the way that the law works is there has to be sort of a good faith deal in place where essentially if TikTok or ByteDance had signaled earlier on that they were working on a way to sell the app, then that would be something that would trigger perhaps a 90-day delay of this ban. But because, you know, there's absolutely no intent to sell, Trump might be thinking about mulling his own executive order that could just say like, hey, we're going to extend it by 60, 90 days. But an executive order like that, first of all, is speculative because we don't know for sure if that's going to happen. But second of all, I bring back, you know, potentially the lawsuits that could come in because we know that presidents have been sued many times before over executive orders.
Yeah, you know, Caitlin, I wanted to ask, let's get back to the justices for a moment here.
Mm-hmm.
Were they all in alignment? Were there any dissents filed? Was there any hedging on the question, say, the free speech ground question, what have you, or were they pretty much in tandem here?
Well, so one thing is important is that this case is applying directly to the law at hand. So it was no ruling for the ages. So perhaps if there was another Chinese-based app that was growing in popularity on the App Store, then that could become something where, you know, they might have to redo the whole process again. Maybe there's a whole new case about this. But one of the things that I think was very striking was that Gorsuch was very appreciative of the majority not taking any sort of content basis, you know, of this. There was not any sort of, hey, you know, are we actually, you know, criticizing the content or the nature of the material that's on this app? The Supreme Court wasn't looking at that. They also were not looking at the allegation by the United States that this is perhaps something that is a spyware that is, stealing a bunch of U.S. residents' data. While that is obviously the concern, they were not, looking at classified documents that were provided by the U.S. And so basically it was very narrow in scope, but they held that national security, Congress said national security was the biggest issue in this whole ordeal. And because Congress said it, and because the president passed it, it can go through, and it's a 9-0.
Caitlin, I think it's so interesting because you have the Supreme Court literally deciding on a law that was passed that in the last few days, the very lawmakers who passed that law wanted to either scrap it or delay its implementation. I can't think of a recent precedent for that because I think that's quite a staggering piece of this story. Nonetheless, though, I want to put up this comment here from former Republican Congressman from Wisconsin, Mike Gallagher. I thought this was kind of just an interesting take here. He said Congress's goal was never to ban TikTok. It was to allow Americans to use the app safe from Chinese Communist Party control. He says today the Supreme Court unanimously upheld that effort while soundly rejecting TikTok's Orwellian position that protecting the First Amendment somehow violates the First Amendment. He said had ByteDance spent as much time pursuing a divestment as it had trying to manipulate our political system, the threat of TikTok vanishing on Sunday would not exist. If the app goes dark, ByteDance will have no one to blame but itself. He says now the only obstacles preventing Americans from using TikTok are Xi Jinping and the CCP. The incoming Trump administration has the opportunity to negotiate the deal of a century, force a sale to a non-foreign adversary buyer, and save TikTok for Americans. So I thought that was just an interesting take from the former congressman himself, a huge hawk on China. Though come Sunday, is the sky going to fall, Caleb?
Well, I think that it's one of those things where you're kind of have to wake up and check your phone and see.
Yeah.
I think that that's going to be the biggest question on everyone's mind. And the one thing that I think that we can look to is that if there is, perhaps any sort of shutdown, then that's going to give us a chance to see what is society going to be like without this app. I've been told by a lot of people who have kids for that matter, who say that they feel like their kids can't live without this app. And so it's going to be very interesting to see if there's a period of time where there is no access to TikTok. But I think one thing that I think is very interesting is because even if, we go maybe a week or so without TikTok, there's always a chance within the means of this law that ByteDance could finally say, you know what, we give in, we cave, we're going to divest. And TikTok could once again find its way back on the app stores if it was purchased by an American, such as Kevin O'Leary or, speculatively Elon Musk. That's been thrown around there. So there could be a brief period where we live in a TikTok-free society. And I think that'll be very interesting to see how people react to that. Will people see it as a breath of fresh air? Will people be like, oh, I miss it so much? It's going to be so funny to see, the reaction if that is, what happens. So we'll just have to see what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, I personally don't have a TikTok account, but to your point, maybe we all could use a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather from something like TikTok. We'll just have to wait and see come Sunday. Kaylin Deese at The Examiner, thanks so much for your time. Talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we're not moving away from this story. We want to go out to some of our other reporters standing by, kind of getting the lay of the land nationally about how this is all going to go and how some of these really big TikTok users are going to grapple with the notion that one of their favorite apps might go dark in just a couple of days here. In the meantime, the Supreme Court, as you know, they will be upholding that law, which could lead to banning TikTok as early as this Sunday, unless in that time frame, its owner, ByteDance, the Chinese parent company, sells to some U.S. buyer. This has some creators and small businesses worried about what comes next. A lot of people rely on TikTok for their livelihoods. Fox News multimedia reporter Oliviana Calmese has spoken to some of them. She joins me live from St. Louis, Missouri. Oliviana, good to see you on this Friday night. What's the message from people who need TikTok to survive, literally?
Yeah, Andrew, you just talked about this TikTok-free society, which for the consumer could mean less funny videos. But for these business owners I spoke with, more than half their income comes from TikTok. Like you said, they need it to survive. So they've already started moving their online presence to other platforms, but there's still reason for worry for them.
We haven't had to even explore like other platforms or options because TikTok has propelled it to sell us out every time we stop.
Jana Rogers and her husband built their tea company with the community they grew on TikTok, and they now rely on the app.
Probably somewhere around like 60 to 70% of our family's income comes from all social media, which is primarily TikTok at this point driven.
Single flavor packets are now available in 30 flavors.
She's unsure what'll happen if a ban takes effect.
I don't know what that's going to result in other platforms. I don't know how it will translate.
Last year, President Biden signed a law giving the government authority to ban foreign-owned apps that pose a national security threat. The Supreme Court recently heard arguments over whether the ban is constitutional. This is all because of the concerns the Chinese government could access Americans' personal data through TikTok and use it to spread misinformation. As creators brace for the possibility of TikTok's shutdown, many, like Madison Raleigh, are trying other Chinese apps like Xiaohongshu or LiveNOW.
With LiveNOW, from what I hear, it's an amazing algorithm. It functions very similarly, but I also feel like you're not having that global reach because it is primarily Chinese and now American as your main audiences.
But making money on that app isn't guaranteed, and LiveNOW could also find themselves in jeopardy if they're considered a national security threat.
I definitely know the market. Wherever one app closes, another app doors open. So wherever the majority of my audience goes, I'll likely follow suit.
Andrew, a lot of this conversation is also picking up interest in what are the workarounds that U.S. users could use. We know that the next administration could put an extension to figure out more, but for now, people are trying to figure out what they can do to keep the app and keep their data as well.
Yeah, Liviana, I personally don't have a TikTok LiveNOW from Fox, though. We have a TikTok account. A lot of people follow it. I'm not sure if you have a TikTok, but a lot of people are in the dark about this.
Yeah, I actually do follow you guys on TikTok for sure. But yeah, this really could be detrimental to some business owners. For the average person, could be, you know, just a minuscule effect, like not having your funny videos, right? But yeah, this could be a hard situation for like those families that I showed you.
Yeah, and there is, and we know the data supports this, somewhat of an addictive quality to social media, TikTok included in that. Liviana, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
All right, in the meantime here, I want to put this up here, just kind of tie a final bow on this story. I want to highlight this because it is relevant to the story that Trump and China's Xi Jinping spoke on the phone. According to Trump via a post on Truth Social, Trump saying, "I just spoke to Chairman Xi Jinping of China. The call was a very good one for both China and the USA. He says, it is my expectation that we will solve many problems together and starting immediately. We discussed balancing trade, fentanyl, TikTok, and many other subjects. President Xi and I will do everything possible to make the world more peaceful and safe there." So remember, late last year it was reported that an invitation had been extended to Xi of China to attend Donald Trump's inauguration. That won't be happening, though there will be representatives from the Chinese Communist Party there in D.C. for the occasion. All right, in the meantime here, let's take our first commercial break of this new hour. When we come back, we'll be diving headlong into the updates you need on the California wildfires. We'll have them for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Friday night. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. We want to, like I said, start off this hour with some updates on the California wildfire recovery efforts, including this report filed by our colleague, Fox's Caroline Elliott from down on the ground. Let's listen.
As the fires in California continue to burn, planning for the recovery process is just getting started.
It's sad because you come through so many houses and so much burnt up stuff, but it's a relief that we're coming here.
More than a week after the Eaton Canyon fires sent people running from their homes, some evacuees were finally allowed to return. Checkpoints leading back to their houses required photo ID and proof of residency, but it could be weeks before most of the 80,000 evacuated residents are allowed to go home. The danger now shifts to the threat of landslides and potentially toxic ash and debris. The rubble can contain asbestos, lead, and other dangerous materials.
This is a combination of a wildfire as well as an urban fire, which poses two different risks on everyone.
Meanwhile, for firefighters, the focus remains on containment and support for those impacted. Crews are making progress on the Palisades and Eaton fires, but more danger could be around the corner when the Santa Ana winds kick up again next week. And fire officials are asking the public for more patience as they make their way through the damaged landscape.
My apologies to all of you. We would love to be able to stop it next time, but I don't want to lie to you. It's going to be very difficult.
The fires have also forced closure for at least 10 schools so far, and district officials are now scrambling to find classrooms for thousands of students. In Los Angeles County, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. In the meantime here, I want to replay for you a press conference and update from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and others. Let's listen.
We're going to get there step by step, and the city is going to help to the extent it can, and we will have to outsource to the extent it can't. That there's going to be a bus to yes. That's right. And if people want to get on the bus with us, get on it. If they want to spend their time throwing embers right now, next Tuesday when it's windy, by spending their time on that kind of stuff, just don't get on our bus. But we are going to move forward and recreate a community that if we close our eyes, it's like it's got a great park. It's got a great library. It's got great places of worship. It's got great restaurants. And I'm not talking about the quality of the food or the price points. I'm talking about the people that, I mean, it's emotional for me. The people that work there, that taught my kids how to speak Spanish, that have been there for generations, that now are on the verge of homelessness after working in a community for 40 years. That's why I'm doing this. All right. I want people to feel like we're going to tell them in the next week what they can start doing tomorrow to go to B and then to C. And people will be able to get the plans, permits, the equipment will be ready for them, and they can start building their houses. And I'm thankful, Mayor, for the contacts you've made with the state and with the existing administration and the incoming administration about the future of getting the funds to do this, because we have people in this city that care so much about this city that all we need is people to hop on the bus with us.
That's right.
Because we're going to do that, and I'm happy to be involved for all of those people, and I want to see this community go back, because neighborhoods and communities are everything to people. The library, the park, the houses of worship. So let's do it.
We will. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take questions? Yes.
finally reducing density. And you lost a lot of homes up there that
Mm-hmm.
Are those code changes and are those policy changes that come now before you start issuing plans and permits?
Well, let me just tell you that what we are charging Mr. Soboroff with is developing this plan for rebuilding. We have executive directives that we are going to be issuing next week. We have to take all of that into consideration because we have to build in a way that we can harden the area for fires and make sure that we are a resilient community. Obviously, we need to look at building codes, we need to look at what was done in the past, and we need to come back stronger and build in a better way. Thank
If you have a home that was burnt down, it's a horrible thing. And the idea that you won't be able to rebuild your home, if you want to rebuild your home with the correct materials, although if your house was built out of concrete, in this fire, it would have lasted about an hour longer than it did. This was a this was a God event. But the idea of using this to decrease density, I think people deserve to rebuild their houses. I think people want to get back in there. Now, if they want to try and expand their house beyond a certain amount, that should open up a different way. But we're going to come up with a way for people to pull those permits and to get those inspections and to have that equipment to rebuild their lives. This is not an urban planning exercise.
Right.
This is a saving people's lives and family and the people that work for them and help them exercise.
Yes. Yes, I did say that. Sure. Next week we will be announcing an investigation. We need to look back at everything that happened. But to me, over the last week, the most important thing was to get past the fires, to make sure that on Monday and Tuesday, we're not facing a danger again. And so I'll be looking forward to that. It will be external. It will not be done internally, although internally we absolutely are looking back at what happened, but moving forward so that we can get our city back on the road to where we were before, and not even where we were before, but how we will be much better. I plan on having lots of those. I've always done that and will definitely continue to do that. I don't have one scheduled right now.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Westfall, Fox
Go ahead.
Mayor Bass, a question for you. Do you plan on working with the Army Corps of Engineers to build a reservoir in the Sullivan Canyon flood control channel where the watershed ends at the catch basin and the water is
Well, let me just tell you that what we plan on doing absolutely is working with the Army Corps of Engineers, but not with what you just described. Yes.
Westfall with Fox 11. An AP review found that homes were already burning and escape routes jammed when the Palisades evacuation order came. Did the evacuation order come fast enough?
Well, I think we have a representative here from Fire. Would you like to answer that?
So I don't have the specifics on exactly what time the first evacuation order came out, but what I can say is when an incident first breaks, it takes some time for us to get our first resources on scene, evaluate the situation, look at maps, determine which areas need to be evacuated. Of course, in a fire of this magnitude, and our first on companies that were en route immediately asked for more resources just based on the amount of smoke that was going up into the air. We knew that there was going to be a very large evacuation area. LAPD, our law enforcement partners, were the first members of our department or of our city family to conduct those initial evacuations, and they're on scene very quickly while our firefighters are fighting the fire. You can imagine if you're in the immediate area, whenever a fire starts, you're going to get some indications that there's a fire heading your way, especially during these windy days when we've put out plenty of alerts to warn the public that we have that high fire hazard zones, red flag days, the parking restrictions. Everyone who lives in an area in Los Angeles that's subject to wildfires is well aware of the danger, as far as I could say. So the initial evacuations that have to go out via WIA alert, the wireless emergency alerts, as well as Notify LA and other alert systems, they do take some time to formulate because we have to be very specific on what we're saying. Obviously, those accidental alerts that went out are an indication of why we wouldn't just put a mass alert out to cause the entire county to start panicking. We do have to be very specific, but we do have resources on scene that are evacuating the initial areas. Our law enforcement partners are helping us with that. And then as soon as we can determine what areas need to be evacuated, those wireless emergency alerts and Notify LA alerts go out.
Guys, wait a second. We got to move forward so people can get back in their homes and back in the parks and back in their churches. Officer, come here for a second. I was police commissioner for 10 years. Well, my job, thank you for service, sir, no problem, was to adjudicate cases. And when you adjudicate a case of something that goes wrong or right, you need information. The worst thing you can do is spend all kinds of time and energy away from making things better in the future than just looking at the past. So I'm not going to get involved in that. I hope they find out everything. But it would take me on every case, 6 or 7 months. I'd get 700 pages of science. I'd get reports. This whole thing about, well, if you would have done this, and if you should have done that, and well, it didn't. And we can find out. But if you think that's going to help the people that are frustrated, that are about to be homeless because they lost their jobs, or are looking for a place for their kids to go, that ain't going to help them. That's why she asked me to come on, is to help them and move forward and give them hope. And if I'm not going to provide the adrenaline to this community with these people to and more people that we're going to bring, then I will fail. I'm going to fail.
But we know he is not going to fail. Yes.
Gavin Newsom had said he has a marshal plan.
Yes.
Rebuilding LA. I'm wondering if that's something you guys are working on.
Absolutely we are. I met with the governor yesterday for a good hour talking about all that. And so what you will see is the plans, and what he's doing is on a regional basis. We will be working hand in glove together. And in fact, that has already started because the state has taken responsibility for clearing the hazardous waste. All of that is happening right now.
I spoke with Governor Davis today. I've spoken with a lot of people before I decided, to do this, and I'm sure you talked to a lot of people before you asked me.
Governor Davis too.
But he's gone through fires, and he said, Steve, think about the victims.
Yes.
Think about the victims.
The families.
This ain't the Steve Soboroff show or the Karen Bass for Mayor show. This is about the victims, and that's what we are doing. That's what we talk about in private.
Right.
We don't talk about anything else. It's about the victims. It's about restoring community, because without community, people are lost, and that's what we're going to focus on. I have a 10-point plan of what I'm going to start on the first day. I'm not going through that today. The mayor and I are going to be walking around in the Palisades, but we're not doing this for picture visibility. We're doing this for completion, because these people are desperate. I heard a lady yesterday with her little girl saying, honey, you're going to go back to school, and it's going to be your same classmates, which I thought was wonderful. And you know what? We are going to be in the car for an hour every morning instead of 7 minutes. So we're going to have so much fun. But the mother was so relieved. That is what we want people to feel starting 15 minutes from now. I'm not the czar. She is the czar. She isn't.
Two more questions. Yes. No. Well, we absolutely will be taking that. We want to make sure that when we build, we will build LA back stronger. We will build Palisades back stronger. And of course, we are going to, and it's not just Palisades. We know that there's many other areas. Mandeville Canyon, we're concerned about. And so Sylmar, what is going on there. And it's absolutely an opportunity for us to make sure we build back better, which means that we want to have a resilient community. One more question?
Are you the one that stole my phone? Because I got 50 of those messages today.
Well, yeah. Let me just answer that. And I will tell you, I don't know if you've had an opportunity, but going to the Disaster Recovery Center, I met with people. I met with people there yesterday and the day before. I've talked to people who lost their homes, who were actually ready to rebuild, which I frankly thought was exciting, that they had reached the point where they wanted to do what was needed in order to get back up again. But what we've told them is, especially in terms of the evacuation area, we don't know exactly when it's going to be safe. Well, it is predicted maybe it's another week. It depends on what happens on Tuesday. And so we've asked them to have the patience because we don't want people going back before it is safe. So, building anything, even if there hadn't been a fire, you can't say exactly when you will be able to move back into your house.
A Genius Bar reservation system type way where people can know when they're going to be able to go in their house, and they're not going to be, and that we will make it safe for you instead of telling you you can't get in because it's not safe.
Exactly.
And so that's, that is one of the points. It's about the predictability so people can get back into their house, because that's just the first thing.
Right.
You've got to remove the toxic stuff from these houses before the communities can be bulldozed. And look, we were talking about urban planning. This is no time for urban planning exercising. That'll delay it by 15 years. We need people back in their houses. This happened to be, my Palisades friends aren't going to, if it was going to happen, that it happened in the Palisades, that the planning of the Palisades is beautiful. The way the community works is beautiful. You don't need to rethink Pacific Palisades. You need to rebuild Pacific Palisades.
We are going to do everything we can to build LA back stronger, and to get people home so their hopes and their dreams can continue forward. Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing I'm a little worried about? I'm worried about price gouging. Yeah. I'm worried about people who have lost hope and say, I'm just going to sell my lot now, my house burnt down. And I urge them, hang on. Because we're going to create a system where they'll be able to re-permit and have a clean lot, and they'll be able to sell it for 10 times more. Don't be gouged now by professionals.
But we don't want them to sell. Thank you very much.
All right, you were listening there to Los Angeles officials led by Mayor Bass with an update on the recovery efforts for the California wildfires. Of course, it's a story we will stay on top of here on LiveNOW. In the meantime, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going out to the Middle East. We're getting some breaking news that the government of Israel has announced that after 1 a.m. Jerusalem time, confirming the ceasefire will go into effect on Sunday. So the Security Cabinet voted to approve the deal on the table, and we'll be talking about all of that and more. What would that look like on Sunday when we come back? And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live picture there in Jerusalem. Well, earlier today, Israel's cabinet approving a deal for a ceasefire in Gaza that would release dozens of hostages held there and pause the 15-month war with Hamas, bringing the sides a step closer to ending their deadliest and most destructive fighting ever. This was the photo put out by the Prime Minister's office saying the security cabinet discussion has begun. They say before the meeting, an operational security assessment was held on the implementation of the agreement, chaired by Prime Minister Netanyahu, together with the negotiating team, which has returned from Doha. So I believe we're just getting this in. It's very early in Israel right now, and the cabinet there that you see at the beginning of their meeting has now approved a deal. Well, Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin has more.
After 15 months of fighting, days of delays, and several last-minute crises, Israel's security cabinet has finally approved a ceasefire deal with Hamas. The three-phase agreement starts with a pause in the fighting. Hostages will then be exchanged for Palestinian prisoners, and the Israeli military will slowly withdraw from Gaza and allow more aid deliveries.
It's taken 8 months of non-stop, relentless effort of my administration to get it done. We kept the pressure on Hamas, and we got it done.
Now the focus turns to implementation. Mediators from Qatar and Egypt say the ceasefire will go into effect on Sunday, but as of this morning, Israeli airstrikes were still hammering Gaza, and it won't be easy to get either side to back down.
We have to work hand on hand in order to start the implementation of this agreement without any delay. That's of great importance in order to secure the release of all hostages.
The deal also calls for negotiations on Phase 2 to start 16 days after the ceasefire begins, and a lot can happen in that time, including a political shakeup in Israel, with several conservative lawmakers opposed to the agreement and threatening to leave Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's fragile coalition government.
It includes the release of hundreds of murderous terrorists. In fact, this deal will end all the achievements we were able to bring to the state of Israel.
The agreement calls for 33 hostages to be released over the next 6 weeks, all of them women, children, and men over the age of 50. In Tel Aviv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thanks so much. In the meantime here, let's bring into the conversation someone who has guided us through this story every step of the way. That's national security analyst and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He joins me. Hal, happy Friday. Good to see you. And I think it's safe to say that this is a really, really good piece of news going into the weekend. And I think a lot of people, though, who are watching and who have followed our conversations over the last 15 months are asking themselves, Hal, well, what is this going to look like? The mechanics of it. As we get nearer to Sunday, do we know where the hostages will be released? Do we know who will be facilitating that and shepherding them into Israel? Do we know also who will be released? Is there a list of names? We've just had this 33 number. Are we wanting more specifics, and are we right to want more of those specifics? Do you happen to know them?
Andrew, on Sunday, what we're going to see is 3 women are going to be released, all right, is my understanding. And then they're going to have 30 Palestinians will then be released as well. I'm not sure which gate they're going to use. I've heard a couple different gates, but it'll be obviously ground movement. Now, if the Israeli